Good morning and Jai Hind to all of you, दोस्तों. Friends, my name is Avinash Agarwal, and this is the first marathon in which we'll be starting our discussion for 1000 UPSC Economy MCQs, दोस्तों. So this particular marathon series को मैंने डिज़ाइन करा है thinking in the direction that prelims exam जो है prelims 2022 will take place on 5th of June. और 5th of June के पहले जो है आपको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा प्रैक्टिस करवानी है उन प्रकार के क्वेश्चंस की जो कि आपको पूरा सिलेबस रिवाइज करने के अंदर मदद करे, दोस्तों. राइट. तो ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा एमसीक्यू सॉल्व करने का फ़ायदा ये होगा, दोस्तों, कि जो भी हमने कंसेप्ट्स लर्न करे हैं उन कंसेप्ट्स को हम रिवाइज कर पाएंगे एंड अंडरस्टैंड कर पाएंगे कि वो कंसेप्ट्स हमने सही में सीखा है या नहीं सीखा है, दोस्तों. हमने क्या उसे उसके जो ट्विस्ट्स एंड टर्न्स हैं, जो उसके इम्प्लीकेशंस है, जो उसके यूजेज है, जो उसकी इन डेप्थ अंडरस्टैंडिंग है, वो हमने ली है कि नहीं ली है, दोस्तों. तो यही चीज़ को ध्यान में रखते हुए कि एमसीक्यू सॉल्व कर करके गलतियां कर करके हम सीखेंगे, इसी चीज़ को ध्यान में रख के हमने डिसाइड करा कि वी विल स्टार्ट दिस एमसीक्यू सीरीज फॉर यू, दोस्तों. तो कि जैसे आप देख सकते हैं कि नंबर बड़ा है. 1000 यूपीएससी एमसीक्यूज यानी कि नंबर बड़ा नंबर है. और ये नंबर को अचीव करने के लिए हमारे को जो है काफ़ी मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी. आपको पढ़ने में मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी और हमें पढ़ाने में मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी, दोस्तों. अब जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल ले लीजिए कि अगर आप मेरी ये लेक्चर देख रहे हैं और मेरी ये बात सुन रहे हैं, दोस्तों, तो स्टार्ट करना बहुत आसान होगा, दोस्तों, कि हाँ चलिए 1000 एमसीक्यूज को कर लेते हैं. राइट. लेकिन 1000 एमसीक्यूज को सॉल्व करना, गलतियां करना और हर गलती से कुछ ना कुछ सीखना, उसको रिवाइज करके रखना और ये कमिटमेंट रखना कि हम उस गलती को वापस से नहीं रिपीट करेंगे, दिस विल रिक्वायर सीरियस 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 लेवल ऑफ कमिटमेंट, दोस्तों. और वो कमिटमेंट अगर आप लोगों के पास है तो अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स विल हैपन, अ लॉट ऑफ गुड थिंग्स विल हैपन फॉर यू, दोस्तों. राइट. सो इसी चीज को आपको ध्यान में रखना है, इसी संकल्प को आपको ध्यान में रखकर जो है काम करना है, दोस्तों. सो इफ आई एम ऑडिबल एंड विजिबल टू ऑल ऑफ यू, जस्ट गिव मी अ थम्स अप. राइट. वी विल बी गोइंग अहेड एंड वी विल बी टेकिंग अवर डिस्कशन अहेड, दोस्तों. राइट. इफ आई एम ऑडिबल एंड विजिबल टू यू, give me a thumbs up. Just wait for a second. Right. Now let us take this discussion ahead, दोस्तों. Right. Everything looks good to go from my end. So let us start. Now see, this is the first question that we have placed in front of us. So the question is, through which of the following sources can the government finance its fiscal deficit? गवर्नमेंट को जो अपना फिजिकल डेफिसिट फाइनेंस करना होता है, दोस्तों, तो गवर्नमेंट कौन से सोर्सेज के माध्यम से जो है अपने फिजिकल डेफिसिट को फाइनेंस कर सकती है? पहला स्टेटमेंट है नेट बोरोइंग्स एट होम, सेकंड है बोरोइंग्स फ्रॉम अब्रॉड एंड थर्ड है बोरोइंग्स फ्रॉम आरबीआई. तीन स्टेटमेंट्स आपके सामने हैं और आपको बताना है कि गवर्नमेंट अपने फिजिकल डेफिसिट को जो है फाइनेंस करने के लिए कौन से सोर्सेज से फंड्स बोरो कर सकती है. राइट. प्लीज शेयर योर आंसर्स फॉर द फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन. इस क्वेश्चन के अंदर रिक्वायरमेंट ये है कि यू शुड नो द कंसेप्ट ऑफ फिजिकल डेफिसिट. आपको मालूम होना चाहिए फिजिकल डेफिसिट क्या है. राइट. और फिजिकल डेफिसिट को यदि फाइनेंस करना है तो गवर्नमेंट कहाँ कहाँ से पैसा बोरो कर सकती है. इस चीज़ को हमने हमारे क्लासेस के अंदर अनअकैडमी के ऊपर इन डिटेल डिस्कस करा है. राइट. एग्जैक्टली इसी चीज़ को डिस्कस भी करा था जब हमने फिजिकल डेफिसिट का जो है कंसेप्ट आपको पढ़ाया था, दोस्तों. राइट. सो इफ यू नो द आंसर, प्लीज शेयर योर आंसर्स वेरी क्विकली, गाइस. आई कैन सी दैट सम ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स आर लाइव. राइट. सो जितने भी स्टूडेंट्स लाइव है या जो बाद में देख रहे हैं, प्लीज़ मेक श्योर करिए कि आप लोग जो है अपने आंसर्स को नोट कर रहे हैं और अपने आंसर्स को फिर चेक करने लग रहे हैं कि कितने आंसर सही हुए, गलत हुए. गलत हुए तो कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है, दोस्तों. वी आर ऑल हियर टू लर्न. ठीक है. लेकिन अगर हमारे आंसर्स सही हो रहे हैं या गलत हो रहे हैं, जो भी हो रहे हैं, तो हमें ये अंडरस्टैंड ज़रूर करना है कि कंसेप्ट हमने इसको सारा बराबर से समझा था या नहीं समझा था, दोस्तों. तो यहाँ पर जो आंसर है दैट इज ऑप्शन डी, 1, 2 एंड 3. तो अगर आपके आंसर सही गए हैं, दोस्तों, तो प्लीज़ कमेंट करके बताइए. नाउ प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड द कंसेप्ट ओवर हियर. देखिए कंसेप्ट इज व्हाट, दैट गवर्नमेंट का जो एक्सपेंडिचर है वो ग्रेटर देन इनकम रहता है. और जब गवर्नमेंट का एक्सपेंडिचर ग्रेटर देन इनकम रहता है तो गवर्नमेंट को पैसा बोरो करना पड़ता है, दोस्तों. फिजिकल डेफिसिट का जो बेसिक कंसेप्ट है, दोस्तों, फिजिकल डेफिसिट का बेसिक कंसेप्ट यही है, राइट, कि गवर्नमेंट का जो टोटल एक्सपेंडिचर है माइनस आप गवर्नमेंट की इनकम करिए, दोस्तों. राइट. यही फिजिकल डेफिसिट का बेसिक कंसेप्ट है कि आप एक्सपेंडिचर माइनस इनकम करिए. राइट. और आपको फिजिकल डेफिसिट पता चल जाएगा. और जब आप एक्सपेंडिचर माइनस इनकम करेंगे तो जो भी नंबर आएगा वो नंबर आपको क्या बताएगा कि दिस इज द अमाउंट ऑफ मनी दैट द गवर्नमेंट नीड्स टू बोरो. ऑलराइट. So fiscal deficit is basically telling you the borrowing requirement of the government. Now, what are the various sources through which government can borrow money? Government पैसा कहाँ कहाँ से borrow कर सकता है? Government can borrow from people at home यानी कि public at home. Government can borrow from the Reserve Bank of India. Government can borrow from external sources such as international financial institutions, right? Government can also probably take loans from foreign governments, right? Even that is a possibility. So the idea is that these are all possible sources through which government can borrow money. और वही चीज अगर आप यहाँ पर देखेंगे, राइट, तो वही की वही चीज आपको यहाँ पर दिखाई देने लग रही है कि यहाँ पर प्रिसाइसली ये बोला गया है कि गवर्नमेंट इफ इट वांट्स इट कैन बोरो फ्रॉम होम, यानी कि फ्रॉम इन्वेस्टर्स एट होम से गवर्नमेंट जो है पैसा बोरो कर सकता है, राइट. इफ गवर्नमेंट वांट्स इट कैन बोरो फ्रॉम अब्रॉड, इफ इट वांट इट कैन बोरो फ्रॉम द रिजर्व बैंक ऑफ इंडिया. एंड दैट इज व्हाई द आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन इज 1, 2 एंड 3. इज दिस परफेक्टली क्लियर टू एवरीबडी दोस्तों? इज दिस परफेक्टली क्लियर टू एवरीबडी? इज देयर एनी डाउट? डिटेल्ड एक्सप्लेनेशन आपको यहाँ पर प्रोवाइड करा गया है. यही चीज को आपको यहाँ पर बताया गया है दोस्तों फिजिकल डेफिसिट के बारे में, राइट, कि ये इंडिकेट करता है बोरोइंग रिक्वायरमेंट. बोरोइंग कैन बी डन फ्रॉम दीज पर्टिकुलर सोर्सेज दोस्तों. नेट बोरोइंग एट होम का मतलब क्या होता है, राइट, जो भी पैसा डायरेक्टली जनता से बोरो करा गया है, वॉट एवर मनी यू हैव बोरो डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम द पब्लिक, राइट. फॉर एग्जाम्पल गवर्नमेंट कैन इशू गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज, गवर्नमेंट कैन इशू बॉन्ड्स, राइट. So whatever money that we have borrowed from people directly through debt instruments such as government securities and treasury bills, etc., etc. So that will be basically, net borrowing at home. ठीक है. Government also issues government securities, and if you know the concept of SLR, so the idea is that banks have to compulsorily invest money in government securities. Banks को compulsory रहता है कि उनको गवर्नमेंट सिक्योरिटीज के अंदर पैसा इन्वेस्ट करना ही पड़ता है टू मीट द एसएलआर का रिक्वायरमेंट, राइट. सो एसेंशियली जो है व्हेन वी आर बोरोइंग फ्रॉम होम, सो whom आर वी बोरोइंग फ्रॉम? वी आर बोरोइंग फ्रॉम द पब्लिक and we are borrowing from the commercial banks operating in our country. Is this perfectly clear? Friends, if there is any doubt, you can always communicate with me through the comment section. You can always ask that, sir, there is a doubt in explanation number 1, or you need a special video for, a particular concept. So you can always tell me via comment section, and I'll always be there to help you out, dosto. Right? The whole agenda of starting this YouTube channel, Everyday Economics, is that I want to make economics really easy, really understandable for all of you, right? Wherever you are, right? Whichever geography you are located in, whichever education background you are having, right? I just want to make this subject very, very easily understandable for all of you. Moving ahead to the next question, dosto. Now the question is regarding the policy of import substitution. What do you understand by the policy of import substitution? There are 4 options. Importing goods from a nation which has a comparative advantage in world economy, importing of manufactured products to substitute the import of primary products, substituting imports with domestic production, increasing exports to have a favorable balance of trade. What do you think is the answer for the second question, guys? Right, Snehashish, good morning. Guys, everybody, please share your answers 2A, 2B, 2C, or 2D. Whatever you think is the answer, please comment the answer in the comment section, dosto. Use the live chat to comment the answers to this question. So, Snehashish, what do you think is the answer for this one? So, friends, the answer to this question should be your option 2D. 2C. That is substituting imports with domestic production. Now, please understand the idea over here. Right? Please understand the idea over here. So, see, when you import का मतलब क्या होता है? What does import means? So, import means that let us say that you are somebody in India and you are buying XYZ item from China. That is what the meaning of import is. You're buying from China. You're buying XYZ item from China. Now that same XYZ item, right? It can be manufactured in India. It can be manufactured in India. So the idea of import substitution is what? The idea of import substitution is what? That stop buying from China. Stop buying from China, and rather you should buy from India. You should buy made in India. And if you are buying made in India, and if you are trying to stop something which is coming in from China, and if you're buying made in India, then you are basically helping what? You are supporting production in India. You are supporting production in India. ये प्रकार से आपको understand करना है. This is the thought process. That import का मतलब आपको मालूम होना चाहिए. You should also understand that, okay, that same item can be manufactured in India. What is the meaning of import substitution? That you stop buying the imported item you buy the Indian item, and if you're buying the Indian item, then you're automatically supporting production in India. So what will happen is that in India production will increase. Because of increasing production, your jobs can increase. Because of increasing jobs, your लोगों का income etc. can increase दोस्तों. So you can have a positive impact upon the economy if you're taking these kinds of steps. So I'm hoping that you are very clearly understanding now that the right answer to this question is your option C. That is substituting imports with domestic production. That is exactly what has been discussed over here. Now this policy of import substitution, ये policy को हमने कब use करा था? When did we use this policy in India? So after independence, and particularly from the second and the third 5-year plan, from the second and the third 5-year plan, there was a lot of emphasis on import substitution so that we could increase production in India. More recently, you may have heard about Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. So even as a part of Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, we are trying to increase production domestically by trying to substitute as many products which are not required as possible. That is what we are trying to do. So I hope that the concept and its application is clear to all of you, right? Moving ahead to the next question. This is question number 3. With reference to GST, you have been given 3 statements and you have to identify which statements are correct. First statement is saying that it is a type of value added tax. Second statement is saying that the tax under GST regime is imposed at the point of consumption. Third, it is saying that it is not applicable on import of goods and services. You have to tell me that regarding GST, which statements over here are correct. Please share your answers in the comment section, दोस्तों. And if you're enjoying this video and if you have not liked and shared this video, right, it is my sincere request that you please like and share this video. I'm again telling you, दोस्तों, that this is a marathon session. Today I plan to discuss 100 MCQs with you, right? So I'll give you a short break in between. But please understand that this is a marathon session and I intend to complete the set of questions that we have brought for you. So please share your answers for this question. What do you think is the answer over here, Snehashish, as well as everybody else who have joined in? Right, what is the answer for this question? For the third question. Right, Snehashish, your answer is correct. It's 1 and 2. Right, why is it 1 and 2? Because GST is also applicable on import of goods and services. So this third statement over here is a problematic statement. Let us understand basic ideas regarding GST, right? So let me try to, play with the color of the highlighter because this is too dark. Okay. Okay. And this is not visible. So let me just try to see what works and what doesn't work. Okay. This doesn't work. Let me see if black, obviously black will work. So, okay. Okay. I will be very, okay, let me use the pen rather than this thing. Let me use this. So GST basically क्या है? So GST is a single unified tax. Okay, right? So GST को लेकर आने के लिए what we have done is that we have amalgamated or we have subsumed within GST many central and state taxes. So many central and state taxes जो कि पहले impose करा जाता था उनको अब हम impose नहीं करते, उनको हमने GST के अंदर include कर लिया है, right? So GST is a type of value added tax दोस्तों, right? Whatever value addition is taking place during the production process उसके ऊपर टैक्स लगाया जा रहा है. So let us say that I purchase raw material at the rate of rupees 100 and I sell the finished product at the rate of rupees 150. Okay, so the value addition is 50 rupees. So on that 50 rupees GST will be imposed. So on the value added, what is value added? Value of the final good minus value of the intermediate good. So value of my final good is 100 and 50 and value of my intermediate good is 100 or raw material is 100. So value addition is 50. So उस 50 rupees के ऊपर जो है GST को impose करा जाता है. So this GST will be basically imposed on the manufacture on the sale of goods, right? So basically the point is that it is not a tax which is imposed at the point of production, right? Excise duty is imposed at the point of production, but GST is a consumption tax. So it will be imposed at the point of consumption. So whoever is the consumer of a particular item will pay the tax, right? So always consumer in the supply chain will pay the tax, दोस्तों. ठीक है? So that is the whole point over here, that it is a consumption based tax and we have a dual GST, right? Dual GST with the center and the states, they are simultaneously having the power, right, to levy GST. So there is a CGST and a state GST, right? So we are having a dual GST. Now the center के पास जो power है, center के पास power ये है that they can collect IGST, right? They can collect IGST on all interstate supply, right? सो दैट इज पॉइंट नंबर 1 ओवर हियर। सिमिलरली जो इंपोर्ट ऑफ गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज है उसको हम इंटरस्टेट सप्लाई ही मानेंगे। जो आपकी इंटरस्टेट सप्लाई जिसके ऊपर सेंटर के पास पावर है आईजीएसटी कलेक्ट करने का, सो इंपोर्ट ऑफ गुड्स को भी हम इंटरस्टेट सप्लाईज ही मानेंगे, राइट। सो सब्जेक्ट टू आईजीएसटी रहेगा, तो जितना भी आपका इंपोर्टेड गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज रहेगा इट विल बी सब्जेक्ट टू आईजीएसटी। सो ऑल इंपोर्टेड गुड्स विल बी चार्ज्ड आईजीएसटी, राइट। And what is IGST का rate? So IGST generally IGST is equals to CGST plus SGST. So whatever is your combined central GST plus state GST का rate, that is your IGST का rate दोस्तों, right? So these are the basic ideas that you need to keep in mind, right? If these basic ideas are clear that it is a value added tax, it's a consumption point के ऊपर tax, both center and states levied the GST on a common base of taxpayers, एंड आई सेंटर के पास पावर है कि वो इंटरस्टेट सप्लाई के ऊपर जो है, इंटरस्टेट यानी कि महाराष्ट्र गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र राजस्थान, इस प्रकार की जो सप्लाई है फ्रॉम वन स्टेट टू अनदर, उसके ऊपर आईजीएसटी कलेक्ट कर सकता है, राइट। एंड दूसरी बात ये है कि जो इंपोर्ट ऑफ गुड्स है उसके ऊपर इंटरस्टेट सप्लाईज के तौर के ऊपर आईजीएसटी को इम्पोज करा जाता है। एंड आईजीएसटी इज बेसिकली अ कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ एसजीएसटी प्लस सीजीएसटी। If all these things are very clear to you, you can very clearly see that the third statement over here is incorrect, and that is why the answer to this question should be A, 1 and 2. Moving ahead to the fourth question, दोस्तों, which is regarding WTO. Please identify the correct statements. With reference to WTO, consider the following statements. So its purpose is to ensure optimum utilization of world resources and to protect the environment. Optimum utilization and protection of environment. It aims to lessen the degree of disequilibrium in the international balance of payment of its members, right? Third, it strives to establish a rule-based trading regime in which nations cannot place arbitrary restrictions on trade. Three statements have been read out to you. आपको बताना है कि कौन से statements are correct regarding the WTO. Please share your answers for the fourth question. What do you think is the answer for the fourth question, guys? Come on. Everybody participating, even if you're not sure, friends, I encourage you to please share your answers, because जब तक आप आंसर शेयर नहीं करेंगे तब तक आपको मालूम नहीं पड़ेगा सही है गलत है। गलत हो गया तो कोई बात नहीं है, वी आर हियर टू लर्न दोस्तों, वी आर ऑल हियर टू लर्न, राइट। सो द आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन शुड बी योर ऑप्शन बी, दैट इज 1 and 3. Now, if you read the second statement again, right, if you read the second statement again, so you can very clearly see that second statement is wrong, right. अब जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल ले लीजिए कि अगर बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट के अंदर disequilibrium है, right. So what is the basic idea regarding balance of payment? Please understand that first, right. So what is balance of payment? So balance of payment is basically a register of all international transactions, right. जितने भी एक कंट्री के इंटरनेशनल ट्रांजैक्शंस है, they are registered in the balance of payment. Okay, now see, let us say that what is happening is that there is a disequilibrium in balance of payment. So what is the meaning of disequilibrium in balance of payment? इसका मतलब ये है कि payment of foreign exchange from your country is greater than receipt of foreign exchange into your country. That is the basic idea of disequilibrium in balance of payment. Like for example, right now Sri Lanka is having a disequilibrium in balance of payment, that they have to make a lot of payment, right, of foreign exchange, but their receipt or their earning or their income of foreign exchange has dried up. So payment is greater than receipt, that is the meaning of disequilibrium. And the most important point to note over here is that WTO cannot do anything. WTO does not do anything regarding this disequilibrium. It is not WTO's job, right, to reduce this disequilibrium. It is not WTO's job that they should help you in exporting more goods so that you can earn more foreign exchange. WTO is not going to help you in exporting more services so that you can earn more foreign exchange. WTO is not going to help you in reducing your import. That is not WTO's job. So this second statement over here is completely wrong. It's a blatantly wrong statement that it will help in reducing the disequilibrium in balance of payment of its members, दोस्तों. So I hope that you are understanding. I have given you all the details regarding WTO, right? So WTO was basically founded in 1995. WTO के पहले का जो organization था, which was acting as the umpire for global trade, that was GATT, that is General Agreement on Trade and Tariff, and this GATT was established in 1948, दोस्तों, right? And what was the objective of GATT, right? The GATT was created so that we could sort of monitor multilateral trade agreements. GATT was created so that we could provide equal opportunities to countries so that they can all participate in international trade. Now WTO as a successor organization was expected to continue that. What is WTO trying to do? It is basically trying to establish a rule-based trading regime in which countries cannot place arbitrary restriction on trade. Arbitrarily, India cannot stop trading with any country. Any country cannot arbitrarily just, if they don't want to trade, they will not trade with India. It will not happen like that. There are certain rules. Everybody has to follow those rules. All these things are clear. Apart from that, WTO will ensure optimum utilization of your resources. Point over here. And obviously, WTO will want the trade to happen in such a manner that we are trying to protect the environment also at the same time, so that we are having sustainable development. So this point is also correct. And it is the IMF's agenda, dosto. It is the IMF's agenda. It is the IMF's mandate that they will help you in reducing the disequilibrium in your international balance of payment. So IMF will suggest reforms to you, that what are the kind of steps that you should take. What are the kind of steps that you should take so that you can increase your receipt of foreign exchange, right? As well as you can reduce your expenditure of foreign exchange. So whatever steps need to be taken, to achieve this, right? So these kinds of steps or these kinds of policy changes will be suggested to us by the International Monetary Fund. Please keep that in mind. Moving ahead to the next question. Please answer this question. Proportional income tax may be considered automatic stabilizer, balanced budget, sin tax, or Pigovian tax. What do you think is the answer over here for the fifth question? Sahil, Jai Hind, and good morning to all of you. Right? Snehashi, yes, it is the IMF's job and not the WTO's job. Right? Chali, let us answer the fifth question. Proportional income tax. So it's okay if you are making mistakes. It's okay if you don't know the answer. We are all here to learn. Just keep that in mind. It's all okay. Proportional income tax. What is it? Is it an automatic stabilizer, balanced budget, sin tax, Pigovian tax? So I will share the answer. The answer over here is A, that it's an automatic stabilizer. Now let us read and understand. Let us read and understand what's happening over here. So first, what is automatic stabilizer? इसको हम understand करने की कोशिश करते हैं. So automatic stabilizers उस प्रकार के policies और programs है, right, which helps in reducing the fluctuation in nation's economic activity, right? जैसे for example, if production is declining too much, automatic stabilizer will help in bringing production back up near the normal. If prices are going too high, automatic stabilizers are those policies which will try to bring the policies or try to bring the prices down to the normal level. If unemployment is going really high, so automatic stabilizers will be the kind of policies which will try to, bring that unemployment down. If growth rate or the GDP growth rate of the economy is going really down, so automatic stabilizers, right, they are the kind of policies which will try to bring the GDP growth back on track. Now this automatic stabilizer is automatic. It is not manual, right? So government does not need to manually interfere. RBI does not need to manually interfere. Automatically these policies are there and they will try to bring your economy back to the normal trajectory, right? Now, what are these automatic stabilizers? So corporate tax, personal tax, these are automatic stabilizers, दोस्तों, right? ट्रांसफर सिस्टम सच एज अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट इंश्योरेंस, ये भी एक ऑटोमेटिक स्टेबिलाईजर है, राइट? अब जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल ले लीजिए कि इफ यू आर नॉट हैविंग अ गुड इनकम, right, so you will pay lower tax. Automatically you will pay a lower tax, okay? And if you are having a greater income, right, you will pay a higher tax, okay? Let us say that unemployment insurance, let us say that you are employed, so government will not provide you any insurance or government will not provide you any allowance. But let us say that you are unemployed, so in that case government will provide you some kind of an allowance, right, so that you can take care of your basic needs, okay? So it will help you, and it will help you in, maintaining a minimum level of demand. It will help you in maintaining a minimum level of standard of living, right? So your standard of living, your demand level will not collapse dramatically. So automatic stabilizers, they stabilize the economic cycle. Like I said, they stabilize the economic cycle. Government does not need to interfere, right? Like for example, spending and tax rules, right? So your expenditure can increase or your taxes can decrease, right? Whenever there is a decrease in demand, right, so your expenditure can increase. So how will automatic stabilizer work? Let us say that there is falling demand, right? So in the process of falling demand, what the automatic stabilizer will do, right, it will increase government expenditure. Because of increased government expenditure, demand will increase, right? Or let us say that demand is falling down. So in this scenario, what will the automatic stabilizer do? It will reduce your tax, right? It will reduce your tax. Because of reduced taxation, right, you have to pay less to the government. So what will happen is that your personal disposable income, पर्सनल डिस्पोजेबल इनकम यानी कि वो इनकम जो आपकी रहती है, जिसको आप खर्च कर सकते हो, जिसको आप सेव कर सकते हो, दैट इज कॉल्ड पर्सनल डिस्पोजेबल इनकम। तो जो आपकी पर्सनल डिस्पोजेबल इनकम है, you can do whatever the hell you want to do with that personal disposable income. That increases because you're paying lower tax, and since your personal disposable income increases, so you will increase demand. So you can very clearly see that these policies that in certain scenarios government expenditure will automatically increase, or these policies in which the level of taxation will automatically decrease, these kinds of policies are called automatic stabilizers दोस्तों. So I've already explained to you. So automatic stabilizers, right? अब जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल, राइट, सो पर्पस ऑफ ऑटोमेटिक स्टेबलाइजर क्या है कि जो नेगेटिव कॉन्सिक्वेंस है, अब जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल ले लीजिए कि अगर डिमांड डिक्लाइन होती है, राइट, इफ लेट अस से दैट द डिमांड डिक्लाइंस, सो व्हाट इज द नेगेटिव कॉन्सिक्वेंस? प्रोडक्शन विल डिक्लाइन. उसका नेगेटिव कॉन्सिक्वेंस क्या है? जॉब्स विल डिक्लाइन. ठीक है. उसका नेगेटिव कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस क्या है कि जो आपकी इनकम है वो डिक्लाइन करेगी. अगर लोगों की इनकम डिक्लाइन करेगी तो उसका नेगेटिव कंसिक्वेंस क्या है? कंजम्पशन डिक्लाइन करेगा. अगर कंजम्पशन डिक्लाइन करेगा तो उसका नेगेटिव कंसिक्वेंस क्या है कि जो लोगों का स्टैंड ऑफ लिविंग है वो डिक्लाइन करेगा, राइट? और ऐसा सब कुछ होगा तो लोग फर्दर और अपना खर्चा कम कर देंगे क्योंकि इनकम कम हो चुकी है. सो दे विल रिड्यूस देयर डिमांड फर्दर. So we want to avoid these negative consequences, right? So that is why these automatic stabilizers help us दोस्तों, right? Now for example, अब जैसे for example individual taxpayer earn higher wages, so इस additional income के ऊपर higher tax rate लगा दिया गया है, right? So if wages fall, individuals will remain in the lower tax as dictated by his earned income, right? So what happens is that higher the income, higher the tax, right? Higher the income, higher the tax, lower the income, lower the tax, right? So higher the income, higher the tax की वजह से गवर्नमेंट के पास रेवेन्यू आ जाता है. लोअर द इनकम, लोअर द टैक्स या जीरो टैक्स की वजह से आपके पास पैसा बच जाता है. तो हम यहाँ पर इस क्वेश्चन को थोड़ा सा मॉडिफाई भी कर सकते थे. वी कुड हैव सेड दैट प्रोग्रेसिव इनकम टैक्स should be considered as what? So progressive income tax should be considered as an automatic stabilizer, right? So even that would have made sense, right? It would have made more sense कि अगर हमने बात कर ली होती थी कि प्रोग्रेसिव इनकम टैक्स, बिकॉज सी व्हाट इज द ब्यूटी ऑफ प्रोग्रेसिव इनकम टैक्स? प्रोग्रेसिव इनकम टैक्स जो है इट इंक्रीजेस, इट इज परसेंटेज ऑफ टैक्स इंक्रीजेस with increase in income. So as the income goes up, so the percentage tax that you pay, it increases. As the income goes down, the percentage tax that you pay decreases. So this is an automatic stabilizer. Is this clear to all of you? साहिल, स्नेहाशीष, as well as everybody else, कंसेप्ट ऑफ ऑटोमेटिक स्टेबलाइजर आपको समझ में आ गया क्या दोस्तों? यहाँ पर जो मैंने आप लोगों को ये लिख लिख कर बता रहा हूँ, प्लीज गिव मी अ फीडबैक दैट इज दिस हेल्पफुल. ये जो चीजें हम यहाँ पर लिख रहे हैं, इज दिस हेल्पफुल गाइस? Because see, I cannot type so much on the screen, right? And I feel that by doing this I'm giving you a very clear picture, very clear idea. So please give me a feedback whether this is helpful or not, because if this is not helpful and if this is irritating and annoying for the student, then we need not do it. But I think that it is going to be tremendously helpful having these kinds of thought processes put into place. Is this clear, Sahil? Is this clear, Snehashish? Right? Chaliye, then let us move ahead guys to the next question. This is the next question regarding REITs. With reference to REITs, consider the following statements. Please read the question and answer. Share your answers. Thank you, Maurya. Thank you, Maurya, for being here. What is REITs? Real Estate Investment Trusts. See now, common sense क्या बोलता है कि this is a trust kind of an organization. What is the purpose? Purpose is to invest money. Invest money in which sector? Invest money in the real estate sector, right? So logically speaking, investment into the real estate sector, this looks correct, right? And what is the meaning of a trust? Trust is basically a kind of a body which is created by many members. Multiple members are involved in creating a trust, right? And all these mutual fund companies, etc., they also have to establish some kind of a trust, right? So the idea is that if they are mutual fund like institutions, right, and you know that even mutual funds have to establish some kind of a trust, and नाम से ही समझ में आ रहा है that they invest in real estate, और वही चीज यहाँ पर लिखी हुई है. So first statement looks obviously correct. So the answer to this question is C, both 1 and 2, right? You will read the explanation regarding REITs. Complete explanation regarding REITs has been provided. I will share this particular PDF through my Telegram channel. You can take it, download from there and read it. Okay. Moving ahead to the seventh question. Which of the following is slash are not used for national income accounting? Right? Consumption method, value added method, investment method. Right? Please remember that we are asking which of the following is not used for national income accounting. National income accounting करने के लिए हम कौन सा मेथड नहीं यूज करते हैं? राइट? कंजम्पशन मेथड, वैल्यू एडेड मेथड, इन्वेस्टमेंट मेथड दोस्तों. So you should know the three methods of calculating the national income. That is what you should know over here. Right? Thank you so much, Maurya. It means a lot. Please share the answer for the seventh question. What do you think is the answer for the seventh question, guys? So, guys, the answer over here should be your option C, that is 1 and 3. We have already discussed in our classes on Unacademy platform, right, that there are three methods of calculating GDP. There is the income method, right? So, what is the income method? Basically, you add up all the income that people are having in the form of rent, wages, interest, and profit. Then there is the expenditure method, right? The expenditure method के अंदर हम क्या करते हैं कि जो भी एक्सपेंडिचर होने लग रहा है ऑन डोमेस्टिकली प्रोड्यूस गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज उसको हम लोग एड अप कर लेते हैं. सो दैट इज C प्लस I प्लस G प्लस NX, ये हमने पढ़ा है. अगर आपको नहीं आते तो आप चिंता मत कीजिए, मैं आपको सिखाऊंगा. राइट? सो इनकम मेथड, एक्सपेंडिचर मेथड, एंड देन देयर इज द वैल्यू एडेड मेथड. वैल्यू एडेड मेथड क्या बोलता है दोस्तों? सो वैल्यू एडेड मेथड का बेसिक आइडिया इज दैट यू सम अप द value added by all producers in economy, right? That will give you the basic idea ki what is the total value of final goods and services produced, and total value of final goods and services produced is nothing but your GDP dosto, right? So these are the three methods. What are the three methods that you need to keep in mind? You have the income method, you have the expenditure method, and you have the value added method. Now you can very clearly see over here that there is no such thing as consumption method. You can very clearly see that there is no such thing as investment method, and therefore the right answer to this question is C, 1 and 3. Moving ahead to the eighth question. With reference to NAM, that is National Agriculture Market, consider the following statements and tell me which statements are correct. So it is a pan-India, that is all India electronic trading portal for agricultural produce. It will be implemented as a central sector scheme and it will be binding on all states. Which statements are correct regarding National Agriculture Market? Please share your answers for the eighth question. Right. So the answer over here is A, 1 and 2, because this binding wala statement is not correct. Okay, it is not binding on all the states. Basics about NAM have been provided to you over here. So what is NAM? It's a pan-India, that is all India electronic trading portal. Like we have a share market, which is an all India market, electronic market, everybody can see what is happening. So similarly, we are trying to create NAM, which is going to be an all India electronic trading portal. And what will it do? It will network the existing APMCs. जितनी भी आपकी एग्रीकल्चर प्रोड्यूस मार्केटिंग कमिटीज है, राइट, जहां पर फार्मर जाकर अपने गुड्स सेल करते हैं, अपने क्रॉप्स एक्सेट्रा को सेल करते हैं, तो सारे एग्जिस्टिंग एपीएमसीज को नेटवर्क करना चाहता है, राइट, so that we can have a unified market. What is the advantage of having a unified market? So unified market will help in price discovery. Farmers will understand what is the correct price that is prevailing across the entire country. So if they are getting a better price anywhere else, so they will try to sell their produce to that trader who is located somewhere where the prices are higher, right? So that is the beauty of NAM, that it will help in proper price discovery and increase profits for the farmer दोस्तों, right? It is being implemented as a central sector scheme, and NAM को जो implement करना start करा था, तो we had created ATIF, that is Agri-Tech Infrastructure Fund. So this implementation will be done through the Agri-Tech Infrastructure Fund, right? It is voluntary on states, right? It is voluntary on states. You want to join, join. Don't want to join, don't join, right? So we are trying to incentivize the states to join. We are not forcing anybody to join. We have still kept it, you know, voluntary for states to join, right? So the idea is that if you join, right, so you will get some help from the government of India. If you're a state who are, you know, implementing NAM related this thing, so you will get some help, but it is still voluntary for you. It's not binding. NAM के multiple advantages have been mentioned over here, so you can read that on your own time, दोस्तों. Moving ahead to the ninth question. Now there is a statement given here regarding fiat money, okay, and two statements have been provided regarding fiat money, and you have to tell me which statements are correct. So fiat money does not have an intrinsic value of its own. Fiat money cannot be refused by any citizen of the country for settlement of any transaction. Which statements here are correct? Regarding fiat money, please share your answers for the 9th question, दोस्तों. We are here to discuss 100 questions through this marathon session. Soon we will be completing 10% of the marathon, दोस्तों, and we will be increasing our speed a little going ahead. Right? Snehashish, as well as Maurya, as well as everybody else, Sahil, as well as everybody else, guys, please comment your answers. Please comment something. Don't be silent, दोस्तों. You know that there has to be communication. So the answer for the 9th question should be your option C. Let us understand. So fiat money is like, my rupee note, right? So it does not have any intrinsic value. So gold had intrinsic value, right? Gold was valuable in itself. Gold का खुद का value था. Plus we were using gold as a currency, right? आज का जो हमारा रुपी है उसका खुद का कोई वैल्यू नहीं है दोस्तों. आज का जो हमारा रुपी है उसका खुद का कोई वैल्यू नहीं है. Because it is not, अब जैसे for example, cattle. So cattle, if you are using cattle as money, so cattle has some intrinsic value. I can use cattle for milk, I can use it for meat, I can use it for other dairy products, other animal related products. So cattle का खुद का use है. There is an intrinsic value within the cattle, उसका खुद का use है. Plus we can use cattle as money, right? In let us say 3000 years ago we were doing this. बट आज की जो करेंसी है, पेपर बेस्ड करेंसी, चीप मेटल बेस्ड करेंसी, ये करेंसी का, पेपर का या इस करेंसी के मेटल का कोई खुद का कोई यूज नहीं है दोस्तों, राइट? सो द आइडिया इज दैट फिएट मनी डज नॉट हैव अ इंट्रिंसिक वैल्यू, राइट? दे डू नॉट हैव एनी अंडरलाइंग वैल्यू, राइट? सो अब जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल द मोमेंट वी रियलाइज दैट आफ्टर डीमोनेटाइजेशन दिस 500 रुपीज का नोट एंड दिस 1000 रुपी का नोट इज गोइंग टू बी यूजलेस, सो वी वर रेडी टू थ्रो दिस नोट अवे. वी वांटेड टू गेट रिड ऑफ दिस मनी इमीडिएटली, राइट? दैट वाई? बिकॉज उसका खुद का कोई यूज ही नहीं है, एंड सिंस इट इज नॉट गोइंग टू बी करेंसी, तो उसको रखने का कोई मतलब नहीं है दोस्तों, राइट? सो एज दीज नोट्स दे लैक्ड इंट्रिंसिक वैल्यू, देयरफॉर देयर वाज नो पॉइंट इन कीपिंग दीज नोट्स दोस्तों. फिएट मनी फिएट मनी का मतलब क्या होता है दोस्तों? इट इज मनी बिकॉज ऑफ फिएट. व्हाट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ फिएट? फिएट मीन्स द गवर्नमेंट ऑर्डर, राइट? कि government has ordered that you have to use this currency, or you have to use this note, or you have to use this coin as a currency. So fiat means that there is a government order. So fiat currency or fiat money is very close to being a legal tender, and you cannot refuse to accept that currency because it's a legal tender. So you cannot refuse to accept that money. Abhi, so this idea of fiat money, and this idea of legal tender, they are very close to each other, dosto. All fiat monies, wherever they exist, they are also legal tenders, right? So that is why the idea over here is that both statements 1 and 2 is correct, and that is why the answer to this question is C, 1 and 2. I hope that this is clear. Moving ahead to the 10th question. Which of the following slash are the components of trade balance? Trade in goods, trade in services, net transfers दोस्तों. So friends, I would like to tell you, अगर आपने कल रात को everyday economics का वीडियो देखा है regarding current account deficit, so this is a very easy question for you to answer. On Everyday Economics YouTube channel, I will be creating literally hundreds of short videos for you, discussing concepts, important updates, important questions, etc. Right? I'll really make economics fun for you, dosto. So if you have seen that update of mine, this is a very simple question for you to answer. Please share your answers. Sahil, Snehashish, Maurya, as well as everybody else who are participating, please share your answers for the 10th question. So friends, the answer over here should be your option A, right? So let me tell you very clearly how it is working, right? So see, the idea is that balance of payment, which I've already explained to you, balance of payment is basically a record of all international transactions. So balance of payment क्या है दोस्तों? Balance of payment के अंदर दो accounts है. There is a capital account plus there is a current account. All right. Now within the current account, there are two accounts. Within the current account, there are two accounts, right? There is a trade account. Plus there is an invisibles account. Right? Now in this trade account or trade balance, what gets recorded? In this trade account or the trade balance, what gets recorded? So all your export of goods plus all your import of goods, all these things get recorded in your trade account. That is what I want to say over here. So the idea is that you should know that current account is a part of balance of payment. In current account, we are recording trade, right, of goods and services, plus we are also recording trade of invisibles. That is the basic idea over here that you should know. And so far as your trade account is concerned, so trade account is basically a account of export of goods and import of goods, and therefore you can very clearly see that the answer to this question should be your option A, that is one only. I hope that this is clear. Moving ahead to the 11th question. Right now, 11th question is regarding systemically important financial institutions. You have to consider the statements and tell me कौन से statements correct है. These are institutions जिसका failure will cause disruption in the wider financial market. These institutions they enjoy an implicit sovereign guarantee against failure. ICICI SBI banks are domestic systemically important banks. Which statements are correct regarding SIFI, that is systemically important financial institutions? Statement 1 बोल रहा है कि इनका फेलियर डिसरप्शन कॉज करेगा इन द वाइडर फाइनेंशियल मार्केट. स्टेटमेंट 2 बोल रहा है कि देयर इज एन इम्प्लिसिट सॉवरेन गारंटी, इनको फेल नहीं होने दिया जाएगा. स्टेटमेंट 3 बोल रहा है कि आरबीआई ने आईसीआईसी और एसबीआई को डिक्लेयर करा है एज डोमेस्टिक सिस्टमिकली इंपॉर्टेंट बैंक्स. प्लीज शेयर योर आंसर्स फॉर द 10th क्वेश्चन. What do you think is the answer? So Maurya, I see your answer is D, right? So answer over here is indeed D. Very good guys. Systemically important banks का पूरा डिटेल यहाँ पर दे रखा है. ठीक है, they are too big to fail. ये इतने बड़े फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, we cannot allow them to fail, right? So if they are in distress or if they fail, right? तो ये इतने बड़े इंस्टीट्यूशंस है, right? ये इतना कनेक्टेड इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स हैं, ये पूरी इकोनॉमी के साथ कनेक्टेड है, राइट कि अगर ये फेल करेंगे सो देयर विल बी अ डिसरप्शन इन द वाइडर फाइनेंशियल मार्केट, राइट. एंड स्टेट बैंक ऑफ इंडिया, आईसीआईसीआई, नाउ इवन एचडीएफसी, दे आर डीसेप्स दोस्तों. डीसेप्स दैट इज डोमेस्टिकली सिस्टमिकली इंपॉर्टेंट बैंक्स दोस्तों. ठीक है, so these are very big to fail, too big to fail दोस्तों. The most important idea that you need to keep in mind is that these institutions are so big, so big, so big, so big, so big that we cannot allow them to fail, full stop. Moving ahead to the 12th question. And what is the meaning of this? That there is an implicit sovereign guarantee. Implicit sovereign guarantee मतलब RBI and the government of India will not allow these institutions to fail. So even if they are facing financial stress, somebody will step in to help them. So we are not explicitly saying it. ये कहीं पर लिखा हुआ नहीं है, but ये unsaid है दोस्तों. ये unsaid है कि ये इतने इंपॉर्टेंट है कि इन्हें फेल नहीं होने दिया जाएगा दोस्तों. राइट, मूविंग अहेड टू द 12th क्वेश्चन. Which of the following best describes tariff and non-tariff barriers? So आपको बताना है कि टैरिफ बैरियर का और नॉन टैरिफ बैरियर का डिस्क्रिप्शन बेस्ट कौन से ऑप्शन के अंदर दिया गया है, ए बी सी एंड डी को पढ़ के. प्लीज शेयर योर आंसर्स फॉर द 12th क्वेश्चन. टैरिफ जो है टैक्स ऑन इंपोर्ट्स है एक्सपोर्ट्स पे, राइट, वेयर एज नॉन टैरिफ इज फ्री एंट्री ऑफ गुड्स. Tariff is general restriction on imports and exports, whereas non-tariff is a tax on listed goods and services. Tariff is a tax on imports and exports, whereas non-tariff is a form of non-tariff, non-tax restrictions on trade. टैरिफ जो है कंट्री के इंटरनल ट्रेड के लिए, वेयर इज नॉन टैरिफ जो है फॉर इंटरनेशनल ट्रेड के लिए है. तो आपको देखते ही मालूम पड़ जाना चाहिए, अगर आपको डेफिनेशन मालूम है दोस्तों, तो आपको देखते ही मालूम पड़ जाना चाहिए कि टैरिफ नॉन टैरिफ का मतलब क्या है. अगर इकोनॉमिक्स के अंदर दोस्तों आपके डेफिनेशंस भी अगर आपको क्लियरली अंडरस्टैंडेबल है दोस्तों, तो आपको क्वेश्चन सॉल्व करने के अंदर हेल्प करेगा. और मैं मेरे एवरीडे इकोनॉमिक्स चैनल के थ्रू दोस्तों आपको बहुत सारे डेफिनेशंस क्लियर करवाऊंगा दोस्तों. रेगुलर बेसिस के ऊपर आपको वीडियोस देने की कोशिश करूंगा डेफिनेशंस की, ताकि अगर आप नए लर्नर है और आप डेफिनेशंस क्लियर करना चाहते हैं, बेसिक बेसिक कंसेप्ट क्लियर करना चाहते हैं, तो उसका बड़े आराम से कर पाएंगे दोस्तों यूजिंग दिस चैनल. राइट, सो 12th ऑप्शन का आंसर इज सी ओवर हियर. राइट, सो लेट अस अंडरस्टैंड दोस्तों कि ये क्या है दोस्तों. ठीक है, सी व्हाट हैपेंस इज दैट यू नो, लेट अस से दैट वी वांट टू reduce imports into India. Reduce imports into India. ठीक है, so how do we reduce imports into India? So what we can do is that we can increase import duty. Import duty को increase करने से क्या होएगा कि let us say 100 रुपीज का आइटम है, बट सरकार ने उसके ऊपर टैक्स लगा दिया तो वो 150 का हो गया. Because it has become 150, that means that it has become expensive, right? It becomes expensive. So let us say कि you know it becomes expensive, and let us say कि जो domestic item है, domestic item becomes attractive. Why domestic item becomes attractive? Let us say that domestic item का price is 140 rupees, right? So you will rather purchase 140 rupees का domestic item rather than purchasing 150 rupees का imported item. So increasing import duty is one of the steps you can take to reduce imports, right? So this is a tariff barrier, tax barrier. What is the meaning of tariff barrier? What is the meaning of tariff barrier? That we have imposed a tax. Are you getting my point? Let us say this is one way of stopping trade or reducing imports, right? Another way of reducing imports is that government of India can say that you know XYZ fertilizer should not have been used. If you have used XYZ fertilizer to make this crop, then we will not allow that item to be imported into India. So let us say that you know कोई टैक्स तो लगाया नहीं है, बट एक प्रकार का बैरियर लगा दिया, राइट? कि अगर आपने ये फर्टिलाइजर यूज करा तो आपके सामान को नहीं आने देंगे, अगर आपने ऐसे पैकेजिंग करा तो आपके सामान को नहीं आने देंगे. सो द बेसिक आइडिया इज दैट नॉन टैरिफ बैरियर, राइट? सो दे आर नॉन टैक्स बैरियर। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल आई गिव यू द सेकंड एग्जांपल कि ये टैक्स यूज करा है, ये फर्टिलाइजर यूज करा है, तो हम आपके गुड्स को इंपोर्ट नहीं होने देंगे। आपने ये प्रकार से पैकेजिंग करी है तो आपके गुड्स को हम इंपोर्ट नहीं होने देंगे। तो वो नॉन टैरिफ प्रकार का बैरियर है कि नॉन टैक्स बैरियर है। और टैरिफ जो है वो टैक्स है ऑन इंपोर्ट्स एंड एक्सपोर्ट्स दोस्तों। आई होप दैट दिस इज क्लियर। मूविंग अहेड टू द 13th क्वेश्चन दोस्तों। Which among the following factors have led to increase in outsourcing of jobs to India? Growth of fast modes of communication, availability of skilled manpower in India, low wage rates of workers in India दोस्तों। If you have discussed the NCRTs with me, right, particularly if you have discussed the 11th standard NCRT with me, then you should be very comfortable in answering this question, right? Or you have discussed the 10th standard NCRT का 4th chapter with me, then you should be very comfortable in answering this question over here दोस्तों। I would again like to remind the new viewers दोस्तों that you can get an additional 10% discount if you use the educator code AVI UPSC on unacademy courses for UPSC, RBI, etc. दोस्तों। So you can use my code while enrolling into these courses. Please share your answers for the 13th question. Right? What do you think? So दोस्तों answer over here should be your option D. All the three statements are correct. This is a very simple question, right? Because of fast internet, right? So workers in India can very easily collaborate, communicate, cooperate with workers or with offices in America, right? We have skilled manpower available, right? Skilled manpower, English educated, engineering kind of manpower, etc. is available, right? So we can use this kind of a manpower to provide call center services, knowledge services, right? Consultancy services, etc. abroad, right? And the wage rates are lower over here. We are ready to work at a lower salary. So if a European country or an American company, right, if they compare the wages in their country and wages in India, so obviously wages in India are lower. So they prefer to hire workers who can work from here via the internet. These workers are skilled and they're ready to work at much lower wages as compared to their European and American counterparts. Because of all these factors, outsourcing of jobs has increased, and that is why the answer to this question is D 1, 2 and 3. I hope that this is clear. Outsourcing means that you are sending job, let us say, from one country to another country, which is generally from let us say developed country to a developing country. That work is getting outsourced because of these advantages. Moving ahead to the 14th question regarding National Investment and Infrastructure Fund. आपको दो स्टेटमेंट दिए हैं, right? It is a fund which is created to maximize infrastructure development in greenfield projects only. There is an only over here. All right, please be careful of this only. It will be funded through disinvestment proceeds of central public sector enterprises. Which statements are correct regarding National Investment and Infrastructure Fund? So we have created this fund so that we can provide money, provide investment into the infrastructure sector. You need to tell me which two statements are correct over here regarding this particular fund दोस्तों, right? So please share your answers for the 14th question, right? Say Sahil, Maurya, Snehashish, what do you think is the answer for the 14th question over here? So guys, the answer to this question, 14th question, is your option D, right? Let us understand why this is the case, right? Let us understand why this is the case. See, now the point over here is that we will first understand statement 2 is not correct and statement 1 is not correct, right? So the idea is that we have created NIIF, that is National Investment and Infrastructure Fund. Why have we created this fund? So that we can put money into the infrastructure sector, right? So whether your project is a brownfield project or whether your project is a greenfield project, brownfield project or a greenfield project, you will get money. Greenfield project वो होता है दोस्तों, right, जिसको आपने स्क्रैच से डेवलप करना स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं, वहां पर कुछ भी एग्जिस्ट नहीं करता है, उसको हम ग्रीन फील्ड प्रोजेक्ट कहते हैं। एंड ब्राउन फील्ड प्रोजेक्ट का मतलब ये है कि आपके पास ऑलरेडी कुछ पुराना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, उसको आप लोग रिपेयर कर रहे हो, रिन्यू कर रहे हो, राइट? दैट इज कॉल्ड ब्राउन फील्ड इन्वेस्टमेंट. So greenfield is from scratch, brownfield is upgradation or let us say renewal of something which is already existing. So we are going to use the money in this fund whether for greenfield projects or for brownfield projects दोस्तों, इसमें कोई भी ये restriction नहीं है, right? So you can very clearly see that your greenfield only thing is absolutely not correct, okay? And that is why the first statement is wrong. Second statement की जो बात करी जा रही है, right? So infrastructure finance companies जो है, right, ये लोग इन द NIF जो है इज अ बैंकर ऑफ द बैंकर ऑफ द बैंकर, राइट? सो इट विल रिसीव एंड इन्वेस्ट disinvestment proceeds of CPSE, right? So the idea over here, it will be funded through disinvestment proceeds of CPSE. So I think that this should be correct over here. There is no problem over here. My answer is wrong over here, right? This looks to be correct because clearly we know it as a matter of fact कि NIIF was set up to receive and invest distribution proceeds of CPSEs दोस्तों, right? So इसको ये गलत बोलना जरूरी नहीं है दोस्तों. So the answer over here is B2 only. Keep that in mind. So 14B का जो आपने आंसर दिया है स्नेहाशीष, योर आंसर इज करेक्ट. शाश्वत जो आपने आंसर डी दिया है वो आंसर गलत है शाश्वत. वेलकम टू द डिस्कशन शाश्वत. Moving ahead to the 15th question, easy question regarding effective revenue deficit. Now what do you understand by effective revenue deficit? It is fiscal deficit minus net interest payment. It is total revenue expenditure minus total revenue receipts. It is revenue deficit minus grants for creation of capital assets. It is total government expenditure minus total government receipts. What is effective revenue deficit? Please share your answers. Again, it's a simple definition based question जो कि आपको आ जाएगा अगर आपने पढ़ रखा है और अच्छे से रिवाइज कर रखा है दोस्तों. दोनों चीजें कर रखी है तो ये क्वेश्चन आपके लिए आसान बनना चाहिए, राइट? सो सी द आइडिया ऑफ इफेक्टिव रेवेन्यू डेफिसिट इज दैट इट इज योर ऑप्शन नंबर सी दोस्तों. दैट इज रेवेन्यू डेफिसिट minus grants for creation of capital assets. I'll explain to you basic concept over here. See, please understand that what is revenue deficit. Revenue deficit is equals to revenue expenditure minus revenue receipt. This is what the idea of revenue deficit is. This is the idea of revenue deficit. Okay. Now, what is the problem with revenue deficit is that revenue deficit is considered wasteful, right? Revenue deficit is considered undesirable, right? And the idea over here is that governments के ऊपर pressure रहता है that you should reduce your revenue deficit. But what did the government of India say? Government of India said that a part of our revenue expenditure, right, through our revenue expenditure we are also giving grants, and these grants are used for creation of capital assets, right? Infrastructure etc को create करने के लिए grants को use करा जाता है. So these grants which are used for the creation of capital assets, these grants are not wasteful, right? These grants are useful. These grants are productive, right? So our entire revenue deficit is not wasteful, right? Our entire revenue deficit is not wasteful because within revenue deficit, we are also calculating the grants that we are giving for creation of capital assets. So we should find out effective revenue deficit. Government of India said that we should find out effective revenue deficit. And what is effective revenue deficit? It is revenue deficit minus grants for creation of capital assets दोस्तों, right? तो ये करने के बाद जो नंबर आता है, right? That number, that effective revenue deficit is something which should be minimized is what the government is saying. So let us say that the revenue deficit is 10,000 crores, right? And let us say that the grants for creation of capital assets is 3,000 crores. So 3,000 crore is not wasteful. So reduce that 3,000 crore. Whatever is the effective revenue deficit, that is, let us say 7,000 crore, that should be considered wasteful. That should be considered undesirable, or let us say consumption oriented. And if possible, we should try and reduce that. That is the concept of effective revenue deficit. So you can clearly see that the answer to this question is C. Moving ahead to the 16th question, dosto. With reference to Industrial Policy Resolution 1956, consider the following statements and tell me which statements are correct. Now this policy formed the basis of the first 5-year plan. This policy was used for promoting industry in backward regions. This policy barred the entry of private sector in any industry. Which statements are correct over here regarding Industrial Policy Resolution 1956, right? Please share your answers. Shashwat, Maurya, Snehashish, Sahil, right? Please share your answers for the 16th question dosto, right? We have nearly exhausted 1 hour. We'll increase the speed a little bit in the second hour dosto, right? Please share your answers, and whatever answers you are giving, Maurya as well as Shashwat, please make sure that 16A, 16B, 16C, 16D, something like that. That is very important because otherwise we will not understand कि आपका आंसर जो आने लग रहा है वो कौन से क्वेश्चन का आंसर आने लग रहा है दोस्तों. Alright, so friends, you can see over here that the answer to this question should be your option B. Why? Because see, this 1956 वाला जो आपका industrial policy resolution है, it formed the basis not for the first 5-year plan, for the second 5-year plan, right? Third statement is wrong because we did not bar the entry. We did not bar the entry of private sector in any industry. No, this is an extreme statement, right? We said that your public sector, what did we say in the industrial policy resolution? We said that the public sector, it will be occupying the commanding heights of the economy. What is the meaning of public sector occupying the commanding heights of the economy? इसका मतलब ये है कि all the core industries, important industries, critical sectors के अंदर public sector will move ahead and invest money and make sure that these sectors are doing well, right? And what will the private sector do? Private sector will play a complementary role. राइट, वॉट एवर दे कैन डू, वॉट एवर इज विद इन देयर स्ट्रेंथ, दैट इज वॉट द प्राइवेट सेक्टर विल डू. तो ऐसा बोला गया था. सो यू कैन क्लियरली सी दैट द आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन इज बी, टू ओनली. राइट, अगर इसका आपको और डिटेल पढ़ना है, सो आई एम प्रोवाइडेड इट इन माय नोट, एंड माय नोट विल बी अवेलेबल थ्रू माय टेलीग्राम चैनल. यू कैन जॉइन माय टेलीग्राम चैनल. मूविंग अहेड टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. राइट, which among the following statements is correct with respect to green GDP? So it is a term used for GDP after adjusting for environmental damage. It is a measure to check growth of greenhouse effect in the ecosystem. It is the proportion of GDP which is used for afforestation efforts. It calculates the economic consequences of loss of biodiversity in GDP for. What is the correct statement with respect to green GDP? Please share your answers for the 17th question. Shashwat, Snehashish, Maurya, Sahil, please share your answers, guys. What do you think is the answer over here for the 17th question? So friends, the answer to this question should be your option A. It is a term which is used for GDP after adjusting for environmental damage. So please read and understand this over here. Right, I am going to use the highlighter because it is better to use the highlighter. So green GDP is a term which is used for expressing GDP. We are expressing GDP आफ्टर मेकिंग द एडजस्टमेंट फॉर एनवायरमेंटल डैमेज. राइट, ये आपको बताता है कि जो आपकी इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ है, राइट, सो व्हाट इज द एनवायरमेंटल कॉन्सिक्वेंस ऑफ दैट ग्रोथ. राइट, तो वो जो भी इन्वायरमेंटल कॉन्सिक्वेंसेज ऑफ योर इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ है उसको हम माइनस कर देते हैं. आपने अगर सपोज कर लीजिए ग्रोथ करने के लिए एनवायरमेंट को डैमेज करा, राइट, सो जो आपने एनवायरमेंट को डैमेज करा है उसकी वजह से आपका जीडीपी लोअर हो जाना चाहिए, बिकॉज वो जो एनवायरमेंट को डैमेज करा है ग्रोथ के चक्कर के अंदर, आज नहीं तो कल आपको उसका कॉस्ट पे करना पड़ेगा और वो आपको बाइट बैक करने वाला है. सो द आइडिया इज कि जो एनवायरमेंटल कॉन्सिक्वेंसेज है जीडीपी ग्रोथ का उसको हम माइनस कर देते हैं जीडीपी के अंदर से, तो हमारे को ग्रीन जीडीपी मिलता है दोस्तों. सो ग्रीन जीडीपी जो है मोनेटाइज करता है लॉस ऑफ बायोडाइवर्सिटी को. राइट, जो भी आपके क्लाइमेट चेंज से रिलेटेड कॉस्ट है उसको मोनेटाइज करता है और आपके जीडीपी से माइनस करता है दोस्तों. राइट, so some environmental experts prefer physical indicators such as waste per capita, carbon dioxide per year, right? but मोटी बात ये है कि what is green GDP? It is your GDP after adjusting for environmental damage. तो जितना ज्यादा ग्रीन जीडीपी है उतना अच्छी बात है. राइट, बिकॉज सी व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इज दैट यहाँ पर आपको समझना क्या है कि जीडीपी माइनस मान लीजिए एनवायरमेंटल डैमेज इज इक्वल टू मान लीजिए आपका ग्रीन जीडीपी. राइट, तो जितना ज्यादा ग्रीन जीडीपी है यानी कि उतना कम आपका एनवायरमेंटल डैमेज है. राइट, तो उसको अच्छा माना जाएगा दोस्तों. तो जितना आप एनवायरमेंट को कम डैमेज करोगे उतना अच्छा रहेगा. एनवायरमेंट को आप कम डैमेज कैसे करोगे? सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट प्रैक्टिसेस को फॉलो करके एनवायरमेंट को आप कम डैमेज करोगे तो उतना ज्यादा आपका ग्रीन जीडीपी रहेगा. मूविंग अहेड टू द 18th क्वेश्चन. कंसीडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट्स अबाउट प्राइस स्टेबलाइजेशन फंड. कौन से स्टेटमेंट्स करेक्ट है? इट इज यूज्ड टू प्रोक्योर ओनली पेरिशेबल प्रोडक्ट्स such as agricultural products and horticultural commodities. It is announced as a part of minimum support price. कौन से statements correct है regarding price stabilization fund? Please share your answers for the 18th question. Price stabilization fund agriculture के अंदर important है, right? जैसे कि नाम से ही समझ में आ रहा है दोस्तों, प्राइजेस को स्टेबलाइज करने के लिए यूज करा जाता है. सवाल ये है दोस्तों कि किस चीज के प्राइजेस को स्टेबलाइज करने के लिए यूज करा जाता है. व्हाट आर वी ट्राइंग टू स्टेबलाइज थ्रू द प्राइस स्टेबलाइजेशन फंड? वी शुड हैव बेसिक आइडियाज क्लियर. Right, the answer to this question is your option D. Both statements are going in the wrong direction. Right, so see, the price stabilization fund was created, right, so that if there is extreme volatility in prices of selected commodities, so we wanted to control that. उसको हमारे को कंट्रोल करना था दोस्तों. 2015 के अंदर इसको क्रिएट करा था फॉर एग्रीकल्चरल एंड हॉर्टिकल्चरल कमोडिटीज. राइट, बट इनिशियली केवल उसको पोटेटो एंड ओनियन के लिए रखा गया था दोस्तों. ऐसा नहीं था कि सबके लिए रखा गया था, पोटेटो एंड ओनियन के लिए रखा गया था. राइट, तो यहाँ पर जो बोला जा रहा है कि ओनली पेरिशेबल एग्रीकल्चर हॉर्टिकल्चरल कमोडिटीज, ये गलत है, बिकॉज इट वाज ओनली फॉर पोटैटो एंड टोमेटो दोस्तों. राइट, तो हमने क्रिएट करा इस फंड को. ये 500 करोड़ रुपीस हमने इसमें दिए थे. सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम के तौर पे हमने इसे इंप्लीमेंट करा था दोस्तों. राइट, नॉन पेरिशेबल प्रोडक्ट्स इंक्लूडिंग सीरियल्स है ना, पल्सेस एटसेट्रा जो है, राइट, इसको ये सारी चीज को जो है फंड वाज प्रपोज्ड टू बी यूज्ड फॉर मार्केट इंटरवेंशन ओनली फॉर पोटैटो एंड ओनियन दोस्तों. ठीक है, तो अगेन एंड अगेन आपको ये बात आने लग रही है कि पेरिशेबल आइटम के लिए यूज करा गया था, बट ओनियन एंड पोटैटो के लिए उसको क्रिएट करा गया था दोस्तों. और दूसरी चीज ये है कि ये जो प्राइस स्टेबलाइजेशन का जो मैकेनिज्म है, ये जो फंड है, इसका कोई लेना देना नहीं है आपके एमएसपी के साथ दोस्तों. एमएसपी एकदम अलग चीज है दोस्तों और प्राइस स्टेबलाइजेशन फंड एकदम अलग चीज है दोस्तों. ठीक है, इनका कोई भी लेना देना नहीं है. आप यहाँ पर रीड करेंगे आपको समझ में आएगा. एंड द आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन इज डी, नाइदर 1 nor 2. मूविंग अहेड टू द 19th क्वेश्चन दोस्तों. Which of the following banking institutions are involved in providing direct credit to rural population? डायरेक्ट क्रेडिट के ऊपर ध्यान दीजिएगा, कमर्शियल बैंक्स, रीजनल रूरल बैंक्स, लैंड डेवलपमेंट बैंक, नाबार्ड, राइट। कौन से इंस्टीट्यूशंस जो है दे आर इन्वॉल्व इन प्रोवाइडिंग डायरेक्ट क्रेडिट, दे आर इन्वॉल्व इन प्रोवाइडिंग डायरेक्ट क्रेडिट टू द रूरल पॉपुलेशन, कमर्शियल बैंक्स, रीजनल रूरल बैंक्स, लैंड डेवलपमेंट बैंक, नाबार्ड, दीज आर योर ऑप्शंस दोस्तों। प्लीज शेयर योर आंसर्स फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन, राइट। Snehashi, Shashwat, Maurya, Sahil, as well as everybody else who are watching this session live or non-live, do share your experiences, do share your comments, very valuable दोस्तों। So friends, the answer to this question is 1, 2 and 3 because NABARD basically refinances. NABARD provides money to banks and or banks or financial institutions, and then those banks or financial institutions they go ahead and provide money to the rural segment of the country दोस्तों। So NABARD does not directly go and provide money to the rural segment of the country. That is not the case. That is something that you had to understand over here. Okay, moving ahead to the 20th question. Which of the following can be engaged as banking correspondent by the banks? Banking correspondent के तौर के ऊपर जो है किसको रखा जा सकता है? Cooperative societies, NGOs, retired government employees, right? Who can be kept as a banking correspondent? तो बैंकिंग करस्पॉन्डेंट कैसे करता है ना दोस्तों, कि अब जैसे बैंक्स के लिए इट इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू ओपन अ फिजिकल ब्रांच इन द नूक एंड कॉर्नर ऑफ द कंट्री, सो दैट इज नॉट पॉसिबल। सो इफ दैट इज नॉट पॉसिबल, व्हाट इज पॉसिबल इज दैट keep banking correspondents. Those banking correspondents will keep roaming around, right, with a machine, and they will offer, deposition, account opening, collection, है ना, withdrawal, etc. kind of services, right? So if the branch cannot be opened everywhere in the country, then we can at least try to disperse banking correspondents all across the country. And the answer is D, that cooperative societies, NGOs, retired government employees, all these can be engaged as banking correspondents, right? So what will banking correspondents do? Identification, collection, processing, awareness, promotion, nurturing, monitoring, micro insurance, mutual funds, pension products, receipt delivery, etc., etc. So these are the kind of things that the banking correspondents will do dosto, right? So who can be appointed as a banking correspondent? So individuals like retired bank employees, retired teachers, retired government employees, right? Kirana shop owners, medical shop owners, fair price shops, right? PCO operators, etc., self-help groups, etc., NGOs, microfinance institutions, right? Cooperative societies, post offices, companies registered, right? With having retail outlets. NBFCs were not allowed to be appointed as BCs by banks. However, 2014 permitted to engage non-deposit taking NBFC as banking correspondent. So even your non-deposit taking NBFCs can be put up as a banking correspondent dosto. So I hope that this is abundantly clear to all of you. Moving ahead to the 21st question, right? Now with reference to the term Hindu rate of growth, tell me which of the statements is correct dosto. High annual rate of growth with high levels of unemployment after liberalization of 1991, that is the meaning of Hindu rate of growth. Low annual growth rate of Indian economy after global financial crisis, that is the meaning of Hindu rate of growth. Low annual growth rate of the planned economy of India before the liberalization of 1991, this is Hindu rate of growth. High annual rate of growth characterized by high fiscal and current account deficit in India during 2000s, this is Hindu rate of growth. तो बता दीजिए दोस्तों, what do you understand by the term Hindu rate of growth over here? So yes, Snehashish, your answer is in the right direction. The answer is C, right? So India experienced a very low level of economic growth rate, 3.54% during entire 50s, 60s, 70s, right? So this kind of a growth rate that we experience is referred to as your Hindu rate of growth, dosto, right? So we had a stagnated growth rate of around 3.5% from 1950 to 1980, right? Our per capita income growth rate was also very low. It was only 1.3%. So this extremely low rate of growth was sarcastically referred to as Hindu rate of growth by Professor Raj Krishna, and that is why the idea over here is that your option C is correct. Moving ahead to the 22nd question. Which of the following are the likely advantages of implementing soil health card scheme? Soil health card scheme को implement करने के फायदे क्या हैं? It will reduce input cost of agriculture. It will reduce subsidy burden on the government. It will reduce the use of fertilizers. What are the likely advantages of implementing the soil health card scheme, right? Please share your answers for the 22nd question dosto. Come on, we are almost there. 25% of the marathon is done, right? 75% is remaining. We will work with this objective of learning as much as possible at the fastest rate possible in the rightest direction possible dosto. That is what we are going to try and achieve over here. Please share your answers for the 22nd question. So friends, the answer over here is 1, 2 and 3, right? See, what will happen is that, if you are using unnecessarily too much amount of fertilizer, right? So we will help you through soil health card. We'll tell you the right quantity that should be applied. So you will stop reducing excess urea. So your input cost can reduce, because if you are using excess urea, it's going to be harmful. If you stop using excess urea, right? So automatically government ka subsidy burden will also reduce, right? Let us say that you will stop using excess urea, so it will reduce the use of urea fertilizer, right? So in general we can understand that if there is a misuse of fertilizers that's happening, then all these things can be tackled through the soil health card dosto. It will be tackled through the soil health card dosto. Now this soil health card is basically a report card of your soil in terms of 12 parameters, right? So what are the 12 parameters? Your major nutrients, your pH, your TDS, your OC, your phosphorus, your potash, micronutrients, minor nutrients as well as micronutrients. So please be very careful. You should know all these 12 parameters, because based on these 12 parameters they can easily ask you this kind of a question dosto, right? And all the three statements are correct. I've already explained that to you. Moving ahead to the 23rd question. Which of the following statements best describes the term double coincidence of wants? What do you understand by the term double coincidence of wants? So it is a situation where two economic agents have complementary demand for each other surplus production. It's a situation where two agents have desire for similar goods. Situation in which aggregate demand is assumed to be infinitely elastic. Situation where total demand in the economy is 2 times the supply in the economy. What do you understand by the term double coincidence of wants? Please share your answers for the 23rd question. Do like and share this video. Do subscribe to Everyday Economics dosto. It's my beautiful YouTube channel, and I promise to make you fall in love with economics through this YouTube channel dosto. So the idea over here is that it is option A is the right answer. Simple definition based question. Let us say that X wants rubber, X wants rubber, and X has, let us say, silk to sell, right? So he wants to buy rubber and he would like to sell silk or offer silk to someone in exchange of rubber. Now let us say that there is Y, right? Let us say that there is Y, and what does Y want to do, right? So Y want to basically you know uh, let us say that okay let us say that Y wants to sell rubber. Y wants to sell rubber, okay, and Y wants to, let us say, buy silk. So what is going to happen over here is, let me just repeat over here. So X had rubber to sell, right? X rubber is what he wanted. X is what rubber. I got confused. Now I'm not confused. Sorry. So X wanted rubber, or X wanted to buy rubber, and Y wants to sell rubber. Okay. So that is what we are said over here. Rubber, rubber. Okay. And X wanted to sort of sell silk or offer silk in exchange for rubber, and let us say that Y wanted to let us say buy silk in exchange of rubber. So what we are seeing is that these two economic agents X and Y, they have complementary demand for each other surplus production, right? So X के पास surplus production is silk, and Y के पास, let us say, surplus production is rubber, right? So this is the way it is happening over here. Simple definition based question. Let us read this definition. So double coincidence of wants a situation where complementary demand for each other surplus production is there. For example, coincidence of wants would occur when a fisherman wants a packet of rice and a farmer who needs fish is willing to accept fish in exchange for rice, right? Coincidence of wants. The fisherman wants a packet of rice and a farmer who needs fish is willing to accept fish in exchange for the fisherman's rice. So double coincidence of wants. Moving ahead to the 24th question. With reference to the economy, CDS, that is current daily status, and CWS, that is current weekly status, these are used to measure what? These are used to measure level of inflation in the economy, level of industrial production, extent of financial inclusion, or level of unemployment. What is CDS or CWS used to measure? Please share your answers, everybody. It's a fairly straightforward question. If you get it wrong, it's okay. You will learn something over here, right? चलिए दोस्तों, बता दीजिए what is the answer to this question. CDS, that is current daily status, and CWS, that is current weekly status, they are used to measure what? So they are used to measure the level of unemployment दोस्तों. Current daily status approach, right? It tries to understand the activity status of an individual, right? For each day of the reference week. For each day of the reference week, we are trying to understand whether you are employed or you are unemployed. CWS is also used for measuring unemployment, and it uses 7 days preceding the date of survey as the reference period दोस्तों, right? So CWS or CDS, they are both used to measure the level of unemployment, right, or the level of employment. So the basic idea over here is that this is the right answer over here. Moving ahead to the 25th question, right? So in lending, Mudra gives priority to enterprises set up by which of the following groups? Mudra, right? It gives priority to enterprises set up by SC/ST groups, first generation entrepreneurs, existing small businesses, right? Priority is given to whom, right? In providing finance via Mudra dost. That is the question that is being asked over here. That is the 25th question, right? So Hayat, the answer for the previous question was not inflation, but it is okay. The more the number of mistakes that we create, the better the learning process will be, Hayat, right? So don't be afraid of making mistakes. This session is cool if you are making mistakes, right? So the answer to this question is your option A, that is 1, 2 and 3. What is the full form of Mudra? Please note, it is Micro Units Development Refinance Agency. Micro units means chota chota companies, chota chota karobar, chota chota enterprises. That is what micro units means, right? So if you're setting up a small production unit, that's a micro unit, right? So we want to help in the development of that micro unit. That is why we have created this refinance agency or a bank, right? So what will this Mudra do? Let us say that, banks are lending money to micro units, right? Small companies. So Mudra will lend equivalent amount of money to banks so that banks can continue to support micro units. So the more the banks lend to micro units, the more they can take refinance from Mudra, something like that, dosto, right? So Mudra basically the refinance institution. So not only is it a refinance institution, but it will also be a regulator for microfinance institutions, MFIs, right? So MFIs are special financial institutions which provide small credit, dosto. Now this Mudra will be, providing priority, or it will be, making sure that your SC/ST groups, first generation entrepreneurs, existing small businesses, they get finance. They will be prioritized. Who is a first generation entrepreneur? Let us say that nobody in my family ever before was an entrepreneur or a business person. I am the first one. So I am the first generation entrepreneur. So anybody existing small business or business set up by SC/ST group or first generation entrepreneurs, they will be prioritized by Mudra. And that is why the answer to this question is A, 1, 2 and 3. Moving ahead to the 26th question, dosto, right? As per the income method of calculating GDP, which of the following acts as factors of production? Labor, capital, entrepreneur, land. You should know the basic idea regarding income method of calculating GDP, and if you know that, then this answer will be a fairly straightforward question for you to answer, dosto. It is my sincere request, if you are watching the session, do like and share this session, right? If possible, share it with your friends who are preparing for, let us say, UPSC or RBI or any of these examinations, dosto, because we are discussing 100 very important conceptual questions over here, right? So please do consider sharing it with your friends who are preparing for the similar examination. So the answer to this question is your option A. I have already explained to you, dosto, earlier, right, that in the income method of calculating GDP, right, so we add up these 4 sources of income: rent, wages, as well as interest plus profit. All these items are added in the income source of income method of calculating GDP. So you get rent because you are, giving land away on lease, let us say. You get a wage because you are working for somebody, you are a laborer. You're getting interest because you have provided capital. You're getting profit because you have provided entrepreneurship, right? So what is going to happen is that land, labor, capital, entrepreneurship, these are all factors of production, and the income that is corresponding to this factor of production is added, and we get the income method of calculating GDP like this, dosto. So the answer to this question is A, 1, 2, 3 and 4. That is what we have explained over here. All right. Moving ahead to the 27th question, dosto. 27th question is regarding market intervention scheme. With reference to market intervention scheme, consider the following statements and tell me kaun se statements are correct. Now this is basically a price support mechanism for procurement of perishable and horticultural commodities in the market in the event of a fall in market prices. It is implemented on the request of the state government. It is implemented when there is at least 10% increase or decrease in production over the previous normal year. Which of the statements are correct regarding market intervention scheme? Please share your answers. Hayat, Snehashish, Maurya, Everybody else participating, please share your answers for the 27th question. Right, let us see whether you are able to get this one right. I hope you are able to get this one right. Market intervention scheme. The answer is 1, 2 and 3. Let me explain basic details. So this market intervention scheme is a price support mechanism, dosto, right? So let us say that there is a fall in price of certain items. So on the request of state government, this MIS scheme is implemented for perishable and horticultural commodities, dosto, right? So we don't want farmers to undertake distress sale, right? So if let us say there is bumper crop, let us say there is overproduction, and let us say that all the crop is arriving in the market at the same time, there is too much supply. So if there is too much supply, automatically what will happen is that the prices will fall down, and if prices will fall down, then farmer ka income will fall down. So we don't want prices to fall down. We want to support the prices, dosto. We want to support the prices. So what will happen is that through MIS, government will come and offer a fair price to the farmer at least, dosto, right? So proposal of MIS, it is approved on the special request or specific request of state or union government, right? So if the state government is ready to bear 50% of the loss, right, in implementing the scheme, then the central government will come and implement the scheme. Let us say that central government, let us say market price is 5 rupees per kg, but let us say that the central government is ready to implement the MIS at 15 rupees per kg, right? So they will purchase everything at 15 rupees per kg because 5 rupees is too low, let us say. So 15 rupees per kg, if the government is paying, so it is incurring a loss of 10 rupees. Okay. So if the state government is ready to bear the loss of 5 rupees, that is 50% loss will be borne by the state government, then the MIS scheme will be implemented. यानी कि आपको समझ में यह आना चाहिए कि सेंटर और स्टेट पार्टनरशिप के अंदर जो है MIS स्कीम को इंप्लीमेंट करने वाले हैं. अगर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट लॉस लेने को तैयार नहीं है तो MIS स्कीम को इंप्लीमेंट नहीं करा जाएगा दोस्तों, राइट? So this scheme is implemented when there is a 10% increase in production, 10% decrease in the ruling rates or the previous normal year, दोस्तों. So if there is a 10% increase in production, तो production increase जब भी होता है तो जनरली मार्केट प्राइसेस गिर जाते हैं बिकॉज सप्लाई इंक्रीज हो जाती है दोस्तों. दैट इज द बेसिक आइडिया दैट यू नीड टू कीप इन माइंड, दैट इंक्रीजिंग प्रोडक्शन, इंक्रीजिंग सप्लाई, प्राइसेस विल फॉल डाउन दोस्तों. दैट इज द बेसिक आइडिया दैट यू नीड टू कीप इन माइंड, राइट? सो द आइडिया ओवर हियर इज दैट द आंसर इज 1, 2 एंड 3. ओके, यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा मेरे को अमेंडमेंट करना चाहिए, राइट? इंक्रीज और डिक्रीज इन प्रोडक्शन नहीं होना चाहिए, ये इंक्रीज इन प्रोडक्शन होना चाहिए, राइट? अगर आपने ये इंक्रीज एंड डिक्रीज की वजह से आपने आंसर 1 एंड 2 भी बोला था तो आपका आंसर करेक्ट है. लेकिन अब जब मैंने ये अमेंडमेंट कर दिया है तो आंसर A 1, 2 एंड 3 बराबर है दोस्तों. अगर आपको ये लग रहा था दैट आंसर वाज 1 एंड 2, राइट, बिकॉज इंक्रीज और डिक्रीज नहीं होना चाहिए, तो आपका आंसर अगर 1 एंड 2 था तो भी बराबर था. लेकिन अब अमेंडेड क्वेश्चन के हिसाब से ये आंसर 1, 2 एंड 3 बराबर है, राइट? दैट इफ देयर इज अ 10% इंक्रीज इन प्रोडक्शन और 10% डिक्रीज इन द प्राइजेस, राइट, एज कम्पेयर टू द प्रीवियस नॉर्मल ईयर, तो MIS स्कीम को इंप्लीमेंट करा जाएगा. वापस से बोल रहा हूँ, 10% इंक्रीज इन प्रोडक्शन या फिर 10% डिक्रीज इन रूलिंग प्राइजेस एज कम्पेयर टू प्रीवियस नॉर्मल ईयर, तो हम MIS को इंप्लीमेंट कर देंगे दोस्तों. ठीक है, चलिए. विथ रेफरेंस टू चिट फंड्स, कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट्स. सो दे आर एसेंशियली सेविंग इंस्टीट्यूशंस, दे आर NBFCs. कौन से स्टेटमेंट्स करेक्ट है दोस्तों, बता दीजिए. विच स्टेटमेंट्स आर करेक्ट? Well, the answer over here is C, that is both 1 and 2, right? These chit funds, they are essentially saving institutions, right? People form a group and they start saving money together. They are essentially a saving institution and they are operating as a non-banking finance company. Both things are correct, right? So again, I will just explain regarding chit fund. They are essentially saving institutions, right? People in various parts of the country, they form chit funds, dosto, right? So of course, there are multiple forms of chit funds and there is no standardized form, राइट? चिट फंड्स के अंदर कैसा होता है दोस्तों, तेरा रेगुलर मेंबर्स क्या करता है कि एक पीरियोडिक स्मॉल अमाउंट ऑफ मनी जो है फंड के अंदर डालता जाता है दोस्तों, राइट? ये जो पीरियोडिक कलेक्शन है, इट इज गिवन टू सम मेंबर ऑफ द चिट फंड, राइट? सो लेट अस से दैट वी आर ऑल अ पार्ट ऑफ चिट फंड के अंदर जो मेंबर, जो पैसा कलेक्ट हुआ लेट अस से इस मंथ, वो सारा पैसा मेरे को दे दिया दोस्तों, राइट? सो ये मेरे को क्यों दिया? रोटेशन बेसिस के ऊपर सबको मिल रहा है, या मैंने उस पैसे के लिए बिड करा है, या जो भी है दोस्तों, या फिर चिट निकाली मैंने और उसमें मेरा नाम आया तो उसके अंदर वो पैसा मेरे को मिल गया दोस्तों, ऐसा नहीं कि मेरे को दे दिया मतलब मैं लेकर चला जाऊंगा, राइट। हर महीने जो है सब लोग कंट्रीब्यूट करते जाएंगे और किसी ना किसी को मिलता जाएगा दोस्तों। इन एनी केस ईच मेंबर ऑफ द चिट फंड इज assured of his term before the second round starts and any member becomes entitled to get periodic collection again दोस्तों। मतलब मान लीजिए कि 12 मेंबर है, 12 मेंबर 1000 रुपीज पर मंथ कलेक्ट करने लग रहे हैं लेटर से, है ना। तो हर मंथ 12,000 रुपया कलेक्ट होएगा एक साल के लिए, ठीक है। पहले मंथ के अंदर 12,000 ए को मिल गया, दूसरे मंथ में 12,000 बी को मिल गया, तीसरे मंथ में 12,000 सी को मिल गया, चौथे मंथ में 12,000 डी को मिल गया, पांचवें मंथ में 12,000 ई को मिल गया। ऐसे करके सबको एक एक बार मिल गया, फिर अगले साल वापस से साइकिल स्टार्ट हो जाएगा। तो इस प्रकार से जो है काम चलेगा दोस्तों, राइट। सो जो चिट फंड्स है दे आर बेसिकली एनबीएफसी टाइप ऑफ ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, और आरबीआई के जो है रेगुलेशंस के अंदर ये आते हैं दोस्तों। चिट फंड्स आर इंक्लूडेड इन द डेफिनेशन ऑफ एनबीएफसी बाय आरबीआई, राइट, अंडर मिसलिनियस नॉन बैंकिंग कंपनी दोस्तों। तो मिसलिनियस नॉन बैंकिंग कंपनी के प्रकार के ऊपर चिट फंड को देखा जाता है दोस्तों। चिट फंड का जो बिजनेस है उसको रेगुलेट करा जा रहा है अंडर सेंट्रल एक्ट ऑफ चिट फंड्स एक्ट 1982, और जो भी रूल्स फ्रेम करे गए हैं वो इस एक्ट के द्वारा करे गए हैं, राइट, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स द्वारा दोस्तों, राइट। सो ये बेसिक आइडिया रिगार्डिंग चिट फंड्स। मूविंग अहेड टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम, सेंट्रल स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम्स के बारे में बहुत ही इजी क्वेश्चन आपको पूछा जा रहा है। सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम्स आर 100% फंडेड बाय यूनियन गवर्नमेंट। सेंट्रल स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम्स अ सर्टेन परसेंटेज ऑफ फंडिंग इज बोर्न बाय द स्टेट। कौन सी स्टेटमेंट्स करेक्ट है रिगार्डिंग दिस पर्टिकुलर schemes, central sector scheme and centrally sponsored schemes, right? Snehashish, Hayat, everybody else participating, right? Please share your answers for the 29th question. Fairly easy question, अगर आपको नहीं आता तो कोई बात नहीं है, right? आप learn करेंगे दोस्तों, right? आप learn करेंगे। Please share your answers. So the answer to this question is your option C, both statements are correct. So let us understand कि सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम होती क्या है। तो सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम के अंदर 100% पैसा यूनियन गवर्नमेंट यानी कि केंद्र सरकार देती है, और ये जो स्कीम है उसको इंप्लीमेंट भी जो है केंद्र सरकार यानी कि सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट करती है दोस्तों, राइट। सो वॉट एवर यूनियन लिस्ट के सब्जेक्ट्स आर देयर, यूनियन लिस्ट यानी कि वो सब्जेक्ट जिसके ऊपर यूनियन गवर्नमेंट के पास पावर है लॉज बनाने का। सो जो भी यूनियन लिस्ट के सब्जेक्ट्स है उनको जो है सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम्स के माध्यम से जो है यूनियन लिस्ट के सब्जेक्ट्स को सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम्स के माध्यम से जो है इंप्लीमेंट करा जाता है दोस्तों, राइट। तो जो भी सेंट्रल मिनिस्ट्रीज है वो इंप्लीमेंट करती है सम स्कीम्स डायरेक्टली इन स्टेट्स यूटीज, राइट। दे आर आल्सो कॉल्ड सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम्स, राइट। तो ये प्रकार से हो गया आपका सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम का डेफिनेशन। आई होप दिस इज क्लियर। सेंट्रल स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम का मतलब क्या होता है कि उसके अंदर एक परसेंटेज ऑफ फंडिंग जो है वो स्टेट्स भी प्रोवाइड करते हैं। मान लीजिए 50-50 या 75-25 का मतलब क्या है कि 50% पैसा सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट देगी या 75% पैसा सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट देगी, रिमेनिंग 50% या रिमेनिंग 25% स्टेट गवर्नमेंट देगी दोस्तों, राइट। तो ये जो सेंट्रल स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम्स है ये कौन से सब्जेक्ट्स के ऊपर बनाई जाती है, स्टेट लिस्ट वाले सब्जेक्ट्स के ऊपर बनाई जाती है, यानी जो स्टेट्स के डोमेन के अंदर जो काम है उसके ऊपर सेंट्रल स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम बनाई जाती है। और सेंट्रल स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम बनाने से हम क्या स्टेट्स को बोल रहे हैं कि यू शुड प्रायोरिटाइज योर एक्सपेंडिचर इन दीज एरियाज दोस्तों, राइट। सो फंड्स जो है वो कंसोलिडेटेड फंड ऑफ स्टेट्स के अंदर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया पैसा डालेगी, या फिर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया जो है डायरेक्टली पैसा स्टेट या डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल या जो भी इंप्लीमेंटेशन एजेंसी डायरेक्टली स्टेट के अंदर उसको पैसा देगी दोस्तों। दिस इज द बेसिक आइडिया फॉर सेंट्रली स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम। तो यहाँ पर इंपॉर्टेंट चीज आपको याद रखनी है, सेंट्रल सेक्टर स्कीम जनरली यूनियन लिस्ट के सब्जेक्ट के ऊपर बनाई जाती है, और जो सेंट्रल स्पॉन्सर्ड स्कीम है जनरली वो स्टेट के सब्जेक्ट के ऊपर बनाई जाती है। सेंट्रल के अंदर 100% फंडिंग बाय यूनियन, स्पॉन्सर्ड के अंदर जो है जो फंडिंग है उसको शेयर करा जाता है दोस्तों, ठीक है। आई होप दैट दिस इज क्लियर। स्नेहाशीष, मौर्य, हयात, मूविंग अहेड टू द 30th क्वेश्चन दोस्तों। Which of the following reform policies were initiated in India for liberalization of the economy in 1991? Deregulation of industrial sector, foreign exchange reforms, tax reforms दोस्तों। Liberalization. If you have read class 11th NCERT chapter number 3, then this is a very easy question for you to answer. Please share your answer for this question. So friends, the answer to this question should be D 1, 2 and 3, right? So what is the meaning of liberalization? Liberalization का मतलब ये है कि जो गवर्नमेंट के लॉज है उनके रिस्ट्रिक्शंस को कम करना, जो लैक ऑफ फ्रीडम है, जो अनफ्रीडम है उसको कम करना। लिबरलाइजेशन का मतलब क्या है? लिबरलाइजेशन का मतलब ये है कि जो आपका इकोनॉमिक फ्रीडम है उसको इंप्रूव करना। लिबरलाइजेशन का मतलब क्या है? लिबरलाइजेशन का मतलब ये है कि जो आपका जो मान लीजिए कि ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस है, राइट, उसको इंप्रूव करना।
लिबरलाइजेशन का मतलब क्या है कि गवर्नमेंट विल एक्ट एज अ फैसिलिटेटर, राइट। अगर गवर्नमेंट गला दबा रही है इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटी का या बहुत ज़्यादा रूल्स आप पे इम्पोज कर रही है, तो अननेसेसरी रूल्स और अननेसेसरी रिक्वायरमेंट्स को रिड्यूस करा जाएगा। तो इन सारे सेक्टर्स के अंदर, इंडस्ट्रीज को एस्टेब्लिश करने के अंदर, फॉरेन एक्सचेंज लाने ले जाने के अंदर, टैक्स पे करने के अंदर, सारी चीज़ों के अंदर जो अननेसेसरी रिजिडिटी थी, अननेसेसरी रूल्स एंड लॉज थे, उनको वी हैव रिड्यूस्ड, एंड दैट इज द मीनिंग ऑफ लिबरलाइजेशन। एंड द आंसर इज 1, 2 and 3 दोस्तों, राइट। सो एज अ पार्ट ऑफ लिबरलाइजेशन वी डीरेगुलेटेड द इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर। हमने फॉरेन एक्सचेंज का ट्रांजैक्शंस को इजी बनाया इंडिया के अंदर। हमने टैक्स रेट्स को रिड्यूस करा, टैक्स पे करना आसान बनाया। हमने फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर में भी रिफॉर्म्स करे। वी हैव मेड इट इजियर फॉर प्राइवेट सेक्टर टू एस्टैब्लिश बैंक्स, फॉरेन सेक्टर टू एस्टैब्लिश बैंक्स। एंड सिर्फ एस्टैब्लिश बैंक्स को इजी नहीं बनाया, ऑपरेशंस ऑफ बैंक्स को भी हमने इजी बनाया थ्रू लिबरलाइजेशन मेजर्स दोस्तों। सो आई होप दैट दिस इज वेरी क्लियर टू यू। मूविंग अहेड टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, which of the following is not a component of balance of payment account दोस्तों? which of the following is not a component of BOP? current account, capital account, errors and omissions and open market operations. BOP का पार्ट कौन नहीं है, ये आपको बताना है। स्नेहाशीष, मौर्य, हयात, प्लीज शेयर योर आंसर्स फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन। फेयरली स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड क्वेश्चन है दोस्तों, डेफिनेशन बेस्ड क्वेश्चन है, कंसेप्ट आपका क्लियर रहेगा, सो यू विल बी इन अ पोजीशन टू आंसर दिस क्वेश्चन करेक्टली, राइट। सो 30th क्वेश्चन का जो आंसर आप लोग देने लग रहे हैं, राइट, वो आपने आंसर दिया है यहाँ पर मौर्य एज वेल एज स्नेहाशीष, आपने आंसर डी दिया है। हयात, प्लीज शेयर योर आंसर, एवरीबडी एल्स प्लीज शेयर योर आंसर्स। सो यहाँ पर जो आंसर है वो है आपका ओपन मार्केट ऑपरेशंस। तो दोस्तों जो आपका बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट है, बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट जनरली हम लोग बोलते हैं कि उसके दो अकाउंट है, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है कि दो ही अकाउंट है। ऑफ कोर्स उसके अंदर एक करंट अकाउंट है, ऑफ कोर्स उसके अंदर एक कैपिटल अकाउंट है, बट उसके साथ साथ उसके अंदर एक एरर्स एंड ओमिशंस का भी अकाउंट है। सी व्हाट इज बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट? बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट इज बेसिकली अ रिकॉर्ड ऑफ योर इंटरनेशनल ट्रांजैक्शंस। जितने भी आपके इंटरनेशनल इकोनॉमिक ट्रांजैक्शंस है वो आपके बैलेंस ऑफ पेमेंट के अंदर रिकॉर्डेड है, राइट। करंट अकाउंट के अंदर आपके ट्रेडिंग से रिलेटेड ट्रांजैक्शंस रिकॉर्डेड है, कैपिटल अकाउंट के अंदर आपके इन्वेस्टमेंट और लोन से रिलेटेड ट्रांजैक्शंस रिकॉर्डेड है। बट डेफिनेटली कुछ ना कुछ ट्रांजैक्शंस छूट जाते हैं दोस्तों। तो जो ट्रांजैक्शंस आपके छूट जाते हैं, राइट, वो आपके एरर्स और ओमिशंस के जो भी हेडिंग रहता है उसके अंदर उसे इंक्लूड कर लिया जाता है, राइट। अब ये जो ओपन मार्केट ऑपरेशन, इसका कोई लेना देना नहीं है, क्योंकि ये ओपन मार्केट ऑपरेशन तो एक प्रकार का मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी टूल है जो कि मनी सप्लाई को कंट्रोल करने में हेल्प करता है, राइट। So therefore the answer to this question is 31 ABC. I hope that this is clear. Moving ahead, आप लोगों को यही चीज यहाँ पर एक्सप्लेन कर रखी है। Moving ahead to the next question. Consider the following statements about features of National Mission on Food Processing दोस्तों। और आपको बताना है कि कौन से स्टेटमेंट्स करेक्ट है दोस्तों, राइट। ये जो नेशनल मिशन फूड प्रोसेसिंग है, ये प्रमोट करना चाहता है ग्रोथ ऑफ फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री। इसका ऑब्जेक्टिव है टू रेज द स्टैंडर्ड्स ऑफ फूड सेफ्टी एंड हाइजीन। इसका ऑब्जेक्टिव है इंक्रीज करना सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स को, ताकि सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स जो है फूड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट्स लगाए, इंडस्ट्रीज लगाए, और उसको वायबल यानी कि प्रॉफिटेबल यानी कि कमर्शियली सेंसिबल तरीके से रन करे दोस्तों। कौन सी स्टेटमेंट्स करेक्ट है रिगार्डिंग नेशनल मिशन ऑन फूड प्रोसेसिंग, ये आपको बताना है। प्लीज शेयर योर आंसर्स फॉर दिस क्वेश्चन। प्लीज शेयर योर आंसर्स गाइस, राइट। 32nd क्वेश्चन का आंसर शुड बी योर ऑप्शन ए, दैट इज 1, 2 and 3। तीनों स्टेटमेंट्स आर करेक्ट ओवर हियर। ऑब्जेक्टिव यहाँ पर आपको वापस से बता रखे हैं, आप लोग अपने आप पढ़ेंगे ऑन योर ओन टाइम। आप इसको यूज कर सकते हैं GS3 के अंदर जब भी आप फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं दोस्तों। थोड़ा सा पुराना करंट अफेयर्स था दोस्तों, राइट, बट इंपॉर्टेंट करंट अफेयर्स है। इसमें हमारा ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या है कि जैसे फूड ग्रेन्स है, मिल्क हुआ, पोल्ट्री हुआ, फिश हुआ, फ्रूट हुआ, वेजिटेबल्स हुआ, इन सब का जो वेस्टेज है इसको हमारे को अवॉइड करना है, राइट। हमारे को जो फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री की जो ग्रोथ है उसको करवाने के अंदर हेल्प करना है, और जो सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स है उनको हमारे को एनकरेज करना है कि आप जो है फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्रीज को वायबल तरीके से एस्टैब्लिश करो और रन करो दोस्तों, राइट। मूविंग अहेड टू द 33rd क्वेश्चन। सो दिस इज रिगार्डिंग पब्लिक गुड्स एंड प्राइवेट गुड्स। आपको बताना है रिगार्डिंग पब्लिक गुड्स एंड प्राइवेट गुड्स कौन से स्टेटमेंट्स आर गोइंग इन द राइट डायरेक्शन, ठीक है। सो प्लीज शेयर योर आंसर्स, पब्लिक गुड्स एंड प्राइवेट गुड्स। सो अनलाइक प्राइवेट गुड्स, पब्लिक गुड्स आर राइवलरस इन नेचर, right, as its consumption by one individual prevents another individual from consuming it. So they are saying that public goods जो है they are rivalrous in nature, ऐसा इन लोग बोल रहे हैं। Unlike public goods, private goods are non-excludable in nature, as there is no feasible way of excluding anyone from enjoying the benefit of the good. आपको बताना है कि कौन से स्टेटमेंट्स करेक्ट है, राइट। स्नेहाशीष, हयात, मौर्य, एवरीबडी एल्स पार्टिसिपेटिंग, प्लीज शेयर योर आंसर्स फॉर द 33rd क्वेश्चन। सो फ्रेंड्स इसके अंदर हमने उल्टा पुल्टा कर दिया है दोस्तों। द आंसर ओवर हियर इज डी, राइट, द आंसर ओवर हियर इज डी, बिकॉज देखिए पब्लिक गुड का कैरेक्टरिस्टिक क्या है, राइट, पब्लिक गुड्स आर नॉन एक्सक्लूडेबल, राइट। अगर कोई पे नहीं भी कर रहा है रूरल रोड के लिए, तो उसको रूरल रोड के ऊपर चलने से कोई रोक नहीं सकता है, राइट। तो दे आर नॉन एक्सक्लूडेबल, अगर मैंने नहीं भी पे करा है उस रूरल रोड के लिए, तो मेरे को उस पर गाड़ी चलाने, घोड़ा चलाने से कोई रोक नहीं सकता है, इट इज आई एम नॉन एक्सक्लूडेबल। एंड इसके अंदर दूसरा कैसा है कि दे आर नॉन राइवलरस, राइट। पब्लिक गुड्स आर नॉन राइवलरस, नॉन राइवलरस का मतलब ये है कि मान लीजिए कि अगर मैं रूरल रोड के ऊपर चल रहा हूँ, तो इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि आप नहीं चल सकते हो। मान लीजिए कि अगर मैं रूरल रोड के ऊपर गाड़ी चला रहा हूँ, तो ऐसा नहीं कि आप उस पर नहीं चला सकते, आप भी चला सकते हो, मैं भी चला सकता हूँ। अब जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल ले लीजिए, दी नेशनल डिफेंस या सैनिटेशन या रूरल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, ये सब जो है आपके पब्लिक गुड्स के तौर के ऊपर देखे जा सकते हैं। ऑन द अदर हैंड प्राइवेट गुड्स कौन से होते हैं दोस्तों? प्राइवेट गुड्स के अंदर एक्सक्लूडेबल है दोस्तों, अगर आपने पे नहीं करा तो आपको सिनेमा थिएटर के अंदर घुसने ही नहीं देगा, राइट। और अगर आपने सिनेमा थिएटर के अंदर जाकर एक सीट को ऑक्यूपाई कर लिया है, तो वो सीट मेरे लिए अवेलेबल नहीं है, यानी कि राइवलरस कंजम्पशन है। राइवलरस कंजम्पशन का मतलब ये है कि आपके कंजम्पशन के लिए आप अगर कंज्यूम करोगे तो मेरे लिए वो चीज़ अवेलेबल नहीं होगी। नॉन राइवलरस का मतलब ये होता है कि अगर आप कंज्यूम कर भी रहे हो, तो ऐसा नहीं है कि वो मेरे लिए अवेलेबल नहीं होगी। तो राइवलरस का मतलब ये है कि अगर आपने कंज्यूम कर लिया, सो इट इज नॉट अवेलेबल फॉर मी। एक्सक्लूडेबल का मतलब ये है कि अगर आप पे नहीं करोगे तो आपको वो चीज़ नहीं यूज़ करने दी जाएगी। तो जो प्राइवेट गुड्स है वो एक्सक्लूडेबल और राइवलरस होते हैं दोस्तों, याद रख लीजिए बहुत अच्छे से समझ के। और जो पब्लिक गुड्स है वो नॉन एक्सक्लूडेबल एंड नॉन राइवलरस होते हैं दोस्तों। आई होप दैट दिस इज वेरी क्लियर टू ऑल ऑफ यू। मूविंग अहेड टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, पूरा डिटेल आपको यहाँ पर दिया है, ये पूरा जो पीडीएफ है, मैं आपको बार बार बोल रहा हूँ, आपको मेरे टेलीग्राम चैनल से मिल जाएगा दोस्तों। मूविंग अहेड टू द 34th क्वेश्चन, कंट्री ए हैज हायर इन्फ्लेशन देन कंट्री बी, यानी कंट्री ए के अंदर प्राइसेस आर हायर एज कंपेयर टू कंट्री बी, ठीक है। So exchange rate of country A with respect to country B's exchange rate will most likely appreciate, depreciate, have no change, depreciate in short term, appreciate in long term दोस्तों। क्या होना चाहिए अगर A के अंदर प्राइसेस हायर है एज कम्पेयर टू B, राइट। सो जो कंट्री A की जो एक्सचेंज रेट है, कंट्री A की जो एक्सचेंज रेट है, ठीक है, वो अप्रिशिएट होनी चाहिए, डिप्रिशिएट होनी चाहिए, शुड हैव नो चेंज, इट शुड डिप्रिशिएट इन लॉन्ग टर्म, अप्रिशिएट इन द लॉन्ग रन। क्या होना चाहिए दोस्तों? 34th क्वेश्चन थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट लेवल का क्वेश्चन है, थोड़ा सा अच्छे लेवल का क्वेश्चन है। हयात, मौर्या, स्नेहाशीष, एवरीबडी एल्स पार्टिसिपेटिंग, डू प्लीज लाइक एंड शेयर दिस सेशन, राइट्स माय सिंसियर रिक्वेस्ट कि इफ यू हैव फ्रेंड्स प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर द एग्जामिनेशन और जिनको इकोनॉमिक्स अच्छे से पढ़ना है, क्वेश्चन सॉल्व करना चाहते हैं हाई क्वालिटी, तो आप ये 1000 एमसीक्यूज वाली सीरीज को जो है बता सकते हैं। 1000 एमसीक्यूज के अंदर लोगों को मदद मिलेगी दोस्तों, ठीक है। सो द आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन इज बी, डिप्रीशिएट दोस्तों। डिप्रीशिएट क्यों होगा मैं आपको एकदम सिंपल तरीके से एक्सप्लेन करता हूँ, बहुत ही ज़्यादा सिंपल तरीके से मैं आपको एक्सप्लेन करता हूँ। मान लीजिए कि नॉर्मली स्पीकिंग है ना, मैकडोनल्ड्स का एक बर्गर $1 के अंदर अमेरिका में मिल रहा था, और मान लीजिए कि इंडिया के अंदर वो 60 रुपीज़ के अंदर मिलने लग रहा था। मान लीजिए कि अब इंडिया के अंदर इन्फ्लेशन बहुत ज़्यादा आ गया, बहुत ज़्यादा आ गया, बहुत ज़्यादा इन्फ्लेशन आ गया, राइट। तो बहुत ज़्यादा इन्फ्लेशन आ गया, तो उसकी वजह से मान लीजिए कि ये जो आइटम है इसका प्राइस जो है 60 से जो है मान लीजिए कि वो 70 रुपीज़ हो गया, राइट। अब इन्फ्लेशन आ गया का मतलब क्या होता है दोस्तों? इन्फ्लेशन आ गया का मतलब ये होता है कि जो आपकी करेंसी है, जो आपका मनी है, उसका जो परचेसिंग पावर है वो रिड्यूस हो गया है, राइट। अगर किसी भी मनी या किसी भी करेंसी का परचेसिंग पावर रिड्यूस हो गया है, यानी कि उस करेंसी की, यानी कि उस मनी की वैल्यू कम हो जाएगी, राइट। और अगर उस करेंसी या उस मनी की वैल्यू कम हो जाएगी, राइट, तो आपको सस्ता मिलना चाहिए, तो आपको सस्ता मिलना चाहिए, करेक्ट, यू शुड गेट इट चीपली, राइट। सो लेट अस से इफ यू आर गेटिंग अर्लियर व्हेन यू आर एक्सचेंजिंग $1, मान लीजिए कि you are getting small x, now that you are bringing $1 you should get big x. Why you should get more big currency? You should get more currency because the value of currency has gone down, right? Value of your domestic currency has gone down, uska purchasing power has gone down, right? So that is why the basic idea over here is that since your currency ka purchasing power has gone down, since your currency ka purchasing power has gone down, so that means its value has gone down. If its value has gone down, right, so if I was getting small x for $1 earlier, now I should be able to get larger x or big x or greater currency for $1. That is the basic idea over here that you need to understand, right? And that is what has been written over here, that as per the PPP theory, purchasing power parity theory, right, whatever is the difference in domestic inflation, foreign inflation, it is one of the major cause of adjustment in exchange rate. So if the inflation in your country is higher as compared to another country, so your currency will depreciate as compared to the currency of that other country दोस्तों, right? So that is the basic idea, that extremely high inflation in one country then another is likely to have a depreciating effect on the exchange rate, Hence option B is correct over here. Right, स्नेहाशीष, हयात, मौर्य, एवरीबॉडी इज पार्टिसिपेटिंग. जो भी दोस्तों पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं एक बार जरा यस टाइप कर दीजिए कमेंट सेक्शन के अंदर. आई वुड लाइक टू सी हु ऑल आर पार्टिसिपेटिंग. हुएवर इज पार्टिसिपेटिंग प्लीज टाइप यस इन द कमेंट सेक्शन. मूविंग अहेड टू द 35th क्वेश्चन दोस्तों. With reference to Indian banking system, which of the following comes under priority sector lending? With reference to Indian banking system, which of the following comes under priority sector lending? Social infrastructure, agriculture, micro, small and medium enterprises. कौन से जो है सेक्टर्स के जो लेंड करा जा रहा है उसको हम प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर के अंदर इंक्लूड करते हैं. राइट, प्लीज आंसर द 34th क्वेश्चन. स्नेहाशीष, मौर्य, thank you, Hayat. Please answer the 35th question. So the answer over here is your option D, that is 1, 2 and 3. प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग का मतलब क्या होता है ना दोस्तों कि देर आर सर्टन वल्नरेबल सेक्टर्स, देर आर सर्टन वीकर सेक्टर्स, देर आर सर्टन सेक्टर्स विच कैन बी सेड दैट ये क्रेडिट स्टार्व्ड सेक्टर्स है. क्रेडिट स्टार्व्ड सेक्टर्स का मतलब क्या होता है कि यहाँ पर क्रेडिट मिलता नहीं है, यहाँ पर बैंक्स इन पर्टिकुलर सेक्टर्स के अंदर क्रेडिट एडिक्वेटली लेंड करती नहीं है. सो द बेसिक आइडिया ओवर हियर इज दैट आरबीआई हैज मेड अ लिस्ट ऑफ सेक्टर्स which are vulnerable, which are weaker and which do not get adequate credit, and RBI has made it mandatory for banks to lend a certain percentage of their loan to these sectors. RBI ने mandatory यानी कि compulsory बना दिया कि आपको इन weaker, vulnerable, credit starved sectors जिनको आसानी से credit नहीं मिलता है, इन important sectors को आपको credit देना ही पड़ेगा दोस्तों. राइट, अब जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल, राइट, तो ऐसे बहुत सारे क्रेडिट, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल एग्रीकल्चर, लोन्स टू माइक्रो स्मॉल एंड मीडियम एंटरप्राइजेस, सोशल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए जो लोन है, राइट, ये सारे प्रकार के जो ये है, राइट, एक्टिविटीज है, दे आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एक्टिविटीज दोस्तों. सो इनको हमने प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर का टैग लगा दिया है दोस्तों. So, जो भी एग्रीकल्चर से रिलेटेड लोन है, जो भी आपका माइक्रो स्मॉल मीडियम एंटरप्राइजेस से रिलेटेड लोन है, जो भी आपके सोशल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से रिलेटेड लोन है, इसको हमने प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग के नॉर्म्स के अंदर कवर कर रखा है दोस्तों. राइट, क्योंकि माइक्रो स्मॉल इंटरप्राइजेज एक्सेट्रा जो जॉब्स बहुत क्रिएट करते हैं, एग्रीकल्चर के ऊपर आधी पॉपुलेशन जॉब्स के लिए डिपेंडेंट है, सोशल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, एजुकेशन, हेल्थ केयर का होगा तो ह्यूमन कैपिटल फॉर्मेशन होगा. तो आप देख सकते हैं कि तीनों एरियाज इंपॉर्टेंट है एंड दैट इज वाई इन्हें प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर के अंदर रखा गया है. ठीक है, तो प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर के अंदर जब रखा जाता है तो लेंडिंग बाय कमर्शियल, सो पीएसएल शुड कंस्टिट्यूट 40% ऑफ योर क्रेडिट, राइट, विच एवर इज हायर दोस्तों. ठीक है, सो लेंडिंग बाय कमर्शियल बैंक्स, सो 40% आपको उसमें देना रहता है. और भी इसमें क्राइटेरियाज आते हैं कि फॉरेन बैंक्स के लिए अलग क्राइटेरिया है, डोमेस्टिक बैंक्स के लिए अलग क्राइटेरिया है, उसको भी मैं आपको कभी ना कभी डिस्कस करवा दूंगा दोस्तों. ओके, मूविंग अहेड टू द क्वेश्चन नंबर 36. विद रेफरेंस टू माइक्रो इंश्योरेंस, कौन से स्टेटमेंट्स करेक्ट है आपको ये बताना है. So it aims to promote insurance coverage among economically vulnerable sections. It is regulated by IRDA. It is carried out through NGOs and SHGs as intermediaries. कौन से स्टेटमेंट्स करेक्ट है दोस्तों. माइक्रो इंश्योरेंस यानी कि छोटा छोटा इंश्योरेंस जिसको बोलते हैं ना, छोटे अमाउंट का इंश्योरेंस. तो आपको छोटा प्रीमियम पे करना है और आपको एक कवरेज मिल जाएगा दोस्तों. छोटा सा प्रीमियम पे करना है और आपको एक छोटा सा कवरेज मिल जाएगा कि कल को आपके लाइफ में कोई भी एक्सीडेंट हो, कोई भी दिक्कत हो, कोई परेशानी हो, कोई नेगेटिव इवेंट हो, तो आपको संभालने के लिए जो है इंश्योरेंस कंपनी थोड़ा सा अमाउंट आपको देगी. उस पैसे को यूज करके आप शायद अपने पैरों पे वापस से खड़े हो जाओगे दोस्तों. तो ये माइक्रो इंश्योरेंस के बारे में आपको बताना है कि इकोनॉमिकली वल्नरेबल के लिए इरडा रेगुलेटेड है, एनजीओ एसएचजी के थ्रू दिया जाता है. कौन से स्टेटमेंट्स करेक्ट है. यहाँ पर आंसर इज डी, दैट इज 1, 2 एंड 3 दोस्तों. राइट, सही बात है दिव्या. योर आंसर फॉर द 36 क्वेश्चन इज ऑल्सो करेक्ट दिव्या. आई एम वेरी हैप्पी टू नोट दैट. ठीक है दिव्या, तो माइक्रो इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसीज जो है, माइक्रो इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसीज ये स्पेशल कैटेगरी है दोस्तों, स्पेशल कैटेगरी है ताकि हम इंश्योरेंस कवरेज बढ़ा सके. अभी हमारे को बड़ा बड़ा इंश्योरेंस नहीं बेचना, ऐसा नहीं कि बहुत ज्यादा प्रीमियम, बहुत ज्यादा कवरेज अमाउंट, ऐसा कोई हमारे अमीरों के लिए नहीं है दोस्तों, ये आम आदमी के लिए, गरीबों के लिए है दोस्तों. इकोनॉमिकली वल्नरेबल सेक्शन जो कोई भी प्रकार का इंश्योरेंस नहीं लेता, उसके लिए ये प्रकार का पॉलिसी काम आएगा दोस्तों. ये जो पॉलिसी है रेगुलेटेड बाय इरडा है. राइट, जो इरडा माइक्रो इंश्योरेंस रेगुलेशन 2005 है, वो डिफाइन एनेबल करता है माइक्रो इंश्योरेंस को. राइट, सो इट कैन बी अ जनरल इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी और लाइफ इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी विद सम अश्योर्ड ऑफ 50,000 और लेस दोस्तों. 50,000 या लेस की पॉलिसी तो कोई अमीर आदमी निकालेगा नहीं दोस्तों, लेकिन गरीब आदमी के लिए 50,000 रुपीज भी एक ठीक ठाक अमाउंट होता है दोस्तों. राइट, तो ये प्रकार की पॉलिसी हमारे को जो है प्रमोट करनी है. माइक्रो इंश्योरेंस का जो बिजनेस है दोस्तों, वो एनजीओ एसएचजी माइक्रो फाइनेंस इंस्टीट्यूशंस के माध्यम से करा जाता है दोस्तों. तो ये नया टॉपिक है, इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक है, आप इसको यूज भी कर सकते हैं जीएस3 के अंदर आंसर राइटिंग करते दौरान, या कोई भी डिस्क्रिप्टिव आंसर देते दौरान जो आप माइक्रो इंश्योरेंस के बारे में बात कर सकते हैं. मूविंग अहेड टू क्वेश्चन नंबर 37, कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के बारे में क्वेश्चन है। आपको 3 स्टेटमेंट दिए, आपको बताना है कि कौन से स्टेटमेंट्स करेक्ट है। कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी जो है वो स्टैट्यूटरी लायबिलिटी है, लीगल लायबिलिटी है कॉर्पोरेट एंटिटीज के लिए। इसे यूटिलाइज करा जा सकता है कंपनीज ओनली इन इंडिया एंड नॉट अब्रॉड, यानी कि जो पैसा इसमें इकट्ठा करा है केवल उसको इंडिया में यूज करा जा सकता है। फॉरेन कंपनीज को एग्जेम्प्ट कर दिया गया है, उनको जो है सीएसआर ऑब्लिगेशन को मीट नहीं करना है। आपको बताना है कि कौन से स्टेटमेंट्स करेक्ट है रिगार्डिंग कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। राइट, मौर्या, दिव्या, एज वेल एज स्नेहाशीष, हयात, everybody else participating, please share your answers for this particular question दोस्तों। राइट, 37th क्वेश्चन का जो आंसर है वो है आपका आंसर बी, 1 और 2। आपने बहुत सारे लोगों ने आंसर को सही दिया होगा। आपने समझा होगा कि ऐसा कोई फॉरेन कंपनीज को एग्जेम्पशन नहीं दिया गया है। आप इसको एलिमिनेट करिए और ऊपर के 2 स्टेटमेंट्स करेक्ट है दोस्तों। राइट, तो देखिए इसके अंदर कैसा है ना कि बिजनेस एंटिटी मॉनिटर इंश्योर करती है एक्टिव कंप्लायंस विद द स्पिरिट ऑफ द लॉ। राइट, हमारे इंडिया के अंदर लॉ है। राइट, हम वन ऑफ द फर्स्ट कंट्रीज है जिसने सीएसआर को स्टैट्यूटरी लायबिलिटी बना दिया कि कंपनीज एक्ट 2013 में हमने बोल दिया कि लीगल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी कि आपको कॉर्पोरेट सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को ध्यान में रखते हुए सोशल एक्टिविटीज के ऊपर पैसा खर्ची करना पड़ेगा दोस्तों। राइट, सो इट इज एप्लीकेबल टू एवरी कंपनी इनकॉर्पोरेटेड इन इंडिया। कोई भी कंपनी की होल्डिंग हो, कोई सब्सिडरी हो, कोई फॉरेन कंपनी हैविंग ब्रांच ऑफिस हो, प्रोजेक्ट ऑफिस हो, सबके लिए ये मैंडेटरी है दोस्तों। राइट, सो जो भी कंपनीज रजिस्टर्ड अंडर कंपनीज एक्ट 2013 है उनके ऊपर ये है। राइट, अब जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल ले लीजिए कि आप एलएलपी हो या आप कोई और लॉ के अंदर आपने अपने आप को एस्टेब्लिश करा हुआ है तो आपके लिए सीएसआर नहीं है। लेकिन अगर आपने अपने आप को कंपनीज एक्ट 2013 के अंतर्गत रजिस्टर करा हुआ है, चाहे आप इंडियन कंपनी हो या फॉरेन कंपनी की होल्डिंग हो, सब्सिडरी हो, ब्रांच ऑफिस हो, प्रोजेक्ट ऑफिस हो, आपके ऊपर सीएसआर एप्लीकेबल है दोस्तों। जो सीएसआर का पैसा है उसको आप केवल इंडिया ओनली के अंदर जो प्रोजेक्ट्स है उसके ऊपर आप यूज कर सकते हो। राइट, और आप उसको बाहर लेकर जाके खर्चा नहीं कर सकते हो। बेसिस ऑन दिस आप देख सकते हो कि जो आपका पहला स्टेटमेंट है वो करेक्ट है। राइट, आपका जो दूसरा स्टेटमेंट है वो भी करेक्ट है दोस्तों। राइट, और देयरफॉर द राइट आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन इज बी, 1 और 2। मूविंग अहेड टू द 38th क्वेश्चन। राइट, रिसेंटली डब्ल्यूपीआई फूड इंडेक्स को लॉन्च करा गया, तो थोड़ा टाइम हो गया दोस्तों डब्ल्यूपीआई फूड इंडेक्स को लॉन्च करें। आपको बताना है कि उसके बारे में कौन से स्टेटमेंट्स करेक्ट है। ये मेजर करेगा चेंजेस इन द प्राइजेज ऑफ, इट मेजर्स द चेंजेस इन द प्राइस एट द लेवल ऑफ प्रोड्यूसर्स। और दूसरा ये है कि 2011-12 इसका बेस ईयर है दोस्तों। राइट, तो देखिए प्राइजेस 2 लेवल 3 लेवल के ऊपर देखे जा सकते हैं, प्रोड्यूसर लेवल के ऊपर, होलसेल लेवल के ऊपर और कंज्यूमर लेवल के ऊपर प्राइजेस को मेजर करा जा सकता है दोस्तों। राइट, तो डब्ल्यूबीआई फूड इंडेक्स होलसेल प्राइस इंडेक्स है। तो ये आपको पूछ रहा है दोस्तों कि इट मेजर्स द चेंजेस इन द प्राइसेस एट द लेवल ऑफ प्रोड्यूसर। और दूसरा स्टेटमेंट आपको बोल रहा है कि 2011-12 इसका बेस ईयर है दोस्तों। आपको मालूम होना चाहिए कि जो भी इन्फ्लेशन का इंडेक्स होता है, हर एक इंडेक्स के अंदर एक बेस ईयर होता है। हम बेस ईयर के प्राइजेस के साथ जो है सब्सिक्वेंट ईयर के प्राइजेस को कंपेयर करके देखते हैं दोस्तों। ये बेसिक चीजें आपको मालूम होना चाहिए, ठीक है। तो जो डब्ल्यूबीआई का फूड इंडेक्स है उसके बारे में आपको बताना है कि कौन सा स्टेटमेंट आपका यहाँ पर करेक्ट है। सो दिव्या आपका आंसर ए है, शायद स्नेहाशीष आप भी जल्दी जल्दी आंसर दे दीजिए, मौर्य आप भी जल्दी जल्दी आंसर दे दीजिए। सो फ्रेंड्स यहाँ पर आंसर है सी दोस्तों। दोनों स्टेटमेंट यहाँ पर करेक्ट लगने लग रहे हैं दोस्तों, ठीक है। अभी जो डब्ल्यूपीआई फूड इंडेक्स है ये नया फूड प्राइस इंडेक्स है, 17 के अंदर इसको लॉन्च करा था। राइट, बेस ईयर इसका 11-12 है दोस्तों। और ये क्या करेगा, डब्ल्यूपीआई फूड इंडेक्स होलसेल लेवल यानी कि प्रोड्यूसर लेवल, होलसेल लेवल ऑलमोस्ट एक ही होता है दोस्तों। तो लेवल ऑफ प्रोड्यूसर के ऊपर क्या प्राइजेस चलने लग रहा है वो बताएगा दोस्तों। तो डब्ल्यूपीआई जो है इसमें क्या करेगा कि फूड प्रोडक्ट्स जो भी है और मैन्युफैक्चर्ड प्रोडक्ट्स, फूड प्रोडक्ट्स अंडर मैन्युफैक्चर्ड प्रोडक्ट्स एंड फूड आर्टिकल्स अंडर प्राइमरी आर्टिकल्स को जो है यूज करेगा। अब जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल ले लीजिए कि जो आपका होलसेल प्राइस इंडेक्स है दोस्तों डब्ल्यूपीआई, तो डब्ल्यूपीआई के अंदर कैसा रहता है ना दोस्तों कि अलग अलग ग्रुपिंग्स बनी हुई है। राइट, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल प्राइमरी आर्टिकल्स, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल मैन्युफैक्चर्ड गुड्स एटसेट्रा, और फिर मतलब इलेक्ट्रिसिटी एक्सेट्रा, पावर, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पावर एटसेट्रा जो है वो भी डब्ल्यूपीआई के अंदर आता है। तो प्राइमरी आर्टिकल्स यानी कि जो क्रॉप ग्रुप है वो आपके प्राइमरी आर्टिकल में आती है। राइट, आप उसी क्रॉप को प्रोसेस कर दो, उसको फूड के अंदर कन्वर्ट कर दो। राइट, तो वो आपके मैन्युफैक्चर्ड गुड के अंदर आती है। तो ये डब्ल्यूपीआई फूड इंडेक्स में क्या करेंगे कि जो भी क्रॉप है या जो भी प्राइमरी आर्टिकल्स के अंदर जो भी एग्रीकल्चरल आइटम है उसको ले लेंगे, जो भी मैन्युफैक्चर्ड प्रोडक्ट्स के अंदर जो भी फूड रिलेटेड आइटम है उनको ले लेंगे, और उनको लेकर हमने जो है डब्ल्यूपीआई फूड इंडेक्स यहाँ पर बना दिया है दोस्तों। राइट, उनको लेकर हमने डब्ल्यूपीआई फूड इंडेक्स बना दिया है विद बेस ईयर 2011-12 दोस्तों। राइट, सो ये दिस वुड गिव अस अ बेटर आइडिया कि फूड आइटम्स का जो प्राइसेस है वो किस प्रकार से बिहेव करने लग रहा है दोस्तों, ठीक है। मूविंग अहेड टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन नंबर 39, विथ रेफरेंस टू पार्टिसिपेटरी नोट कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट दोस्तों। पार्टिसिपेटरी नोट्स के बारे में जो है आपको 2 स्टेटमेंट्स दिए, आपको बताना है कि कौन से स्टेटमेंट्स करेक्ट हैं। सो जो पार्टिसिपेटरी नोट्स है ये इशू करे गए हैं सेबी रजिस्टर्ड एफआईआई दैट इज फॉरेन इंस्टीट्यूशन इन्वेस्टर्स द्वारा इन फॉरेनसीज मार्केट, इन ओवरसीज मार्केट। राइट। इन्वेस्टर्स इन पी नोट दे आर रियल ओनर्स ऑफ इंडियन सिक्योरिटीज इन विच दे इन्वेस्ट। दोस्तों आपको बताना है कि कौन से स्टेटमेंट्स करेक्ट है। पार्टिसिपेटरी नोट्स को जो है सेबी रजिस्टर्ड एफआईआई इशू करता है ओवरसीज मार्केट के अंदर, और जो भी पार्टिसिपेटरी नोट के अंदर जो इन्वेस्टर है वो रियल ओनर है इंडियन सिक्योरिटीज का। कौन से स्टेटमेंट्स करेक्ट आपको लग रहे हैं स्नेहाशीष, दिव्या, मौर्या एज वेल एज एवरीबडी एल्स? प्लीज शेयर योर आंसर्स फॉर दिस क्वेश्चन। दोस्तों प्लीज शेयर योर आंसर्स फॉर दिस क्वेश्चन। क्वेश्चन नंबर 39 का आंसर बता दीजिए, पार्टिसिपेटरी नोट। सो फ्रेंड्स यहाँ पर जो आंसर आप लोगों का बनना चाहिए वो आपका आंसर बनना चाहिए ए। राइट। होता कैसा है ना कि मान लीजिए कि अभी जैसे सेबी का रिक्वायरमेंट है, सेबी का रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है कि जो भी इंडिया के अंदर बाहर से पैसा लगाना चाहते हैं फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर, उसको रजिस्टर करना पड़ेगा। तो मान लीजिए कि ये एफआईआई ने रजिस्टर कर लिया, मान लीजिए बहुत सारे एफआईआई ने अपने आप को रजिस्टर कर लिया। अब मान लीजिए कि बहुत सारे इंडिविजुअल्स है, राइट। मान लीजिए अमेरिका के अंदर ए, बी, सी, डी, ई, ये बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो इंडिया के अंदर इन्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं लेकिन सेबी के रजिस्ट्रेशन का झंझट नहीं करना चाहते, राइट। तो ये लोग क्या करेंगे कि सेबी को रजिस्टर, सेबी के पास आके रजिस्ट्रेशन का झंझट नहीं करना चाहते, दे डोंट वांट टू टेक द हैसल ऑफ रजिस्टरिंग देमसेल्व्स विद सेबी। सो व्हाट विल हैपन इज दैट लेट अस से दे वांट टू इन्वेस्ट इन अ स्टॉक, राइट। So what they will do is that they will offer money to, let us say, this FII, right? And this FII will issue a participatory note. They will offer money to this FII and this FII will issue a participatory note. ठीक है। पार्टिसिपेटरी नोट कैसा है कि एक पर्ची दे देंगे दोस्तों, है ना, कि हाँ 1000 शेयर्स ऑफ इन्फोसिस हमने आपके बिहाफ पे खरीद रखे हैं, तो दैट इज पार्टिसिपेटरी नोट। सो ए इज नॉट द रियल ओनर ऑफ 1000 शेयर्स ऑफ इन्फोसिस, दिस FII इज द रियल ओनर ऑफ 1000 शेयर्स ऑफ Infosys because they are registered in India, they can buy, right? But this FII has purchased that 1000 share of Infosys on behalf of A, on behalf of B, let us say, right? So let us say कि 2000 shares of Reliance have been purchased on behalf of C. So this FII is the real owner of 2000 shares of Reliance, बट एक पर्ची यानी कि पार्टिसिपेटरी नोट के ऊपर सी के ऊपर लिख कर दे दिया है कि भाई इट इज ऑन योर बिहाफ, यू आर द ओनर, बट इन रियलिटी यू नो ये जो ये रियल ओनर है, जो एक्चुअल ओनर है वो एफआईआई है, बिकॉज एफआईआई जो है वो रजिस्टर्ड है विद सेबी दोस्तों, राइट। दैट इज व्हाट यू नीड टू कीप इन माइंड दोस्तों, ठीक है। सो यही चीज को यहाँ पर बड़े डिटेल्ड तौर पे एक्सप्लेन करा हुआ है, यू विल रीड दिस ऑन योर ओन टाइम एंड इफ देयर इज एनी डाउट यू विल आस्क मी। मूविंग अहेड टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन दोस्तों, विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग आर करेंसी एक्सचेंज रेट सिस्टम्स? दोस्तों करेंसी एक्सचेंज रेट सिस्टम कौन सा है? क्लीन फ्लोटिंग, डर्टी फ्लोटिंग, गोल्ड स्टैंडर्ड। करेंसी एक्सचेंज रेट सिस्टम इनमें से कौन सा है? प्लीज शेयर योर आंसर्स फॉर द 40th क्वेश्चन। So the answer to this particular question is your option D, 1, 2 and 3, right? करेंसी एक्सचेंज रेट सिस्टम के बारे में हम बात कर रहे हैं। सो क्लीन फ्लोटिंग, राइट, और फ्लेक्सिबल एक्सचेंज रेट और फ्लोटिंग एक्सचेंज रेट सिस्टम। तो इन दिस एक्सचेंज रेट इज मार्केट डिटरमाइंड। व्हाट इज एक्सचेंज रेट? व्हाट इज द वैल्यू ऑफ, लेट अस से, डॉलर अगेंस्ट रुपी, राइट? What is the value of foreign currency in terms of domestic currency? That is the exchange rate. So what is clean floating? So it is market determined दोस्तों. So clean floats can exist when there is no government interference. Market forces of demand and supply will determine what should be the exchange rate. ठीक है। मैनेज फ्लोटिंग को जो है हम डर्टी फ्लोटिंग भी बोलते हैं। Why is it called dirty floating? Why is it not called clean floating? Because in clean floating there is no government interference, there is no government intervention. But managed floating के अंदर दोस्तों, managed floating के अंदर there is government intervention. So central bank जो है वो intervene करेगी to buy and sell foreign currencies. Central bank जो attempt करेगी to moderate the exchange rate movement. Whenever सेंट्रल बैंक फील्स की बहुत ज्यादा मूवमेंट होने लग रहा है तो सेंट्रल बैंक बीच में आ जाएगी और करेंसी के मूवमेंट को थोड़ा सा मॉडरेट करने की कोशिश करेगी, वोलेटिलिटी को रिड्यूस करने की कोशिश करेगी, राइट। 1870 से लेकर 1914 प्रिवेलिंग सिस्टम वाज गोल्ड स्टैंडर्ड, राइट। सो ये क्या फिक्स्ड एक्सचेंज रेट सिस्टम था। हर एक पार्टिसिपेंट कंट्री जो है वो कमिट इटसेल्फ कर रही थी दैट दे विल कन्वर्ट फ्रीली इट्स करेंसी इनटू गोल्ड एट अ फिक्स्ड प्राइस, राइट। दे हैड कमिटेड दैट हम हमारी कंट्री के करेंसी को गोल्ड के अंदर कन्वर्ट करेंगे या गोल्ड को हमारी कंट्री के करेंसी के अंदर कन्वर्ट करेंगे एट अ फिक्स्ड प्राइस, उसको गोल्ड स्टैंडर्ड बोलते हैं दोस्तों। तो आप देख सकते हैं कि करेंसी को एक्सचेंज करने के, यानी कि एक करेंसी दूसरी करेंसी में हमारे को चेंज करना है, राइट। तो उसका क्लीन फ्लोटिंग मैकेनिज्म हो सकता है जो कि मार्केट डिटरमाइंड है, डर्टी फ्लोटिंग हो सकता है जिसके अंदर मार्केट डिटरमाइन करेगा बट गवर्नमेंट इंटरवेंशन भी हो सकता है, और या फिर गोल्ड स्टैंडर्ड हो सकता है कि मैंने मेरी करेंसी को गोल्ड में कन्वर्ट करा और उस गोल्ड को आपकी करेंसी के अंदर कन्वर्ट करा। तो दीज आर बेसिकली योर वेरियस डिफरेंट करेंसी एक्सचेंज रेट मैकेनिज्म्स दोस्तों, राइट। सो द आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन इज 1, 2 एंड 3। आई होप दैट दिस इज क्लियर। मूविंग अहेड टू द 41st क्वेश्चन। अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर के बारे में आपको 3 स्टेटमेंट्स दिए हैं, आपको बताना है कि कौन से स्टेटमेंट्स करेक्ट है दोस्तों, राइट। एंटरप्राइज इन द अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर मस्ट हैव मोर देन 20 workers. It includes urban and rural labor. It contributes less than 10% of GDP of the country दोस्तों। आपको बताना है कि अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर, it should have more than 20 employed workers. Is this correct? It includes both urban and rural laborer. Is this correct? It contributes less than 10% of the GDP of the country. Is this correct? 41st क्वेश्चन का आंसर आपको देना है दोस्तों। ऑल राइट मौर्या, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग इन मौर्या। एंड आपका मेगा सेशन हो जाता है उसके बाद आपकी ताकत बचती है, राइट। तो ज़रूर से वापस आना और क्लास को अटेंड करना। किसका मेगा सेशन है मौर्या, इफ़ यू डोंट माइंड? कौन सा वाला मेगा क्विज है? जस्ट शेयर सम आइडियाज़ विथ मी so that I get an idea of what the others are doing, and you can also share my ideas with others. किसका मेगा क्विज है? जस्ट शेयर दैट विथ मी फर्स्ट मौर्या बिफोर यू लीव। सो फ्रेंड्स, यहाँ पर जो आंसर है वो बी बनना चाहिए, राइट। और अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर के अंदर दोस्तों लेस देन 10 वर्कर्स वाले जो भी एंटरप्राइजेज है या लेस देन 10 वर्कर जहाँ पर भी काम कर रहे हैं उसको हम अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर कहते हैं। एंड जो अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर है यानी कि जो छोटी छोटी कंपनियां हैं दोस्तों, राइट, दे कंट्रीब्यूट अप्रोक्सीमेटली 50%, दे कंट्रीब्यूट अप्रोक्सीमेटली 50% ऑफ इंडियाज जीडीपी, राइट। ऑल राइट, ज्योग्राफी का मेगा क्विज है। ऑल राइट मौर्या, राइट, अच्छे से करना, बहुत ध्यान लगा के करना, और जो रिमेनिंग 60 क्वेश्चंस है उनको मिस आउट मत करना, मेक श्योर करना कि उनको भी आप आकर यहाँ पर देखने लग रहे हो मौर्य, राइट। तो अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर के बारे में क्वेश्चन मैंने आपको बता दिया है दोस्तों, यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं। तो अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर का जो डेफिनेशन है, अनऑर्गेनाइज्ड वर्कर सोशल सिक्योरिटी एक्ट, सो इट इज डिफाइंड एज अ प्रोडक्शन सर्विस, ये प्रोडक्शन या सर्विस ओरिएंटेड एंटरप्राइज हो सकती है, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग भी हो सकती है, सर्विस भी हो सकती है, राइट। एंड यहाँ पर सबसे बड़ा क्राइटेरिया क्या है दोस्तों कि जो टोटल नंबर ऑफ वर्कर्स इट कैन नॉट एक्सीड 10, यानी कि लेस देन 10 वर्कर्स होने चाहिए एज पर अनऑर्गेनाइज वर्कर सोशल सिक्योरिटी एक्ट 2008 दोस्तों, राइट। तो अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर जो है वो मोस्ट ऑफ द रूरल लेबर को कवर करता है, राइट, और अर्बन लेबर के भी बहुत बड़े चंक को जो है कवर करता है। मोस्ट ऑफ द रूरल लेबरर्स अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर में काम करते हैं बिकॉज रूरल एरियाज के अंदर ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर्स की प्रेजेंस उतनी ज्यादा नहीं है दोस्तों, राइट। लेकिन अगर आप देखेंगे अर्बन एरियाज के अंदर, तो अर्बन एरियाज में ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर है, लेकिन फिर भी जो है अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर की प्रेवलेंस है। तो बहुत रूरल अर्बन लेबर जो है आपके अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर में काम करते हैं। अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर के अंदर जो भी आपके स्मॉल एंड फैमिली एंटरप्राइजेस की एक्टिविटीज उन्हें इंक्लूड करा जाता है। अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर मोर देन 50% ऑफ जीडीपी को जो है कंट्रीब्यूट करता है दोस्तों, राइट। शेयर ऑफ अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर जो है वेरी कर रहा है, 57 to 60% है, राइट। अनऑर्गेनाइज या फिर जो इनफॉर्मल सेक्टर है दोस्तों, 90% ऑफ हमारी वर्कफोर्स को जो है एम्प्लॉय करता है, ये भी रिपोर्ट करा गया है दोस्तों। तो बेसिस ऑन दिस एंटायर डिस्कशन यू कैन वेरी क्लियरली सी दैट आपका जो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट है वो आपका गलत है, थर्ड स्टेटमेंट है वो भी आपका गलत है, एंड दैट इज वाई द आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन इज B2 ओनली। आई होप दैट दिस इज क्लियर। मूविंग अहेड टू द 42nd क्वेश्चन। गवर्नमेंट बजट के ऑब्जेक्टिव्स क्या है दोस्तों? विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग आर ऑब्जेक्टिव्स ऑफ गवर्नमेंट बजट? रिसोर्स एलोकेशन, राइट, redistribution of income and wealth, maintenance of economic stability दोस्तों। easy question है, please share your answers for the 42nd question, right? स्नेहाशीष, दिव्या, everybody else participating, please share your answers for the 42nd question दोस्तों। which of the following are the objectives of a government budget? allocation of resources, redistribution of income and wealth, maintenance of economic stability। द आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन इज D 1, 2 एंड 3, राइट। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल हमारी बजटरी पॉलिसी के थ्रू गवर्नमेंट डिसाइड करती है कि कौन सी मिनिस्ट्री को कितना पैसा मिलेगा, एजुकेशन को कितना मिलेगा, हेल्थ केयर को कितना मिलेगा, डिफेंस को कितना मिलेगा, एटसेट्रा, राइट। सो जो है वो है, उसको हम कहते हैं रिसोर्स एलोकेशन दोस्तों। उसके अलावा गवर्नमेंट क्या करती है कि जो रिचर सेक्शन ऑफ सोसाइटी उस पर टैक्स कलेक्ट करती है, और जो पुअरर सेक्शन है, वल्नरेबल वीकर सेक्शन है, उसे सब्सिडी यानी कि सपोर्ट प्रोवाइड करती है दोस्तों। तो इस प्रकार से गवर्नमेंट क्या करती है कि अपनी इनकम को रिडिस्ट्रीब्यूट करती है, राइट। गवर्नमेंट रीडिस्ट्रीब्यूट्स इनकम एंड वेल्थ थ्रू वे ऑफ टैक्सेस एंड सब्सिडीज दोस्तों। गवर्नमेंट अपने बजट को यूज करती है एज एन इंपॉर्टेंट पॉलिसी इंस्ट्रूमेंट, और जो भी इन्फ्लेशन या डिफ्लेशन या इंक्रीजिंग डिमांड या फॉलिंग डिमांड की जो प्रॉब्लम है उसको गवर्नमेंट ठीक करने की कोशिश करती है, यानी कि इकोनॉमिक स्टेबिलिटी को इंश्योर करवाने की कोशिश करती है। तो ये तीनों ही जो फंक्शंस है तीनों ही फंक्शंस गवर्नमेंट परफॉर्म करती है. दिव्या, स्नेहाशीष, योर आंसर्स आर इन द राइट डायरेक्शन, राइट. रीअलोकेशन ऑफ रिसोर्सेज, रीडिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ इनकम एंड मेंटेनेंस ऑफ इकोनॉमिक स्टेबिलिटी, ये तीनों ही फंक्शंस गवर्नमेंट अपने बजट के थ्रू परफॉर्म करने लग रही है. मूविंग अहेड टू द 43rd क्वेश्चन, राइट. विद रिस्पेक्ट टू एमएसएमई कंसीडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट्स. एमएसएमई को क्लासिफाई करा जाता है ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ नंबर ऑफ पीपल एम्प्लॉयड. मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एंड सर्विस एंटरप्राइजेस दोनों को जो है एमएसएमई के डेफिनेशन के अंदर इंक्लूड करा गया है. आपको जो करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट्स है वो आपको आइडेंटिफाई करने हैं. एमएसएमई के बारे में आपको दो स्टेटमेंट दिए हैं कि एमएसएमईज आर क्लासिफाइड ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ नंबर ऑफ पीपल एम्प्लॉयड, एंड सेकंड ये है कि बोथ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एंड सर्विस एंटरप्राइजेस आर इंक्लूडेड अंडर एमएसएमई. कौन से स्टेटमेंट्स करेक्ट है? प्लीज शेयर योर आंसर्स. Again, both the statements over here are going. First statement is in the wrong direction. जो आपका एमएसएमई का क्लासिफिकेशन है दैट इज डन ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ टर्नओवर, दैट इज डन ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट. दोस्तों, टर्नओवर और इन्वेस्टमेंट के बेसिस के ऊपर करा जाता है, राइट. तो दैट इज द फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट का एक्सप्लेनेशन ओवर हियर. ऑफ कोर्स ये जो डेफिनेशन है इसको चेंज कर दिया गया है, तो आपको अपडेटेड डेफिनेशन देखना है दोस्तों. और सेकंड पॉइंट ये है कि चाहे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो चाहे सर्विसेज हो, दोनों को एमएसएमई के अंदर रखा जा सकता है. क्राइटेरिया अलग होंगे दोस्तों, ऐसा भी हो सकता है, लेकिन दोनों को जो एमएसएमई के अंदर रखा जा सकता है, उसके अंदर कोई भी रिस्ट्रिक्शन नहीं है. तो अगर ये चीज आपको मालूम थी कि टर्नओवर और इन्वेस्टमेंट के बेसिस के ऊपर एमएसएमई को क्लासिफाई करा जाता है, राइट, सो यू विल क्लियरली अंडरस्टैंड दैट जो आपका पहला स्टेटमेंट है वो इन द राइट रॉन्ग डायरेक्शन है, और सेकंड स्टेटमेंट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सर्विस दोनों ही एमएसएमईज हो सकते हैं. तो आपका जो सेकंड स्टेटमेंट है वो इन द राइट डायरेक्शन है, राइट. तो स्नेहाशीष, योर 43rd वाला क्वेश्चन का आंसर इज करेक्ट. दिव्या, ऐसा नहीं है कि सिर्फ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग है. दिव्या, आपको ऐसा लगा होगा कि सिर्फ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को एमएसएमई के अंदर रखते हैं, बट ऐसा नहीं है दिव्या. ये चीज को ध्यान में रखना, राइट. सो सर्विस एंटरप्राइज, राइट, चाहे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एंटरप्राइज हो चाहे सर्विस एंटरप्राइज हो, दोनों को जो है एमएसएमई का क्लासिफिकेशन दिया जा सकता है दोस्तों, राइट. और जैसे कि हमने आपको बताया कि जो भी टर्नओवर और इन्वेस्टमेंट के बेसिस पे बात है उसको करा जाएगा. मूविंग अहेड, विच आर द फॉलोइंग स्टेप्स कैन बी टेकन टू इंप्रूव एग्रीकल्चर मार्केट सिस्टम इन इंडिया. दोस्तों, राइट, एग्रीकल्चर मार्केट सिस्टम को कैसे इंप्रूव करा जा सकता है, राइट, बाय प्रोवाइडिंग इंप्रूव फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, रिड्यूसिंग गवर्नमेंट इंटरवेंशन, मेंटेनेंस ऑफ बफर स्टॉक ऑफ फूड ग्रेन्स बाय एफसीआई, राइट. जो फॉलोइंग स्टेप्स कैन बी टेकन टू इंप्रूव एग्रीकल्चर मार्केट सिस्टम. एग्रीकल्चर मार्केट सिस्टम का मतलब ये है कि फार्मर जो फार्म प्रोड्यूस ग्रो करता है और उसको लाकर मंडी के अंदर बेचता है या मार्केट के अंदर बेचता है, तो वो करने के अंदर उसको सहूलियत होनी चाहिए, उसको फैसिलिटी मिलनी चाहिए, उसको आसानी होनी चाहिए. इट शुड बी इजी फॉर द फार्मर टू कम एंड सेल हिज और हर प्रोड्यूस इन द मार्केट. नाउ विच आर द फॉलोइंग स्टेप्स कैन बी टेकन टू एक्चुअली improve the agriculture market system, यानी कि to make it easier for the farmer to come and sell in the market. That is the question. So Divya as well as Snehashish as well as everybody else participating, right, please share your answers for this particular question. क्या लगता है, what is the answer? Which of the following steps can be taken to improve agriculture market systems? Providing improved physical infrastructure, reducing government intervention, maintenance of buffer stock of food grains by Food Corporation of India. Please share your answers. So friends, the answer to this question is B, that is 1 and 3, right. Reducing government intervention is not desirable, right. अगर agriculture market system को improve करना है तो you have to create mandi infrastructure, right. You have to अब जैसे for example Food Corporation of India is purchasing, so there is an additional buyer in the market, right. So farmers will get help if there are more buyers in the market, right. So reducing government intervention is not at all the right step, right. It is not at all the right step, right. So in fact we need to sort of provide transportation conditions, transparent conditions. अब जैसे for example government of India is trying to develop national agriculture market, right. So उसके अंदर government intervention is actually increasing, right, it is not decreasing. So government intervention is actually increasing. So the idea is that we need more government intervention in the right direction, and that is why the answer is 1 and 3 दोस्तों. Why is market intervention important? See, what will happen is that like for example, if the government does not provide minimum support price, prices will fall. If government does not purchase for buffer stock, prices will fall, right. If government does not distribute food grains and sugar through PDS, people ka consumption will fall, right. So if you want to protect the income of the farmers, so government is taking all these steps. Government is running MSP program, government is buying for public distribution system, government is maintaining a buffer stock, government is creating APMC infrastructure, government is creating ENAM infrastructure, right. Government is developing rural roads, government is taking all the steps. For example, agriculture market infrastructure fund has been created by the government, right? So government is putting money into railway, warehouse, godowns, cold storage, processing units. All these steps are being taken, dosto, right? So government has created regulated markets, so government has created laws for the regulation of market. So all these steps have been taken by the government. So clearly you can see that the government intervention is desirable, right? So reducing government intervention is not the right approach, and that is why the answer to this question is B, that is 1 and 3 only. Moving ahead to the 45th question regarding HELP, that is hydrocarbon exploration and licensing policy. So the following statements are correct regarding HELP. You have to tell me कि कौन से statements correct है regarding HELP. ये provide करेगा यूनिफॉर्म लाइसेंसिंग सिस्टम टू कवर ऑल हाइड्रोकार्बन्स. ये अडॉप्ट करता है फिजिकल सिस्टम ऑफ रेवेन्यू शेयरिंग कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स. प्लीज शेयर योर आंसर्स फॉर हाइड्रोकार्बन एक्सप्लोरेशन एंड लाइसेंसिंग पॉलिसी. दोस्तों प्लीज शेयर योर आंसर्स. करेक्ट है दिव्या. Government intervention should be increased. Snehashish, Divya, as well as everybody else participating, please share your answer for the 45th question. It provides for a uniform license system to cover all hydrocarbons. It adopts fiscal system of revenue sharing contract. कौन से statements correct है? So the answer to this question is C. Both the statements are correct. There are four main aspects of hydrocarbon exploration and licensing policy, right? So it's a new contractual and fiscal model, right? एक्सप्लोरेशन एंड प्रोडक्शन हाइड्रोकार्बन सेक्टर के अंदर रेगुलेट करने के अंदर, इसके अंदर हम लोग यूनिफॉर्म लाइसेंस दे रहे हैं दोस्तों. तो कोई भी है, ऑयल हो, गैस हो, कोल बेड, मीथेन हो, एक लाइसेंस आपको मिलेगा, राइट? उसको यूज करके आप सारे हाइड्रोकार्बन को एक्सप्लोर कर पाओगे. ओपन एकरेज है. इट गिव्स द ऑप्शन टू हाइड्रोकार्बन कंपनी टू सिलेक्ट द एक्सप्लोरेशन ब्लॉक्स throughout the year without waiting for formal bid around the from the government. तो throughout the year जो है आप सिलेक्ट कर सकते हो एक्सप्लोरेशन ब्लॉक. ऐसा नहीं है कि जब सरकार बोलेगी तब आकर आप जो है ये करोगे. आपको जब एक्सप्लोर करना आप कर सकते हो. रेवेन्यू शेयरिंग मॉडल, राइट? So present fiscal system of production sharing contract is replaced by an easy to administer revenue sharing model. दोस्तों प्रेजेंट सिस्टम जो प्रोडक्शन शेयरिंग कॉन्ट्रैक्ट था, राइट? प्रोडक्शन शेयरिंग के अंदर कैसा होता था कि जो भी प्रोडक्शन आने लग रहा है उसमें से थोड़ा सा परसेंटेज आप सरकार को दोगे, बाकी परसेंटेज आप अपने पास रखोगे और उसको बेच दोगे, वो बंद कर देंगे. और ईजियर टू एडमिनिस्टर रेवेन्यू शेयरिंग मॉडल है कि जो भी आप रेवेन्यू कमाओगे हाइड्रोकार्बन को एक्सप्लोर करके डिग आउट करके बेच के, जो भी आप रेवेन्यू कमाओगे उसका एक परसेंटेज आपको सरकार के साथ शेयर करना पड़ेगा दोस्तों. So exploration is allowed throughout the contract period, right? Exploration phase for onshore areas increase करे 7 to 8 years, offshore exploration को increase करे 8 years to 10 years ताकि better exploration हो सके. Objectives क्या है हेल्प के, राइट? सो हमारे को एनहांस डोमेस्टिक ऑयल एंड गैस प्रोडक्शन करना है, सब्सटैंशियल इन्वेस्टमेंट लेकर आना है, एम्प्लॉयमेंट को इंक्रीज करना है, ट्रांसपेरेंसी को इंप्रूव करना है और एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव डिस्क्रिप्शन को रिड्यूस करना है दोस्तों. ये दीज आर द ऑब्जेक्टिव्स ऑफ हेल्प. तो इससे क्या होगा कि जो प्राइवेट सेक्टर का, अगेन दीज आर लिबरलाइजेशन मेजर्स दोस्तों. ये जितने भी मेजर्स है इसकी वजह से लिबरलाइजेशन होता है दोस्तों. लिबरलाइजेशन का मतलब ये है कि इकोनॉमिक फ्रीडम ऑफ द कंपनी हु इज ऑपरेटिंग इन द सेक्टर वो इंक्रीज हो जाता है, राइट? दैट इज द ब्रॉड आइडिया ओवर हियर. Moving ahead to the 46th question regarding special drawing rights, right? So with reference to special drawing rights, consider the following statements. It was created by World Bank. It is used as a reserve asset to supplement the existing reserves of member countries. It is valued in terms of gold. कौन से statements correct है, right? Which of the statements are correct regarding special drawing rights? So I guess Nayashi is doing 50 questions in one marathon session makes more sense than trying to do 100 sessions, 100 questions in one marathon session. That is my learning number one, Snehashish. Looking at the trend of participation right now, right, that may make more sense. As it is, you have a combat at 11 a.m. So we'll do probably 50 questions in this session, right? And remaining questions I will start sharing through smaller videos. Maybe that will, what do you think? Maybe I can share smaller videos also, and maybe I can do a marathon of 50 sessions, 50 questions. What is your opinion, Snehashish? We can schedule marathons. We can try to, get students to understand what we are doing over here. That is the idea that I am having over here right now. So the idea over here is that the answer is B, that this special drawing rights was not created by World Bank, it was created by IMF. That is point number one, right? So your first statement is not correct. Your second statement is valued in terms of gold. That is not correct. It is valued in terms of a basket of 6 currencies, right? And your second statement is absolutely correct, that it is used as a reserve asset to supplement the existing reserves of member countries. So that is the broad idea over here, right? So special drawing right, it is basically an international type of monetary reserve which was created by IMF in 1969, right? It is operating as a supplement to the existing reserves. It was created because there was certain concerns about the limitations of gold and dollar, right? So there were some limitations. There are certain these things limitations regarding gold and dollar, right? So we were not confident that we can use gold and dollars for settling international accounts. So SDR was created because it will increase international liquidity, right? It will serve as a standard reserve currency. Everybody can use it, right? So we don't need to rely only on dollars, Snehashish, right? So gold was displaced by creating the special drawing rights, also known as paper gold. This special drawing right is also known as paper gold in the IMF, right? So the intention is that we want to increase the stock of international reserves, right? So originally we used to define HDR in terms of gold, right? So originally 35 HDR was equal to 1 ounce of gold, but we have changed the definition, right? Now what we are doing is that we are changing the value of HDR based on the value of five currencies, dollar based in values in dollar of five currency, sum of values in dollar of five currencies of the six countries दोस्तों, right? So France, Germany, उनका जो करेंसी है, right, that is यूरो, जापान का येन, यूके का पाउंड स्टर्लिंग, चाइना का चाइनीज रेनमिनबी एंड ऑफ कोर्स यूएस का डॉलर दोस्तों. So we are using the five currencies and six countries के जो भी करेंसीज है उसको हम लोग यूज करने लग रहे हैं दोस्तों, right? The composition of this basket is reviewed every 5 years, right? The composition of this basket is reviewed every 5 years, and the weightage of the currencies can get altered दोस्तों. The weightage of the currencies can get altered. That is the broad idea over here. So what have we learned regarding SDR? It was created by IMF in 1969. There were certain limitations in the usage of gold and dollars. So that is why we created special drawing right. This special drawing right or HDR can be used as an international reserve currency for settling international transactions, for settling various these things दोस्तों, ठीक है? This gold was displaced by HDR, so this HDR is also referred to as paper gold, right? The idea is that 35 HDRs were originally equal to 1 ounce of gold, right? But then we have changed that definition multiple times. Right now the value of HDR is based on the value of five currencies from six countries, right? And the weightage or the valuation process of HDR, that is reviewed every 5 years. So how do we determine the value of HDR? Composition basket, which currencies are to be used, which currencies are not to be used. So that is reviewed every 5 years dosto. And that is why you can very clearly see that the first statement over here is not correct, the third statement over here is not correct, and the answer to this question is B, that is 2 only. The answer to this question is B, that is 2 only. Is this clear dosto? Is this clear? Moving ahead to the 47th question, right? What do you understand by the term skewflation dosto? You have to pick out the right definition of skewflation from this particular set of options which is given A, B, C and D. So it is the rise in price of one or a small group of commodities over a sustained period of time. It means declining rate of inflation over the last 4 economic quarters of a financial year. It means declining inflation due to huge import over a period of time. It is a measure of increasing prices, particularly for the service sector. Which of the following correctly describes the term skewflation? Please share your answers for the 47th question. Please share your answers for the 47th question. It is a rise in price of one or small group of commodities over a sustained period of time. It means declining rate of inflation over the last 4 economic quarters of a financial year. It means declining inflation due to huge imports over a period of time. It's a measure of increasing prices, particularly for the service sector. So the answer is A. What is the meaning of skewflation? See, generally, what is the meaning of inflation? That generally inflation means that there is an increase in the price, right, more or less of a large section of goods and services becomes expensive. This is inflation, a general increase in the level of prices. But if the price rise is like this, let us say that prices are normal for most of the items, but for some items the prices have increased tremendously. So this is skewed in the sense that it is not broad based, skewed in the sense that it is narrow, and prices have increased for a narrow group of goods and services. That is the meaning of skewflation, right? So answer for the 47th question is A. Is this clear, Divya? Right? So prices have increased not for a broad section of commodities, but it has increased for only one or a small group of commodities. That is what skewflation is. You can understand that through this particular diagram. All right. Moving ahead to the 48th question. Consider the following statements regarding formal sector workers in India. formal sector workers. So only the workers of the public sector, only the workers of the public sector are part of the formal sector. Social security benefits are available to the informal sector workers and not to the formal sector workers. Which of the statements is not correct over here? Please make sure that you are understanding that not correct has been asked over here. Which of the following statements given above is slash are not correct? The answer for the 40th question is C, right? Why is it C? See, the idea is that who is formal sector, or which sector is, or which enterprise or which organization is referred to the formal sector enterprise. So any organization having more than 10 workers, whether it is public or whether it is private, it is a part of formal sector. And please note that it is formal sector employees, right? They get social security. They get social security. It is the informal sector employees who don't get social security. So both these statements are not correct, and that is why the answer to this question is 47C, right? Divya as well as Snehashish, answer to the 48th question is C. Okay, that is what we have said over here. 10 workers ka criteria has been explained over here, and statement 2 is also explained over here. Moving ahead to the 49th question regarding real exchange rate. With reference to real exchange rate, consider the following statements, right, and tell me which statements are correct. So real exchange rate is the relative price of foreign good in terms of domestic goods. Real exchange rate, they have a direct bearing on the amount of export and import transactions done by a country. Real exchange rate, it is a measure of international competitiveness of a country, dosto. Which of the following statements is slash are correct regarding real exchange rate? Friends participating, do think in terms of like and sharing this video, right? All those who are participating right now, Divya, Snehashish ke alawa, I can see that there are other members in the live, in the this thing. So you all can please introduce yourselves. You all can please interact with me, right? You can tell me whether you are understanding these questions, explanations, right? You can explain to me. You can communicate to me what are the kind of videos that you would like to have, right? More explanatory videos, more concept based videos, more question based videos, more current affairs based videos. What is it that you would like to have? You can always communicate with me, dosto, right? I'm always open. I'm always there to help you out in this particular subject. The answer is D, 1, 2 and 3. So what is real exchange rate? Please understand that it is a ratio of foreign to domestic prices measured in the same currency. So real exchange rate basically measures prices abroad relative to those at home. Okay. What is real exchange rate? Is the ratio of foreign to domestic prices. We are comparing, let us say that there is a burger. So what is the foreign price? What is the domestic price? So we'll convert the price of that burger into one common currency in foreign land and in our own land. We'll convert the price of that burger into one currency and we will compare and we'll understand what is the exchange rate, right? So demand for import, it depends upon the income and depends upon the real exchange rate, right? So if you have a higher income, so you will have higher demand, so you can increase your imports, dosto, right? A higher real exchange rate, right? What is the meaning of higher real exchange rate? That let us say that you have to, higher real exchange rate in the sense that, your currency is, let us say, weaker as compared to the other current country ka currency. So a higher real exchange rate makes foreign goods relatively more expensive, right? So since foreign goods become more expensive, so demand for imports reduces, dosto, right? So import depends positively on Y and negatively on R. So if you have higher income, import will increase. If you have a higher real exchange rate, your imports will decrease. Keep that in mind, dosto. Keep that in mind. All right. Now the idea over here is that export of one country, the import of another, dosto. So our exports would constitute foreign imports, right? So our exports depend on foreign income, right? So if there is a rise in foreign income, so there will be a rise in foreign demand for our goods. So we'll be able to export more. And if there is an increase in R, right? So increase in R, it makes domestic goods cheaper. If there is an increase in R, domestic goods will cheaper, right? So it makes our it will increase our exports, dosto. It will increase our exports. So exports depends positively on foreign income and the real exchange rate. ठीक है, तो ये प्रकार से है. Moving ahead to the next question number 50. Which of the following rates can be increased to decrease inflation in the economy? अगर आपको इन्फ्लेशन को रिड्यूस करना है, प्राइजेस को रिड्यूस करना है इकोनॉमी के अंदर, राइट? सो विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग रेट्स कैन बी इंक्रीज? स्टैट्यूटरी लिक्विडिटी रेशियो, रेपो रेट, बैंक रेट. बता दीजिए दोस्तों. which of the following rates can be increased to decrease inflation in the country? fairly straightforward question है दोस्तों, right? आप इसको आसानी से आंसर कर सकते हैं, I guess. Please share your answers for the 50th question. So the answer to this question is D 1, 2 and 3, right? So you have to always note that to reduce prices, right? To reduce prices, what you need to do is that you need to reduce the money supply. And to reduce the money supply, what you need to do is that you need to put into place a contractionary monetary policy. A contractionary monetary policy is required. What does the contractionary monetary policy mean? Contractionary monetary policy mean that चाहे रेपो रेट हो, चाहे रिवर्स रेपो रेट हो, चाहे आपका CRR दैट इज क्रेडिट रिजर्व रेशियो हो, कैश रिजर्व रेशियो हो, चाहे आपका SLR हो, राइट, चाहे आपका MSF रेट हो, इन सारे रेट्स को हमारे को जो है इंक्रीज करना पड़ेगा दोस्तों, क्योंकि अगर आपने रेपो रेट को महंगा इंक्रीज कर दो तो लोन महंगा हो जाएगा, CRR को इंक्रीज कर दो तो कैश अवेलेबल कम हो जाएगा फॉर लेंडिंग, SLR को इंक्रीज कर दोगे तो प्राइवेट सेक्टर आसानी से बोरो नहीं कर पाएगा, राइट, तो बोरो नहीं कर पाएगा तो स्पेंड नहीं कर पाएगा, right? So these are the basic ideas that you need to keep in mind, that to bring prices down you have to reduce the money supply, and to reduce the money supply you have to implement a contractionary monetary policy, and to implement the contractionary monetary policy what you need to do is you need to increase the repo rate, reverse repo rate, CRR, SLR as well as MSF rate, right? This is the broad idea over here. So all the given options are correct. I hope that this is clear. Moving ahead to question number 51. Which of the following can be considered as intermediate good? Which of the following can be considered as intermediate good? So copper used for making utensils, tea leaves used in a restaurant, yarn used to make clothes in a textile mill, right? So the following can be considered as intermediate goods. Snehashish, Divya, everybody else participating, please share your answers for this particular question. Which of the following can be considered as intermediate goods? Copper, tea leaves, yarn, copper for utensils, tea leaves used in a restaurant, right? Yarn used to make clothes in a textile mill. What do you think is the answer over here? So friends, the answer to this question should be C 1, 2 and 3, right? So essentially what is happening is that you know that a good is classified as an intermediate good or good is classified as a final good depending upon who is buying it, right? So good is an intermediate good if it is purchased by a producer, right? If it is purchased by a producer for use in production, right, and producer is going to convert this intermediate good into something else and is going to sell that something else in the market, so then that good becomes a intermediate good, right? So for example, yarn will be converted into cloth and that cloth will be sold in the market by the textile mill. Tea leaves will be converted into tea and then it will be sold in the market. Copper will be converted into utensil and then it will be sold in the market, right? So whenever there is a selling step involved at the end, so that item is referred to as an intermediate good दोस्तों, right? Final good is purchased by the consumer, right? Final good is used at home and there is no further selling involved. There is no further selling involved. I hope that this is perfectly clear to all of you, right? So that is why the answer to the 51st question is C. Is this clear, Divya? Are you understanding, Divya? Is this clear to you? I hope that there is no problem that you are facing in understanding, right? I hope that you are not facing any problem in understanding. All right, looks good. Move ahead. Right, looks good. We can move ahead, right? चलिए दोस्तों, moving ahead to the 52nd question. Okay, this is with respect to Indian economy. Okay, there will be some controversy around this question now. What does GDP of the country mean? GDP at market price, GDP at factor cost, GVA at basic price, nominal GDP. So we have changed the definition of GDP a good number of times. We have changed the definition of GDP a good number of times, right? In the recent past, there is going to be some controversy around this. Let me jump to the answer. So the answer is GDP at market price, dosto, right? So it's GDP at market price. Okay, so just remember this. So earlier India के अंदर GDP at factor cost was known as the GDP, right? So what is GDP at factor cost? So you just add up the factor cost, right? Sum of factor cost, right, incurred during the process of turning out output for the concerned year. So whatever is the earnings of the factors of production, you just sum it up. Whatever is the earning of the factors of production, you just sum it up and you will get factor cost, dosto. So it is basically a combination of wages, interest, salaries, profits, etc. Right? Now this concept of GDP at factor cost, you can calculate it at constant prices, you can calculate it at current prices दोस्तों, right? But for most purposes, including academic works, GDP at factor cost in constant prices was used as GDP. So GDP at factor cost in constant prices, right? But from 2011-12, we moved to the international practice, right? So we started presenting GVA at basic prices, right? And while GDP at market prices was referred to as your GDP dosto. So we started, instead of using GDP at factor cost, right, or GDP at factor cost in constant prices as the GDP, we started discussing GDP at market prices, not at factor cost, right? That is being referred to as GDP. All right. And apart from that, we are also reporting GVA at basic prices. So that is why the answer to the 52nd question is A. That is GDP at market price is your GDP. So if even in the present context, if they ask you that what is the GDP, so GDP at market price, again it can be calculated at two prices. It can be calculated at two prices. It can be calculated at a constant price, right? In which case it will be called real GDP. It can be calculated at current market price, right? In which case it will be called the nominal GDP, right? So that is the basic idea over here. I hope that this is clear, that you are understanding that we used to have a different definition, GDP at factor cost in constant prices, and now we are having GDP at market price. Keep that in mind. Moving ahead to the 53rd question. Problem of twin deficit is associated with which of the following? What do you understand by the problem of twin deficit, right? So twin deficit means that there is increasing NPA, that is non-performing assets, and there is increasing stress on the companies. Twin deficit means that there is a trade deficit and there is a budget deficit. Twin deficit means that there is low level of employment in both primary and tertiary sectors, or none of the above. So what do you understand by twin balance, twin deficit? And please note that don't get confused between twin deficit on the one hand and the twin balance sheet problem on the other hand. Don't get confused over here. This is a small hint that I am dropping over here. Nilesh Suryavanshi, hello to you too, right? So please share your answer if you know, Nilesh as well as Divya as well as Snehashish. What is the answer for twin deficit? Problem of twin deficit, it is related to what? So the answer to this question is your option B, that is trade deficit and budget deficit. Your twin balance sheet ka problem has been explained in your option A, right? It is a term which was coined by Dr. Arvind Subramanian, which was saying that the banks are having problems because the companies are also having problems and vice versa, right? And what is the issue of twin deficit? Twin deficit is basically a macroeconomic issue that your country is having a trade deficit because you are importing more, exporting less, and your country is having a budget deficit, right? Why? Because your government expenditure is more, income is less. That is twin deficit. So I hope that you will not make this, error or confusion over here. So when an economy has trade deficit, right? I have already explained the meaning of trade deficit. And let us say economy is having also a twin deficit. So then we can say that the economy is basically facing twin deficit ka problem, right? So I hope that this is very clear to you, Snehashish, Nilesh as well as Divya. Moving ahead to the next question, question number 54. Now we have to arrange the following items of WPI in the decreasing order of their weights, right? So whichever item is having the highest weight should be placed here. Then the item having the highest weight should be placed here. Then the item having the highest weight should be placed here. होलसेल प्राइस इंडेक्स के अंदर there are many commodities, there are many goods included in the wholesale price index. There are many goods which are included in the wholesale price index, and we have placed these goods under different categories, three different categories. Primary articles is basically from the primary sector, manufactured products is basically from the industrial sector, and then there is fuel and power. So you need to tell me the decreasing weightage order, and the answer is 3, 1 and 2. So manufactured items, they have the highest weightage, followed by primary articles, right? And उसके बाद जो आता है आपका वो होता है fuel and power दोस्तों. So fuel and power as a group, it has the lowest weightage, right? Highest weightage is there with the manufactured products wala segment, followed by primary articles, right? So Nilesh, your answer was in the right direction, right? Moving ahead to the discussion, you can see primary articles ka weightage is approximately 23%. Manufactured products ka is approximately, let us say, 64%. Fuel power ka was the lowest, 13.15%, right? Moving ahead to the 55th question. द क्वेश्चन इज रिगार्डिंग मॉनेटरी पॉलिसी कमिटी। आपको 3 स्टेटमेंट दिए, आपको बताना है कि कौन से स्टेटमेंट्स करेक्ट है। Monetary Policy Committee, it's a statutory body, right? It is headed by the RBI governor and it decides the RBI's benchmark interest rates. Fairly straightforward question. 55th question. Please answer the questions. Snehashish, Divya, Nilesh, everybody else who will be watching this session later or now, please share your answers. Please share your answers, guys. This is a straightforward question. The right answer to this question is your option A. Both the 3 statements are in the right direction. No need to discuss, right? Monetary Policy Committee is basically a committee of the Reserve Bank, right? It is headed by the governor, right? It fixes the repo rate so that we can make sure that the inflation is under control. RBI Act 1934 was amended by the Finance Act of 2016, right? So earlier जो है governor you should decide what should be the repo rate etc. Now it is no longer the governor who is deciding. We are having a statutory and an institutionalized framework. We are having a statutory and an institutionalized framework in the form of Monetary Policy Committee, and this Monetary Policy Committee is charged with maintaining price stability, right? So it will be entrusted with the task of fixing the benchmark repo rate, right? So we'll be fixing the repo rate so that we can keep inflation under control. All right. Moving ahead to the next question, right? Moving ahead to the next question, question number 56. Which of the following is slash are the possible benefits of organic farming? Low input cost, high nutritional value, high yield. Which of the following are possible benefits of organic farming? Divya, Snehashish, Nilesh, everybody else participating. All right. So the answer for the 56 question is A, right? 1 and 2. High yield is not a strength of organic farming, right? That is one of the major concerns, that the yield will go down, right? Because see, what is going to happen is that there is not going to be any pesticide, there is not going to be any insecticide. So there is a possibility that there may be pest attack, right? And so the yield can be lower, dosto. So yield is not going to be higher immediately. Yield may not even be comparable, right? So it will maintain environment health, it will reduce pollution, it will reduce health hazards, it will reduce the level of residues, right? And it will keep the production at a sustainable level, dosto. So these are the advantages, right? Yes, the crop that is grown may have a higher nutritional value. Yes, it may reduce the input cost because you're not using synthetic inputs, etc. But the real threat is that the yield can also go down because you're not making use of any kind of imported inputs, dosto. Moving ahead to the 57th question, which is the following are the components of capital expenditure. You know that the government expenditure can be divided into 2 categories: revenue expenditure as well as capital expenditure. You need to tell me that which of the following are the components of capital expenditure. So expenditure that is done on the acquisition of land, loans which have been given by the central government to state government, interest payment done on market loans. Which of the following are components of capital expenditure? 57th question, A, B, C, D. Please answer. 57, A, B, C or D. Right. So the answer over here should be your option A, because clearly your option 3 over here, it is a part of revenue expenditure. It is a part of revenue expenditure. Why is it a part of revenue expenditure? See, capital expenditure is all kind of expenditure which is done to acquire assets, right? You know, or to reduce liability. That is your capital expenditure ka basic definition. That your assets will increase and your liabilities will reduce. So buying a land is like buying an asset. Buying machinery is like buying an asset. Giving a loan is like acquiring an asset, because that loan is your asset and whoever is the borrower, that loan is a liability of that person, right? So if you're giving loan, so that will also result to an increase in an asset, increase in your financial assets. So capital expenditure will increase assets, right? That is point number 1. Now, what is revenue expenditure? So for example, all your salary, all your subsidy, all your interest payment, etc., they are your revenue expenditure. So they are day-to-day expenditure items, and revenue expenditure includes interest payment. So please note that the third statement is not correct over here, and that is why the answer for the 57th question should be A. So Snehashish, your answer is correct. I hope that Nilesh, you are understanding. I hope that Divya, you are understanding. Is this clear, guys? Is this clear? All right. Moving ahead to the 58th question. Which of the following is slash are the major objectives of setting up of special economic zones? Why do we set up special economic zones? So we are setting up special economic zones so that we can attract FDI, so that we can create employment, so that we can boost export of goods and services. What do you think are the major objectives of setting up SES, special economic zones? All right, so the answer to this question is your option D. All the three are the objectives. So we want to attract investment in our special economic zones so that we can increase economic activity. Want to earn foreign exchange, contribute to exchange rate stability, right? So we can earn foreign exchange because foreign investment can come in. We can earn foreign exchange because we may be able to export more from the special economic zones. So if we are able to boost the export sector, so that will also help in earning more foreign exchange. Will create more employment opportunities with increasing investment, increasing production. Obviously, employment opportunities should go up. With foreign investment, new technology should come in, right? And we should be able to develop the backward regions, right? So we should be able to stimulate electronics and IT, R&D, tourism, infra, HRD, etc. Sectors can be promoted by establishing a dedicated special economic zones for these activities. All right, we can have an electronics का सेज or IT का सेज, right? Infrastructure सेज, etc. etc. ठीक है. Now with reference to minimum wage, consider the following statements and tell me which statements are correct. It is a minimum allowance paid to an individual for a particular work either in cash or kind. Minimum allowance. Minimum Wages Act 1948 जो है वो डिस्क्राइब करता है मिनिमम वेजेस फॉर नॉन एग्रीकल्चरल एम्प्लॉयमेंट्स ओनली. केवल नॉन एग्रीकल्चरल एम्प्लॉयमेंट्स के लिए मिनिमम वेजेस एक्ट मिनिमम वेजेस सेट करा करता था. ये मिनिमम अलाउंस है जो कि पे करा जाता है टू एन इंडिविजुअल फॉर अ पर्टिकुलर वर्क आइदर इन कैश और इन काइंड. सो आंसर इज ए ओवर हियर, राइट. सो मिनिमम वेज जो है इट इज मिनिमम कैश पेमेंट at a fixed rate. It is generally exclusive of other allowances in kind. Minimum wages act provides that if it has been the custom to pay wages wholly or partly in kind, so appropriate government may authorize payment of wages either wholly or partly in kind, provision of supply of essential commodities at concessional rates. So this is a very big point that you should note, that even as per the minimum wages act, even as per the minimum wages act, right, if it has been a custom, to provide wages in kind partly, so we can continue with that dosto, right. So government will give a formula that how you should convert that kind into cash value, right. So government will give a formula, but the major important learning over here is that in India you are allowed to pay minimum allowance or minimum wages partly or completely in kind if that has been the custom dosto, right. Prescribes wages for non agricultural employment only, right. So ऐसा गलत है दोस्तों. The minimum wages act 1948, right, it contains a list of employments for which minimum wages are to be fixed. It contains both agricultural and non agricultural employment. सो माइनिंग, सैनिटेशन, एग्रीकल्चर, कंस्ट्रक्शन, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सेक्टर्स, राइट, इन सबको कवर करा जाता है. तो चाहे एग्रीकल्चर चाहे नॉन एग्रीकल्चरल हो उसको दोनों को कवर करा जाता है, राइट. तो ये जो ओनली वाली बात है ये यहाँ पर जो है गलत है, एंड दैट इज व्हाई द आंसर इज क्वेश्चन इज A1 ओनली. आई होप दैट दिस इज क्लियर. मूविंग अट टू 60th क्वेश्चन दोस्तों. कंसिडर फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट्स अबाउट इन्वेस्ट इंडिया. इन्वेस्ट इंडिया के बारे में जो है स्टेटमेंट्स आपको दिए हैं. इट इज अ प्राइवेट कंपनी सेटअप टू फैसिलिटेट इन्वेस्टमेंट प्रमोशन इन इंडिया. इट इज सेटअप फॉर बोथ foreign and Indian investors. Make in India venture is managed by Invest India दोस्तों. Private company set up to facilitate investment promotion, set up for both foreign and Indian investors. Make in India venture is managed by Invest India. Please share your answer for the 60th question. The right answer over is D, 1, 2 and 3. Both, all the three statements are correct, right. So we had created this Invest India in early 2000. It's a joint venture company between DPIIT, which was earlier known as DIP, FICCI, state governments दोस्तों. So 35%, 51% in state governments. So Invest India is a private company which is set up by Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Statement 1 is correct, right? Because FICCI, state government, FICCI, etc., they are having 51% stake. So it's not a government body exactly, right? FICCI is not a government organization. Please note that, right? What is the mandate of Invest India? We want to promote investment. We want to facilitate investment in India, dosto, right? It also provides services to Indian investors so that they can make informed choices and they can make the right investment opportunities overseas, dosto. They can also provide investment ideas or investment hand holding services to Indian investors investing overseas, dosto, right? It is intended to become the first reference point for global community. Make in India campaign is managed by Invest India, right? So you can see over here that all the three statements, that is a private company, it's correct, 51% ownership by FICCI. Second statement correct, foreign and Indian investors. And third statement correct, it's a it's organization which is taking care of Make in India. So all the three statements are correct, and that is why the answer over here is D 1, 2, and 3. Moving ahead to the 61st question regarding FSDC, Financial Stability and Development Council. Consider the following statement, three statements, and tell me कौन से statements का आंसर, कौन से statements correct है. जो FSDC जो है, it aims to enhance inter-regulatory coordination among financial sector regulatory authorities. It will focus on literacy and inclusion. It is chaired by Finance Minister of India. FSDC. Which statements are correct regarding FSDC? 61 A, B, C or D? Divya, Nilesh, Snehashish, please share your answers. Please share your answers regarding FSDC. With reference to FSDC, consider the following statements. So the answer over here is 61D. All the three statements are correct, right? So announcement was made in the Union Budget 2010-11, right? We wanted to strengthen, we wanted to institutionalize mechanisms so that we can ensure financial stability in India. We wanted various regulators to coordinate, cooperate with each other. So we have created FSDC as the apex level organization. It will also focus on literacy. It will also focus on inclusion. Chairman of the FSDC is the finance minister. Apart from that, SEBI, IRDA, RBI, PFRD, FMC, etc. का जो भी heads etc. है, they are going to be there. Apart from that, various government bureaucrats are also a part of FSDC. Moving ahead to the 62nd question. Which of the following statements regarding the index of industrial production is / are correct? Index of industrial production, it measures short-term changes in the volume of production in a basket of industrial products during a given year. It is published by CSO, that is NSO. It is calculated using base year 2004-5. What do you think is the right answer over here? Regarding index of industrial production, it measures short-term changes in volume of production published monthly by NSO, and it is calculated on the base year of 2004-5. 62nd question का answer A, B or C or D? Base year, who is the publisher, frequency of publishing, and what is it measuring? So the answer over is C, that is 1 and 2. Base year is not 2004-5, that's wrong, right? Baki everything else is correct, right? So basically double IP, that is IIP, it is a composite indicator. Short-term changes, whatever is taking place in the volume of production, right, that is getting measured through IIP, right? So it is compiled on a monthly basis by CSO, that is NSO, that is National Statistical Office, right? But there is a 6 weeks ka lag. There is a 6 weeks ka lag. So let us say that we are talking about 31st January ka IIP. So 31st January ka IIP will be made available after 6 weeks from the end of January, दोस्तों. जो बेस ईयर है उसको रिवाइज कर दिया गया है. जो IIP का बेस ईयर है 2004-5 था, उसको रिवाइज करके 2011-12 हमने कर दिया था 2017 के अंदर, राइट? So that we can maintain the representativeness of the items which are getting covered under IIP. रेगुलर बेसिस के ऊपर जो हम लोग बेस ईयर को जो है रिवाइज करते हैं, राइट? Why do we keep revising base year? We keep revising base year so that कि we can ensure कि जो बेस ईयर है वो उसके अंदर, उस ईयर के अंदर वो सारे आइटम्स प्रोड्यूस हुए होने चाहिए जो हम जनरली आज प्रोड्यूस करने लग रहे हैं. और जितना नियर बेस ईयर रहेगा उतना ज़्यादा बेटर रहता है. बहुत ज़्यादा नियर भी नहीं रहना चाहिए, बहुत पुराना भी नहीं रहना चाहिए दोस्तों, राइट? Moving ahead to the next question. Which of the following statements correctly describes the term depreciation? Right, what do you understand by the term depreciation? Divya, Snehashish, Nilesh, everybody else participating, right? It is a monthly allowance for wear and tear of capital good. Is it a monthly allowance? It is based on demand and supply of consumer goods in the market. It is calculated as cost of goods divided by number of years of its useful life. It accounts for sudden destruction of capital caused due to natural calamities. What do you understand by the term depreciation? Please answer the 63rd question. Please answer it as 63A, 63B, 63B, 63C or 63D, दोस्तों. So the answer to this question, surprisingly enough, may be C. Many of you all may have gone in the wrong direction with this one. Right? It is not a monthly allowance. We are not making any payment. Right? It has got nothing to do with consumer goods. Right? And sudden destruction is something like an accident. Right? It is like a catastrophe. It is not basically depreciation. It is not basically depreciation. Right? What is the idea of depreciation has been presented over here. You please read this idea. I'll be back in 2 minutes and then we'll be proceeding ahead, दोस्तों. I'll just be back in 2 minutes and then we'll be proceeding ahead. See, the idea of depreciation is what? That we generally understand, and please understand this is a slightly complicated concept, so I'm going to just sort of, help you in understanding it a little better. See, what happens is that capital goods, right, they have a long life, right, because you use them continuously in production. And basically, as these machines become old, they undergo wear and tear, right? They undergo wear and tear. And eventually what will happen is that their life will end, right? Eventually, let us say, eventually their life will end. Eventually their life will end. See, now what the idea over here is that we know that these machines are undergoing wear and tear, okay? And eventually these machines needs to be replaced. They need to be replaced, so you need to undertake investment. So this wear and tear is captured in the concept of depreciation. Okay. So let us say that I have invested 1 lakh rupees in a machine. Okay. And let us say that, every year I am allowed a 10,000 rupees depreciation. Every year I am allowed a 10,000 rupees depreciation. So meaning what, that whatever is my, let us say my income or whatever my earning is there of my company, I can reduce depreciation. I can reduce depreciation by, let us say, 10,000 rupees every year from that earning. Before and only after reducing depreciation जो है I have to pay, let us, the tax or something like that, right? So what is the idea, that every year I am being allowed a depreciation of 10,000 rupees. What is the meaning of this? That I can reduce this amount. I can reduce this amount from, let us say, my profit, and after reducing this amount from my profit, do I need to pay a tax? Why is government allowing me to reduce 10,000 rupees from my profit, right? Because government understands that, okay, I need to spend on my machine. Are you getting my point? So I may not have to spend actually 10,000 rupees. I may have to spend more, I have to spend less. I may have actually spent zero in this year. I may have spent zero in this year, but government is allowing me, because eventually I will have to replace the machine. Eventually I will have to make that expenditure, right? So we don't know when that expenditure will arise. So government allows deductions, dosto. So basically what is the idea of depreciation over here? That it is an annual allowance for wear and tear of capital goods, right? It is a constant rate of depreciation. So whatever is the original value, let us say 1 lakh rupees. So we can say that, okay, 10% depreciation will be allowed every year, right? There can be other methods also, but this is the basic idea, that every year a company is allowed to reduce depreciation ka ek amount from whatever their revenue is, and after that they have to pay a tax on that reduced amount, right? Whatever their profit or etc is, that you can reduce depreciation from your profit, and only on the remaining amount you have to go ahead and pay taxes, dosto. So this is the idea. Is this clear? Divya, Snehashish, Nilesh, is this clear to all of you guys? समझ में आ रहा है? Because see, we don't know ना कि कब होने वाला है depreciation. We don't know exactly machine कब खराब हो जाएगा. We don't know exactly when it needs to be replaced. We don't know. So whatever is the useful life, generally every machine has a life. So we know that, okay, this machine will be, working for the next 15 years, 10 years, 12 years, 8 years, 6 years, whatever. So whatever is the useful life of the machine, so we will offer you, let us say 10 years the useful life, 1 lakh rupees is the value of machine. So every year 10,000 rupees we will allow depreciation. That is the broad idea. So basically you can very clearly see, right, that it is not a monthly allowance. Are you getting my point? As you can see, it's not a monthly allowance, it's a yearly allowance. So basically what we are doing is that cost of good, like I said, 1 lakh rupees divided by, let us say, 10 years is the useful life. So let us say that every year you will be allowed to reduce 10,000 rupees from your profit, and only after that deduction do you have to pay tax. Is this clear? Nilesh as well as Snehashish. Right, moving ahead to the next question. Which of the following is the correct description of GDP deflator? Easy concept, easy question. So GDP deflator is basically the ratio between nominal GDP and real GDP. It is a ratio between GDP in the current year and GDP in the base year, right? It is uh, all right. It is the relation between change in GDP and corresponding change in employment rates. It is a measure used to compare GDPs of different countries. What is GDP deflator? Please share your answers. Please don't get confused between options A and B. The answer over is A. What is GDP deflator? GDP deflator is a very simple concept. Okay. See, the idea is what? That nominal GDP, right? Nominal GDP divided by real GDP, right? That is your GDP deflator. That is your GDP deflator. Okay. You just need to keep in mind. Now, if you look at this particular option B, what is it saying? It is saying that GDP in the current year. GDP in the current year divided by GDP in the base year. Don't get confused by this. इसका कोई लेना देना नहीं. It is not making any sense, right? It is not making any sense, right? And what is the good thing about GDP deflator, right? So nominal GDP meaning what? Quantity of current year multiplied by the prices of current year. ठीक है? And what is real GDP? मान लीजिए quantity of current year multiplied by prices of base year, right? Into 100. So quantity of current year will get cancelled with quantity of current year, and what you will get is prices of current year divided by price of base year. So what what GDP deflator does is that it gives you an idea of how the prices have changed. How the prices have changed. This is delta over here. How the prices have changed between the base year and the current year. That is what GDP deflator tells you. Is this clear, Divya, Snehashish, Nilesh, everybody else will be watching this video later? Is this clear? That how GDP deflator is basically a ratio of the prices that are prevailing in the current year as compared to base year. What is the objective of Make in India? What is it that Make in India is going to try and achieve? Right? So it wants to improve the ease of doing business. It wants to open up new sectors for FDI. It wants to improve the quality of infrastructure. It wants to make India globally competitive manufacturing destination. What is the aim of Make in India is the question that is being asked. Please share your answers for the 65th question. Straightforward question. Fairly straightforward question. Answer is D, no need to discuss. Right? You can read if you don't know. Moving ahead to the 65th question. With reference to union budget, which of the following forms part of revenue receipts? Which of the following part of revenue receipts? Disinvestment, proceeds, income from sale of spectrum, grant in aid from foreign governments. Excuse me. Right. So A is the right answer over here. Revenue receipts are those receipts which do not create any liability. They are not loans, right? Nor do they cause a reduction in assets. Government does not have to sell land or government does not have to sell stocks, right? That is revenue receipts. I'm again repeating that जो भी receipts government collect करने लग रहा है, जो भी receipts government collect करने लग रहा है, right? So those receipts, it can be government receipts जो है आपके, just hold on for a second, government receipts जो है, oh my god, just hold on for a second. Government receipts can be divided into these things, capital receipts and revenue receipts. All right. Now, what are capital receipts? Capital receipts will cause either a reduction in assets or they will cause an increase in liability. How will they cause an reduction in asset? Maybe you are selling land or you are selling government ka stock holding in public sector enterprises, right? Capital is may, or it will increase liability. How? Maybe it will come in the form of loan, it will come in the form of borrowing, it will come in the form of aid, etc. On the other hand, what is revenue receipt like? Revenue receipts will, it will not cause any change in asset, no change in asset, and will cause no change in liability. That is the broad idea that you need to understand so far as revenue receipts is concerned. Now, what are the examples of revenue receipts? Let us say that government receives rent, or government it receives interest, or government receives profit, or government receives grant from a foreign government, और गवर्नमेंट रिसीव्स फी, है ना, और गवर्नमेंट रिसीव्स फाइन, है ना. ये सारी चीजें जो आपके रेवेन्यू रिसीप्ट के अंदर है. अब आपने स्पेक्ट्रम बेच के जो पैसा लिया वो एक प्रकार से फीस आपने कलेक्ट करी, राइट. आपने सिर्फ स्पेक्ट्रम यूजेज का मेरे को लाइसेंस दिया, मेनली लेट अस से फॉर 5 years या 10 years आपने मेरे को दे दिया, राइट. तो वो आप ही का है. इट इज नॉट एज दैट यू हैव सोल्ड इट, इट्स फॉर एवर माइन, ऐसा नहीं है. यू जस्ट गिवन मी द लाइसेंस टू यूज इट, राइट, एंड यू हैव कलेक्टेड अ फी, लाइसेंस फी, राइट. So you're not selling anything. So the idea over here is that you can very clearly see that the idea over here is that disinvestment ये आपने करा तो इसकी वजह से क्या होगा कि रिडक्शन इन एसेट होगा क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट ने स्टॉक्स बेच दिए, राइट. बट ग्रांट जो है वो तो मदद है दोस्तों, इट इज नॉट अ लोन, and this is fees. This is also fine. That is why the answer to this question is 2 and 3. I hope that this is very clear to all of you. Divya, Snehashish, Nilesh, everybody else. Moving ahead. Which of the following constitutes high powered money? HPM, currency notes, coins, checks. बताओ. High powered money का definition आपको मालूम होना चाहिए क्या है, और basis on that you should be able to decide what is the right answer over here. Please share your answers. This is a marathon session. 100 questions को discuss करके ही उठेंगे दोस्तों आप तो, right? टोटल मिला के 1000 क्वेश्चंस आपको सॉल्व करवाएंगे, स्टैटिक इकोनॉमिक्स, करंट अफेयर्स इकोनॉमिक्स को ध्यान में रखते हुए, राइट। पूरे इकोनॉमिक्स के सिलेबस के जो ओने कोने जो है उसको रिवाइज करवाएंगे आपको, राइट। अगर आप थोड़े से पढ़े लिखे स्टूडेंट है, जानते हैं, तो आपको बहुत अच्छा लगेगा इन लेक्चर्स के अंदर, राइट। आंसर ये है दोस्तों, 67 क्वेश्चन का आंसर इज ए। सो अगेन दोस्तों बताना चाहूंगा कि एवरीडे इकोनॉमिक्स के ऊपर आई एम गोइंग टू स्टार्ट अ मेगा लेक्चर सीरीज, राइट। इसके अंदर मैं क्या करने वाला हूँ कि मैं आपको जो है छोटे छोटे कंसेप्ट इकोनॉमी के जो है वो आपको जो है 5-5 मिनट के वीडियोस में बना बना के दूंगा एक सिस्टमैटिक ऑर्डर के अंदर। एंड अगर आप पढ़ना चाहते हैं इकोनॉमिक्स को सिस्टमैटिकली, तो अगर आप ये वीडियोस को देखते जाएंगे 5-5 मिनट के वीडियोस को, राइट, तो आपको ऐसे जो है बहुत सारे वीडियोस बनाकर पूरा पूरा इकोनॉमिक्स सिखा दिया जाएगा दोस्तों, यानी कि बहुत अच्छे से आपको सारी चीज़ों को बता दिया जाएगा। तो जो भी कंसेप्ट आपको नहीं आता है उसका वीडियो आप लोग देखने के बारे में सोच सकते हैं। सो हाई पावर्ड मनी इज 1 and 2। व्हाट इज हाई पावर्ड मनी? सो हाई पावर्ड मनी इज द टोटल लाइबिलिटी ऑफ द मॉनेटरी अथॉरिटी ऑफ द कंट्री। अब जैसे वो इंडिया की मॉनेटरी अथॉरिटी कौन है? आरबीआई, राइट। आरबीआई की बैलेंस शीट के ऊपर अगर आप देखोगे तो आरबीआई की बैलेंस शीट के ऊपर लाइबिलिटी क्या है? तो आरबीआई की बैलेंस शीट के ऊपर लाइबिलिटी है जो भी करेंसी या जो भी कॉइन इशू करा गया है वो आरबीआई की लाइबिलिटी है। वाई वो आरबीआई की लाइबिलिटी है? क्योंकि आरबीआई ने प्रॉमिस करा है कि अगर आपने ये करेंसी नोट आरबीआई को रिटर्न दिया है ना, तो आरबीआई इसके बदले में आपको इसकी वैल्यू देगा, राइट। तो ये आरबीआई की लाइबिलिटी है कि ये करेंसी नोट जो है ये आरबीआई को बाउंड कर रहा है कि आरबीआई को इस करेंसी नोट के इक्विवेलेंट वैल्यू आपको प्रोवाइड करनी है। ये आरबीआई की लाइबिलिटी है। समझ में आया आपको मेरी बात को, राइट। सो जो भी हाई पावर्ड मनी, जो भी नया करेंसी या कॉइन आरबीआई ने इशू करा है उसको हम हाई पावर्ड मनी कहते हैं, राइट। या जो भी टोटल लाइबिलिटी है उसको मॉनेटरी बेस भी कहा जाता है, राइट। सो इट कंसिस्ट ऑफ करेंसी नोट्स एंड कॉइन्स इन सर्कुलेशन, राइट। इट कंसिस्ट ऑफ डिपॉजिट्स हेल्ड बाय गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया एंड कमर्शियल बैंक्स विद आरबीआई। यानी कि जितना भी फिजिकल करेंसी प्रिंट हुआ है, जितना भी फिजिकल कॉइन बना है, मिंट हुआ है, जितना भी फिजिकल करेंसी प्रिंट हुआ है प्लस जितना भी फिजिकल कॉइन मिंट हुआ है, दैट इज योर मॉनेटरी बेस। अभी जो फिजिकल करेंसी प्रिंट हुआ है या तो ये जनता के पास है यानी कि सर्कुलेशन के अंदर है, और या फिर ये आरबीआई के पास होल्ड करा हुआ है ना, या फिर और कोई तो हो ही नहीं सकता। तो जनता के पास सर्कुलेशन के अंदर है। सर्कुलेशन का मतलब ये हो सकता है कि आइदर इट इज विद द पीपल और इट इज केप्ट इन बैंक्स, है ना, बैंक के खाते के अंदर आपने पैसा डाल रखा है अपने, वॉल्ट कैश और कमर्शियल बैंक्स। तो जितना भी फिजिकल करेंसी है, जितना भी फिजिकल कॉइन है, राइट, यस स्नेहाशीष यू कैन लीव फॉर कॉम्बैट, राइट। तो जितना भी फिजिकल करेंसी है, जितना भी ये है, वो आपका पूरा का पूरा जो भी करेंसी कॉइन इशू हुआ है वो आरबीआई की लाइबिलिटी है, वही मॉनेटरी बेस है, राइट। और उसे ही हम हाई पावर्ड मनी भी कहते हैं दोस्तों। मूविंग अहेड टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, कंसिडर फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट्स विद रेफरेंस टू कंज्यूमर प्राइस इंडेक्स। सीपीआई के बारे में बात करनी है, राइट, और बताना है कि कौन से स्टेटमेंट्स करेक्ट है। इट अकाउंट्स फॉर ऑल गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज प्रोड्यूस्ड इन एन इकोनॉमी, ठीक है। इट इंक्लूड्स प्राइसेस ऑफ इंपोर्टेड गुड्स। इट अकाउंट्स फॉर ऑल गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज प्रोड्यूस्ड इन एन इकोनॉमी। इट इंक्लूड्स प्राइस ऑफ इंपोर्टेड गुड्स। वेट्स इन सीपीआई डिफर अकॉर्डिंग टू प्रोडक्शन लेवल ऑफ ईच गुड। कौन से स्टेटमेंट्स करेक्ट है? क्या ये इंपॉर्टेंट चीज यहाँ पर ये है कि क्या ये ऑल गुड्स को कवर करता है? क्या इसके अंदर इंपोर्टेड गुड्स के प्राइसेस इंक्लूडेड है? और क्या ये प्रोडक्शन लेवल के हिसाब से वेट डिटरमाइन होता है? यहाँ पर आपको डिसाइड करके बताना है, राइट। स्नेहाशीष, थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर योर पार्टिसिपेशन, इट वाज रियली इंपॉर्टेंट, right, and I really appreciate all the effort that you are putting in, Snehashish. Really appreciate. Please share your answers for the 68th question. So Nilesh, your answer is A. It accounts for all goods and services and includes price of imported goods, right? What do you think, Divya? What is your answer? So friends, the answer over here should be B, right? Please note, please note that CPI includes the prices of only those items which a normal consumer buys. Normal consumer may not be buying crude oil. Normal consumer may not be buying bauxite. Normal consumer may not be buying, let us say nuts and bolts. ठीक है? So there is no point of including the price of these items in CPI. So in CPI basket we include the prices of only those goods and services which are actually purchased by the consumer. Now consumer can purchase imported items, so imported items ka prices are included in the CPI, right? Imported items ka prices are included in the CPI because consumer can purchase imported items. weights in CPI not don't differ not according to production levels but according to consumption levels. Keep that in mind. Based on this, you can see that the answer to this question is 2 only. That is what has been written over here, right? So weights are constant in CPI and it does not differ according to production level. ऐसा नहीं है. So जो भी एक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव कंज्यूमर जो भी कंज्यूम करेगा उसके हिसाब से हम लोग वेट बता लेंगे, फाइंड आउट कर लेंगे और उसको कांस्टेंट रखेंगे. तो प्रोडक्शन लेवल के हिसाब से वो चेंज नहीं होगा. इंपोर्टेड गुड्स इंक्लूडेड है, राइट? And we are definitely not accounting for all goods and services, right? We are not accounting for all goods and services, and that is why the answer to this question is your point number 2 over here. So is this clear? Nilesh, Divya, both of you went wrong in this particular question. Is this clear why you all went wrong in this question? I hope that this is clear. Right, let us move ahead to the 69th question. Essential Commodities Act 1955. It provides regulation and control of production, distribution, and pricing of commodities which are declared as essential. States are the main implementing agencies under this act. Which of the statements are correct? Which of the statements are correct? Right, please share your answers for question number 69. So the answer over here is your option C. Both statements are correct. Let us understand. So Essential Commodities Act is important, right? It was enacted so that we can ensure easy availability of essential commodities. There used to be a lot of black marketing. There used to be a lot of hoarding. So consumers had to pay a very high price, right? So we did not want consumers to be exploited. We did not want them to face high prices. So we are trying to regulate and control the production, distribution, and pricing of commodities which are declared as essential, right? So it maintains, increases supplies, it secures equitable distribution of these commodities. State governments have been empowered that they can regulate not only production, not only distribution, not only supply, but also prices of food items which have been declared as essential in respective states. So state wise हम बताते हैं कि कौन सी item essential है, right? So this list of essential commodities, it is reviewed from time to time, right, with reference to their production and supply. So basis upon market situation, we determine which item is to be treated as essential and which item is not to be treated as essential. So you can see that both these two statements over here are correct, and that is why the answer to this question is C, both 1 and 2. Moving ahead to the 70th question. Right now there is this organization, India Brand Equity Foundation. Consider the following statements and tell me which statements are correct. It is established by Ministry of External Affairs. It is established as an investment. Sorry, now I cannot. I guess I don't think that there is any way of erasing this. So yeah, okay, there is. I will just erase this. Thank you. All right. So the idea is it is established as an investment promotion agency, right? And it is fully funded, owned and controlled by union government. Which of the statements over here are correct? Everybody participating, please share your answers. So regarding India Brand Equity Foundation, the answer is D, 2 and 3, right? So this India Brand Equity Foundation, it's basically a trust established by Ministry of Commerce, right? It is established as an investment promotion agency, right? It was set up in 1996, right? It is fully funded, owned and controlled by union government, right? It can promote and create international awareness about Made in India label, right? So Baki you can read. So basic idea is clear to you, right? That it is not owned by Ministry of External Affairs. Definitely it wants to create brand India. Definitely it's fully funded and owned and controlled by the union government, and it's a very old organization with the primary objective of creating awareness about Made in India. All right. And it also wants to bring investment into India. So it's an investment promotion agency. Moving ahead to the 71st question, right? Please read this question. Right, correct, Nilesh. Please read this question. Farmer has 3 acres of land and he requires only 3 laborers, including himself, to carry out all farm operations. But farmer, if he employs 5 more workers on the same piece of land, so what is this? Is this seasonal unemployment, disguised unemployment, frictional unemployment, or cyclical unemployment? What is this? Farmer has 3 acres of land, requires only 3 laborers, himself included. But if he employs 5 more workers on the same piece of land, so what is this? Is this seasonal unemployment, disguised unemployment, frictional or cyclical unemployment? What is this? So 71st question is, it is disguised unemployment, right? So I've given the definition of various kinds of employments over here: seasonal, disguised, frictional, as well as cyclical. What is disguised unemployment, right? Disguised unemployment is basically that, you're employing more than what is required unnecessarily, right? So the part of labor force is left without work, or it is working in a redundant manner. So you are employing more workers, so those more workers are not going to produce anything extra from that farm. Production from the farm will be same if 3 workers and farmer are working. Production that from that farm is going to be the same if 8 workers and the farmer are working. So production is not going to increase. So essentially what is happening is that the marginal productivity, the marginal productivity of labor is essentially zero. So it is basically meaning that the laborers are unemployed, right? Why are they unemployed? Because they are not increasing the aggregate output. Aggregate output is remaining the same. Their unemployment is disguised. Why is their unemployment disguised? Because we cannot really make out that they are unemployed, because they are apparently working in the farm sector. They are apparently working in the farm sector, so we are not able to make out that they are unemployed, but they are actually unemployed. But we are not able to make out, because apparently when you will see from outside, so you will see that they are working in the farm sector. Is this clear now? Disguised unemployment. Moving ahead to the next question. Question number 72. With reference to the term base effect often seen in the news, which of the statements are correct? So it is normalized average of prices relative for a given class of goods or services. Impact of rise in price level in the previous year over the corresponding rise in price level in the current year. It's monetary policy strategy used by central banks for maintaining price level at certain level. It is bonus brought by inflation to the borrowers. What is the meaning of base effect, right? So the answer over here is your option B. See, what happens is that, let us say that prices last year were normal, they were 100, right? And prices this year are 110. So if we try to find out that what is the percentage increase in price, right? So 110 minus 100, sorry, divided by 100 into 100, so it will give you 10%. So you will understand that, okay, 10% is the increase in prices. But let us say that the prices last year were also high. Let us say that the prices last year were also high, they were at 110, and this year also prices are high, they are at 110. Right? Normally prices should be 100, but last year also they were high, and this year also they are high. And you want to see how much the prices have changed in this year. So here you will get 0% change, and here you are getting a 10% change. So what is happening is that last year prices were normal, so the base is normal. Last year also the prices were high, so the base is high, right? So if you calculate and try and understand what is the price rise as compared to last year when the price is of normal, so you will get a 10% hike in price in the current year. But if you see that if last year also the prices were abnormally high, and if today or this year also prices are abnormally high, so because of the base effect, because of the base or the denominator being high, so what you will understand is that there is 0% inflation. There is 0% inflation, right? So what is base effect? It is the impact of rise in price level in the previous year over the corresponding rise in price level in the current year. So since last year the prices were high, and even this year the prices are high, so it may appear that there is no increase in price level, right? So if the price index had risen at a high rate in the previous year, so similar increase in the price index in the current year will lead to lower inflation rates, right? So the inflation rate was too low in the corresponding period. Small rise in price will be giving a higher this thing. Let me give you, do you need more examples, Nilesh or Divya, or are you all happy with this explanation? Do you want me to elaborate further on base effect, or can we move ahead? Up to you. Because if you are understanding, then we don't need to elaborate. But if there is any doubt in your mind, then we can always elaborate more. Do you need more elaboration regarding base effect? Because I think that this can be sufficient. Or what I can also do is that I can give you just one more example, right? Like for example, let us say over here, all right, let us say over here that we are last year के prices के options है, right? So let us say that last year prices are normal at 100 rupees. Last year prices are abnormally high at, let us say, 150 rupees. Last year ke prices are abnormally low at, let us say, rupees 50. Now let us say that there is a change in price over here, okay? And let us say that, this year prices have gone to, let us say, 160 rupees. It has gone to, let us say, 160 rupees, and it has gone to, let us say, 160 rupees, right? So what is going to be the percentage change that will be, that you will see in price as compared to last year? In this scenario, you will see there is a 60% increase. Over here, you will see there is a less than 10% increase. And over here, you will see that, prices have increased by more than 200%, right? So what is happening is that, you are getting a very different picture depending upon what the base year was or what are the base year prices were, right? So this is the idea that you need to keep in mind. This is the broad idea that needs to be kept in mind, that if the prices were normal, you are getting one reading. If the prices were abnormally high, you are getting another reading. And if the prices were abnormally low, you are getting another reading. So when the prices were normal, you are getting the true reading, actual reading, real picture. If the prices were abnormally high, so you may be fooled into believing that the prices are actually under control, but the prices are high. And the reading, the previous year ka base was very low, so you may be fooled into believing that the prices have gone through the Mars or through the roof, but that's not the case. So I hope that this is very clear. Moving right ahead of this, it is famously said that India adopted social banking in 1969. So which of the following banking activities satisfy the term social banking? What do you understand by the term social banking is basically what is being asked over here. So the following activities satisfy social banking: waiving of bank loans for farmers, protect profit earning not being the objective of bank, providing easy formal credit to poor, all of the poor. Which of the following banking activities satisfy the term social banking? Divya, Nilesh, please share your answers for 73rd question. Answer over here should be your option C, providing easy formal credit to poor, right? So what is this concept of social banking, right? So we want to provide banking for poor population, providing money for their developmental needs, providing them easy formal credit, right? Making it easy for them to open account, having staff which is friendly to the poorer section, right? So that we can be aligned with their developmental needs of the society, right? So why did we adopt social banking? Because at the time of independence, money lenders and traders, they were exploiting small marginal farmers, landless laborers. They were charging very high interest rates. They were manipulating. So government of India brought about a major change in 1969, and they adopted social banking. They adopted a multi-agency approach so that we can meet the needs of rural credit, right? So banks, they were commercial organizations. They need to earn profit. Otherwise, they will create loss and they will shut down. But they must also perform a social purpose, right? So banking, in which we are providing, in which banks subsidize the provision of banking service to poor, orientation towards serving the masses is known as rural or social banking, dosto. So we are not waiving off bank loans for farmers. We are not saying that farmers can take money and not repay. We are not saying that the banks need not earn a profit. But what we are saying is that the banks need to be conscious towards the requirements of the poorer section of society, and banks need to provide proper formal credit to poorer section of society, so the poorer section of society does not have to depend upon money lenders and traders who will be exploiting them, who will be charging high interest rate. So this is the idea that you need to keep in mind. So I hope that this is clear. Moving ahead to question number 74. District Mineral Foundation. District Mineral Foundation consider the following statements. Which of the following statements are correct? Okay. It aims to work for the interest of persons affected by mining related operations. It is a non-profit body set up by central government under public-private partnership. Regarding District Mineral Foundation, which of the statements are correct? Please share your answers for this particular question, guys. So the answer for the 74th question is A, right? Obviously, it wants to work for the interest of persons affected by mining operations. That is why a mineral foundation will be set up. But it's not a non-profit body. So it is a trust set up under Mines and Minerals Development Regulation Act 2015. It's a non-profit body, right? So those who have been affected by mining works, उनके interest को उनके benefit के लिए it has been created, right? State government have created these bodies, right? So it has not been created by the central government under PPP. So answer over here is A. All right. Moving ahead to the next question. Which of the following is not a flow variable? Okay, now there are two types of variables, flow variables and you know, your stock variables. So you need to tell me which of the following is not a flow variable. So capital formation during a year, right? Income, profits, labor force. So the answer over here is your D, labor force. What are flow variables? Please note that flow variables, they are defined over a period of time. Flow variables are defined over a period of time. And what are stock variables? Stock variables are defined at a point of time. So flow variable is defined over a period of time, 1 month, 1 week, 1 year, 1 decade. That is a flow variable. And stock variable is defined at a point of time, right? So investment done during a year. So year is a period. Income is over a month. That is my monthly income. This is my annual income. So income is defined over a period of time, maybe a month, maybe a week, maybe a year. Profit is also reported on a quarterly basis, that this is this quarter's profit, this is this month's profit. So these are all variables which are defined over a period of time, hence they are called flow variables. And this is defined at a point of time. Labor force, that today India's labor force is this much, right? So that is a stock variable. If we say that let us say 10 million workers have been added in this month to the labor force, so it is something that we are defining over a period of time, so that will become a flow variable. But labor force as such is defined at a point of time. Labor force as such is defined at a point of time. Is this clear? Moving ahead, right? I've already explained, so no need to again go through this. Okay. Moving ahead, what do you understand by casualization of workforce? What is the meaning of casualization of workforce? Right? So shift from regular salaried employment to casual wage work, workers leaving job for lack of satisfaction, migration of agricultural labor towards manufacturing sector, or none of the above. What do you think is the answer over here? What do you understand by casualization of workforce? So the answer to this question is A, that is shift from regular salaried employment to casual wage work. That is the meaning of casualization of workforce, right? So this is something which was happening in India. So workers were shifting from full-time permanent position and they were moving to casual and contract positions. So it is not as if that they were willingly leaving their full-time jobs and working on a part-time basis, or they were leaving their permanent positions and they were getting employed on a contractual basis. It is not as if we were doing this purposely, but the nature of jobs was changing, dosto, right? So, but why is this happening? Because it is said that in India, the kind of labor laws that we are having, they are, they are of such nature that we are not able to create good jobs. And there is a lot of competition ka pressure on the private sector, etc. So because of competition, because of all these factors, because of lack of growth in labor intensive manufacturing sector, right? So what you are having is casualization of workforce, that more and more number of people, they are working on contractual basis in the informal sector. All right. Moving ahead to the next question, which of the following is slash are correct regarding the capital account of the budget? Capital receipts, they create liability for the government. Capital expenditure creates assets for the government. Which of the following statements are correct regarding the capital account of the budget? Come on guys, please answer the question. Capital receipts create liability for the government. Capital expenditure creates assets for the government. Answer is C. We have already discussed, dosto, right? That so far as capital account, government budget can be divided into two parts: revenue budget and capital budget. In capital budget, you are having capital receipts, you are having capital expenditure, right? So capital receipts can be through two ways. You can sell assets or you can take loans or increase liabilities. So capital receipts can create liability, that is true, because loans can be in the form of liability. Or loans will create liability, that is the broad idea. All right. And the idea over here is, so far as capital expenditure is concerned, the idea of capital expenditure over here is that if you, let us say, spend money to better, let us say, buy land or let us say buy equipment or buy machinery, etc. All right. So that will be basically causing an increase in your asset. Okay. So both the things are possible, and hence the answer to this question is C, both 1 and 2. Moving ahead to the 78th question. Which of the following is the key objective of a macro prudential policy? Macro means overall, prudential means wise, right? So macro prudential policy: to make the financial system more resilient, to ensure tax compliance by corporates, to provide social security to individuals through insurance, to increase the risk appetite of entrepreneurs. Again, I am telling you that macro means overall, prudential means, doing something which is wise, right? So what is a macro level के ऊपर wise thing to do? That is what you need to try and figure out through this particular question, that what is the macro level के ऊपर wise thing to do. Nilesh as well as Divya. So the answer to this question is your option A, right? So at the macro level, it is wise if our financial system is resilient, so that tomorrow if there is any shock, or tomorrow if there is any kind of a problem in the economy, so the financial system is strong enough to bear that kind of a problem, dosto, right? So like, for example, making the financial sector if more resilient is a wise step, right? Don't allow unnecessary risks to be taken. Shield the market, shield the economy from external factors, shield the economy from market failures, right? Do proper financial regulation, give proper incentives for market participants to behave properly. So all these kinds of steps are in the right direction. All these kinds of steps, they are in the right direction. Moving ahead to question number 79th. With reference to public-private partnership projects, consider the following statements, and which of the statements are correct regarding PPP. So prices are generally determined competitively and government resources are not utilized. It can improve the quality of service at lower cost, attract private capital to fund public projects. PPP is allowed only for development of infra projects. So are prices determined competitively? Is it that government resources are not utilized? Can it improve the quality of service at lower cost and attract private capital to fund public projects? It is allowed only for development of infrastructure project. Is that the case? Right? Please answer this question. So you can clearly see that the answer to this question should be B. Let me explain this to you why. You all will go in the wrong direction with this one. I know it. See, please, what happens is that in a PPP, a contract is made. I'll type it so it will be easier and quicker, right? PPP के अंदर what happens? A contract gets made. What does the contract say? Contract says that private sector will make use of government resource and provide a service or a good at a predetermined fair price. So इसमें what is happening? इसमें what is happening is that the private sector, it is getting access to government resource. It is getting access to government resource. So private sector will be able to, earn from it. But that earning has to be within a limit. So therefore we determine, price is determined earlier itself, that what will be the cost of the service that the private sector will charge, right? So basis on this, what is the advantage? Advantage is that public resource is efficiently used by the private sector, right? This is the first advantage. Second advantage is that goods and services of good quality become available at a fair price as determined by the contract. This is what you need to keep in mind. Now if you know this, so you cannot say that prices are going to be determined competitively. This is wrong. And government resources are not utilized. This is clearly wrong. You just eliminate it and the answer is B2 only, right? And who said that only developmental projects के लिए PPP is required? Is this clear? Divya as well as Nilesh, is this clear? Are you all understanding that where you all went wrong in the 79th question, guys? So I hope that this is very very clear to all of you guys. Thank you very much. Moving ahead, बाकी ये सब लिखा हुआ है, आप लोग पढ़ देना दोस्तों on your own time. Moving ahead to the 80th question, MCLR के बारे में बात करेंगे. An outdated concept, but still we'll talk about it. Right? You have to identify the correct statements with reference to MCLR. So it is the minimum interest rate of a bank below which it cannot lend. It aims to improve the transmission of policy rates into the lending rates of bank. It aims to improve the transmission of policy rates into the lending rates of the banks. Which of the statements are correct? Please share the correct answer over here. MCLR. With respect to MCLR, consider the following statements. The answer to this question is C. Both statements are correct. Okay. Let us understand the concept of MCLR. So see, MCLR is the minimum interest rate, and the bank will not lend below this rate unless and until RBI allows. So you can so it is internal benchmark or reference rate. See, banks have to decide what is going to be the price of capital, right? Banks have to decide what is going to be the price of money. Banks have to decide what is going to be the price of their money, and that price of the money is reflected in the interest rate. Okay. So you need an internal benchmark, you need an internal reference rate. That okay, this is the cost of our money. Bank will say that this is the cost of my money, and I am going to charge above this. So what is this floor, or what is this basic level? This is their MCLR, dosto. So MCLR describes the method by which minimum interest rate for bank is determined by a bank, right? Why did we introduce MCLR? So RBI said that we need a more transparent mechanism to decide the MCLR. RBI said that if we are increasing the repo rate, the cost of funds in the market should increase, and if we are reducing the repo rate, then the cost of funds in the market should reduce. This is what RBI wants. So if this is happening, so that will be basically transmission of policy rates. That if RBI is increasing the repo rate, interest rate will go up. If RBI is reducing the repo rate, interest rate will come down. So the idea over here is that RBI wants a proper transmission of monetary policy. So it was hoped that getting MCLR will help this, right? Baki, of course, there will be transparency in pricing, right? You will be charging a fair price to all borrowers. Your interest rate will be competitive, and that will help in the value addition. It will help in the production process, etc., etc. So there are other advantages also, because see, what was happening earlier was that banks were charging one rate to one customer, and they were charging another rate to another customer. We don't want all this nonsense to take place. So the idea is fairly straightforward. The idea is that let us have a benchmark rate which everybody knows, and then use that benchmark rate to determine what the interest rate is, and that is why the answer to this question is C. So both Nilesh, Divya, you have gone in the right direction. So let us move ahead to the 21st question. Let us talk about Nidhi Company. I am sorry, right? Please read the statements regarding Nidhi Company, right? And we will move ahead. So they are created mainly for cultivating the habit of savings, right? They can lend money to both members and non-members. They are regulated by Ministry of Corporate Affairs. You have to identify the correct statements. You have to identify the correct statements, guys. Please identify the correct statements for the 81st question. So the answer is C over here. Nilesh, your answer is in the right direction. Happy to note that, right? So Nidhi का मतलब होता है treasure, right? So it is basically a mutual benefit society. Okay, it is notified by central or union government. Every member will try to contribute some amount of money to this Nidhi or to this treasure, right? So, companies doing Nidhi business, they can borrow from members, lending to members, right? So, funds are collected by the members and funds are lent to the members. So, no outsider can take money from this Nidhi company, right? So, Nidhis are their companies which are registered under Companies Act 1956 or Companies Act 2013, and they are regulated by Ministry of Corporate Affairs. You may be inclined to think that, they are not regulated by Ministry of Corporate Affairs or they are regulated by RBI or SEBI or NABARD or etc. That's not the case. They are regulated by Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Second statement is wrong, and that is why the answer is 1 and 3 only. Right? Moving ahead to the next question, 82nd question. Right? With reference to National Skill Development Corporation, consider the following statements. Right? So ये जो NSDC है, it is a not-for-profit organization. It is a not-for-profit organization, and it aims to facilitate the development of skills of Indian workforce. It was set up to implement Skill India mission. Which of the statements are correct regarding NSDC? Now, is it a for-profit or a not-for-profit organization? You need to decide. You need to decide what is the aim of this NSDC. What is it that it is trying to achieve? And it was set up to implement the Skill India mission. So you need to decide whether this statement is in the right direction or not. Right? So Nilesh, you're saying that the answer should be B, but the answer over here is A, right? So NSDC, it is one of its kind public-private partnership model. It is working under Ministry of Skill. It wants to promote skill development, right? It wants to create large quality and for-profit vocational institutions. It's a not-for-profit company set up by Ministry of Finance under Companies Act. Government of India holds 49%, private sector balance 51%, right? So the idea is that, okay, I need to understand what's happening over here. NSDC is professionally run not-for-profit company, right? There are skill councils, there are training partners, there are training centers. NSDC, it was not set up to implement Skill India mission. It was started in 2015. All right, that's fine. Okay, I got it. All right, so that is why this is correct. So first statement is correct. Second statement is not correct. NSDC got created long before Skill India mission got created. Is this clear, Nilesh and Divya? Is this clear, Divya, why you are going in the wrong direction? Nilesh, why you are going in the wrong direction? It was not created to implement Skill India mission. Skill India mission got created long after NSDC got created. And yes, it is a for-profit organization, and yes, it wants to develop skills in the Indian workforce. Is this clear now, Divya? Is this clear that Y82 should be answer is A, Divya? Nilesh, is this clear? Right. Thank you so much, guys. Moving ahead, FRBM Act 2003. It aims to reduce revenue deficit every year. It aims to eliminate fiscal deficit completely. So the statements are correct. Which of the statements are correct over here regarding FRBM Act 2003? So the answer over here should be, the answer to this question should be your option A. You cannot eliminate fiscal deficit completely. That's not possible. That is not the aim. But yes, we can bring down the revenue deficit every year, dosto. Now these are old numbers, but the idea is still the same. The idea is still the same. The idea is to reduce the fiscal deficit. What is it that the FRBM Act wants to do? What is it that the FRBM Act it wants to do? Right? It wants to reduce the fiscal deficit. It wants to reduce the revenue deficit. Nothing is to be reduced to zero. There is no such target. It wants to reduce the debt to GDP ratio. It is applicable to center and states. These are the basic ideas of FRBM. FRBM basically wants governments to behave in a fiscally responsible manner. It wants governments to behave in a fiscally responsible manner, meaning that they should take steps to augment revenue. they should take steps to reduce wasteful expenditure. They should take steps to prioritize productive expenditure. That is what the basic idea over here is. So your FRBM Act, it does give you some leeway. It does give you some leeway that, you know, if there is any catastrophe or any war-like situation, right? Or any war or any calamity or any major drought or any of these problems are there, in such scenarios, government can increase government expenditure to take care of the problem, right? To take care of the problem. And in these scenarios, the provisions of the FRBM Act, the provisions of the FRBM Act can be temporarily suspended. They can be temporarily suspended or something like that. You know, you can be given some special consideration in these circumstances. So is this clear? Right. It is applicable. See, the idea is that, you know, states have to enact their own FRBM acts also, keeping in mind the goals that have been set through the particular FRBM Act 2003, because it talks about, you know, center ka GDP, debt to GDP ratio. It also talks about state ka debt to GDP ratio, right? So to that extent, it is applicable both to center and states. States have done well in heeding whatever has been made their responsibility through the FRBM Act 2003. Otherwise, states will do whatever they want, na Nilesh? Every state will have a different FRBM approach, different attitude. So generally speaking, we have a common guideline in place, right? So is this clear to all of you, everything that we have typed over here? All these points regarding FRBM Act, regarding fiscal deficit, revenue deficit, debt to GDP ratio, applicability to center and states, responsible manner. Is this clear, guys? Right? And if Nilesh, if there is any doubt, we can always have a relook at it. We can always have a relook at it. And if there is any problem, we can come back to it. Right, guys? Moving ahead to the next one. All right. So there is a huge explanation which has been provided, but it's like, you know, like I said, the numbers are old, but the concept is as fresh. With reference to Indian economy, the term jobless growth refers to which of the following phenomena? Please select the right answers and comment. Nilesh as well as Divya, right? Please comment the right answer. With reference to Indian economy, the term jobless growth refers to increasing GDP coupled with high unemployment, high inflation rate pushing up the rate of unemployment, declining GDP coupled with high unemployment, high inflation pushing down the rate of unemployment. So fairly straightforward question. So the answer over here is your option A, that is increasing GDP coupled with high unemployment. So what is jobless growth? That there is economic growth happening. Economic growth is happening means that there, yes, production is increasing. So normally you would expect that with increasing production there should be a rise in jobs, but that is not happening, or it is not happening to the extent to which it should happen, right? So what is happening is that even though production is increasing, growth is increasing, yet the number of jobs that should get created are not getting created. So that is the whole problem over here. Moving ahead to the next question, question number 85. In the context of economy, sterilization by RBI refers to which of the following? What is the meaning of sterilization by RBI? So operations by RBI to neutralize effects of excess inflow of foreign investment in the economy. Operations by RBI to neutralize the effect of high non-performing assets on the economy. Operation by RBI to neutralize the effect of high fiscal deficit on the economy, or none of the above. What do you think is the answer over here for the 85th question? Well, the answer to this question is your option A, right? So please understand, see what's happening over here is that let us say $1 enters the Indian economy, right? So this $1 will eventually reach the RBI. RBI will let us say RBI will be forced to release rupees 75 into the Indian economy. Now this rupees 75 which has been released into the Indian economy, it will work as high powered money. It will work as high powered money. What will happen is that this rupees 75 will enter the banking system, and then credit creation cycle will begin. Credit creation cycle will begin. Credit creation begins. So what will happen is that banks will keep aside from this 75 rupees, whichever bank is getting this 75 rupees from RBI, right? So they will keep aside some amount of money in the form of reserves, and the remaining they will lend, and that's how credit creation will begin. So what will happen is that in India, money supply will increase. Money supply will increase because of the insertion of this high powered money. And because money supply will increase, so demand will become greater than supply. And because demand will become greater than supply, there is a problem that prices can increase in the Indian economy. So in this scenario, what will the RBI do? Right? RBI will make sure that this rupees 75 is not able to cause this chain reaction to start. So what will the RBI do? RBI will try and absorb back rupees 75 from the economy, right? The ill effect to avoid the ill effect of inflow of foreign investment. Is this clear? Is this clear? Nilesh as well as Divya as well as everybody else. That let us say that $1 was received by Avinash. Avinash gave that $1 to HDFC Bank. HDFC gave that $1 to RBI. RBI gave 75 rupees to HDFC Bank. HDFC Bank gave 75 rupees to Avinash. So Avinash was eventually able to exchange $1 and get rupees 75. Now this 75 rupees, which has been newly released by RBI, is high powered money, right? This is fresh currency which has been released. Now because of this fresh currency getting released, credit creation cycle will begin. That out of this rupees 75, some amount of money will be kept as reserve, remaining will be given as loan. Then that loan will be further entering the system, and some amount of reserves will be kept from that loan, and then remaining amount will be lent again. So credit creation cycle will begin. Money supply will increase. Demand will become greater than supply. There is a possibility that prices can increase. In such a scenario, the RBI will take a step to absorb back rupees 75 from the economy, so that we can avoid the ill effect of inflow of foreign investment. Is this perfectly clear to all of you? Right? Is this perfectly clear to all of you? Is this approach helpful? I'm again asking that this approach of writing all of these things down, especially for complicated concepts, the entire flow chart down, right? Because I am of the opinion that it is extremely helpful. It is fast, quick. It allows me to be very efficient with my words and my efforts, right? Moving ahead, right? You can read this on your own time. Moving ahead to the 86th question. Why India was in need of green revolution after independence? What was the need? So majority of India's population was dependent on agriculture. Fertility of the agricultural land was very low. Stagnation of Indian agriculture during the colonial rule. What do you think is the need for Indian agriculture to go through green revolution? Please select the right answers over here. What is the need for implementing green revolution? Is the question that is being asked. Right. So the answer to this question is A. 1 and 3. इंडिया का एग्रीकल्चर लैंड का फर्टिलिटी इज नॉट लो. Land is fertile, but the yield was low. And why was the yield low? Because we were using traditional seeds. So despite the fact that land has been very fertile, land can support a lot of production. Despite that, production is not increasing in India, right? So that is the broad idea that needs to be kept in mind, that at the time of independence, 75% of population was dependent on agriculture, right? Land is largely fertile, but the productivity was low because we were using old technology. We were not having required infrastructure, right? We were monsoon dependent, right? There was stagnation in agriculture, and during the colonial rule, hardly any investment was undertaken, right? So as a result of which, we needed steps which could enhance our productivity, and therefore green revolution was tried out. There were famines. Famines were a regular feature. Why were there shortages? Because there was faulty distribution, right? And farmers were not receiving true value of their labor, right? And it was very difficult. So these scenarios we implemented green revolution. Moving ahead, With reference to Indian economy, consider the following statements. So percentage of population, right? Percentage of population engaged in employment activities is more in urban areas than in rural areas. Percentage of population engaged in employment activities more in urban areas than in rural areas. Primary sector is the main source of employment for majority of workers. Which of the statements are correct? Which of the statements are correct regarding employment trends in India? Population engaged in employment activities is more in urban areas than in rural areas. Primary sector is the main source of employment. Answer is B, right? Now, please note down this thing very carefully, that population percentage which is engaged in employment activities is higher in rural areas. Why? Because per person income in rural areas is limited, right? So people have to participate in the employment market. They don't have a choice of not participating in the employment market, right? Like for example, Nilesh, I was sure that many of us may have selected answer as C, thinking that there are greater job opportunities in urban areas. So therefore, percentage of population engaged in employment activities may be higher in urban areas, right? The thing is in that in rural areas that many people do not go to schools, colleges, training institutions. If they go, they may discontinue. They may join the workforce. In urban areas, people will not discontinue going to schools. They will continue going to schools. So urban people, they have a variety of employment opportunities, right? They look for appropriate jobs as per qualification, skill. But in rural areas, people cannot stay at home because their economic conditions will not allow them to do so. So they have to work no matter what the work is. So therefore, the idea over here is that percentage of population engaged in employment activities may be higher in rural areas. So therefore, first statement is wrong and the second statement is correct, because primary sector, which includes the agriculture sector, apart from agriculture, mining, forestry, fishing, etc., is also included in primary sector. It's the main source of employment for majority of workers in India, right? So 87th ka answer, both of you all have gone in the wrong direction, Divya as well as Nilesh. My hope is that you all are understanding that where the error occurred. The error occurred because, like for an example, in rural areas, more females work than in urban areas. Like for example, in rural areas, more children work as compared to children in urban areas, right? So the idea is that because of these facts and because of extreme poverty, extreme helplessness, so there is a greater need to work in rural areas. So therefore, the idea is that percentage of people employed is higher. So is this clear, Divya as well as Nilesh? Right? Moving ahead to the 88th question. Consider the following statements about MSP. Right? Consider the following statements about MSP. Right? The question is that this MSP business, it is announced to control rise in price of agricultural commodities. It is decided by CACP. Now, why do we announce MSP? Right? Do we announce it to control rise in price of agricultural commodities, or is it some other reason for which we are announcing the MSP? What do you think is the reason? Is it decided by CACP or is it decided by some other body? What do you think is the answer? Right? Right, Divya. Yes, Divya, as many errors are there, that much learning will be there. So no worries, Divya. No worries. Right, so the answer for the 88th question should be your D. Right, so MSP is announced to ensure that what is the purpose of MSP? Please understand. It's very straightforward. Right, what is the purpose of MSP? This is minimum price. So if prices fall below this minimum level, right, so farmers, they will have a choice. What is their choice? They can sell to government at MSP, right? So इससे क्या होएगा कि farmers, they will be assured that they will get some fair income, profit, etc. because of the minimum support price. So the objective of minimum support price is to make sure that farmers get at least some amount of return on whatever investment they have made. It is decided by who decides your MSP? It is CCEA, that is Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, decides the MSP based on recommendation of CACP. So CACP is just a recommending body. Is this clear? Right. So CACP just recommends and obviously your first statement is wrong because I've just explained that to you. So the answer is D. Moving ahead to the next question. So if we deduct interest payment from fiscal deficit, if we deduct interest payment, I'm sorry, it's happening again and again. If we deduct interest payment from the fiscal deficit, so what do we get? What is the concept that we get when we deduct interest payment from fiscal deficit? What is the concept that we arrive at? Do we arrive at revenue deficit, primary deficit, effective revenue deficit, or budget deficit? Hi Ayanava, long time. Happy to see you here. So this is a marathon session, guys. So Nilesh, Ayanava, Divya, if I keep having these marathon sessions, let us say every few days, and I inform you through my WhatsApp group, through my Telegram group, so will you all be interested in participating? Because it takes a lot of effort to create this marathon group, to create this marathon session. As you can see that, speaking for 4 hours, you all are, attempting for 4 hours, learning, understanding where you are going right, where you are going wrong, right? So I mean, if you all are going to participate, then I can keep creating these sessions. So Ayanava, this has been a long session. It's been 4 hours since I've been running this session. So the idea over here is that the answer is B, that is primary deficit, right? So please understand the concept. Please understand the concept that if you want to understand what is the primary deficit, you pick up the gross fiscal deficit and you subtract the interest burden, or you subtract the interest payment ka burden, right? That will give you primary deficit. So what is the idea? That, see, you need to understand the basic concept over here. The basic concept is what? The basic concept is that, we have been having expenditure greater than income, and this has been happening year after year. Government of India has been having, right? Sure, Ayanava, but even if you do participate, you will learn. That's the whole idea. Syllabus will never be over. So even if the expenditure of the government is greater than income, so that means that the government is borrowing year after year. Government is borrowing year after year. So what is happening is that debt or borrowing is getting accumulated every year, right? So like this, debt burden is increasing. So what is happening is that the debt burden is increasing. Now because of increasing debt burden, what will happen is that your interest burden will increase, right? So now what is happening is that, let us say that I form a government today, and there is so much debt which has already been accumulated, and I have to pay the interest on that. Now is it my fault that that debt has been accumulated? Is it my fault that there is an interest burden? No. So today if I have to pay interest, it's not my fault. All right. So the idea is that, interest payment is for previous year borrowing. If I want to understand that, am I managing the finances well in the short term? Am I managing the economy? Am I managing my finances well in the short term period of 1 year? So how will I find that out? So I need to see how does current expenditure compare with current income. So expenditure because of current year policy is current expenditure, and current income is income of the present year. So if I want to compare current expenditure with current income, so I need to deduct interest burden, right? So let us say that, fiscal deficit is 1000 and interest burden is 990. So my primary deficit is 10, which suggests that I'm doing a very good job. I'm doing a very good job because my current income and current expenditure are very close to each other. So the idea is that by reducing the interest burden, right, I can get an idea regarding primary deficit. Is this clear? So fiscal deficit minus interest burden is equal to primary deficit. Primary deficit indicates how well the government is managing its finances in the current year. Is this clear? Guys, is this clear? I'm asking again and again. Ayanava, Nilesh, Divya, Everybody else participating, are you understanding or is there any doubt? Going ahead, I'll be creating micro videos on each of these concepts दोस्तों. I'll be giving you more than 600 plus micro videos on this YouTube channel. More than 600 plus 5 minutes का videos जिसमें हम आपको concept सिखाएंगे. So you will have the choice. You'll have the choice that if you know fiscal deficit, you can skip that video. If you don't know primary deficit, you can watch that video. So every new learner will get a choice. Ayanawa. What they want to study, they'll be given a complete menu of options to choose from. Moving ahead, GDP of a country, it accounts for the values of which of the following components. You just need to know the definition of GDP. You just need to know the definition of GDP. GDP of a country, it accounts for the values of which of the following components. And Ayanava, Nilesh, Divya, everybody else, it is my open request to all of you. Help me in growing this everyday economics channel. It is your channel. It is our channel, right? Do share it with others who are preparing. A lot of rich content relating to economics and economics only will be shared by me over here, right? So GDP of a country, it accounts for the values of which are the following components. So you should just know the definition of GDP. GDP is nothing but the market value of all the final goods and services produced within the domestic territory of a country in a given year. So final goods के prices are included, final services के prices are included. Intermediate goods का prices are included within the final goods. So we don't need to include the value of intermediate goods अलग से. Income from abroad is not added in GDP. That is why the answer to this question is 1 and 2. Is this clear? Is this clear? Nilesh, Ayanava, as well as Divya, is this clear? Everybody else participating, guys, you all can interact with me, right? You all can interact with me. It can be a more interactive session. So I have already explained to you. I don't need to, drag you all into this definition or all these detailed explanation. Moving ahead to the next question. Consider the following statements with regard to Reserve Bank of India. It is lender of last resort to commercial banks. It acts as bankers to both central and state government. Which of the following statements are correct? Which of the following statements are correct? Consider the following statements with regard to Reserve Bank of India. It is a lender of last resort for the commercial banks. It acts as a banker to both the central and the state governments. What do you think is the right answer over here? Nilesh, from the experience of taking so many marathons, I was made aware over a period of years that, looking at the white background all the time for 3 hours, 4 hours, white screen is very difficult. So what I did, Nilesh, is that I just sort of, used that feedback and I made the color of my PPT this green. And I'm really glad that I did this because even I have to look at the screen for 4 or 5 long hours, right? So right now there is no strain on my eyes. So is this the right approach? Nilesh, Divya, Ayanava, this green color ka screen is more user friendly, right? Black text, black ink, right? It is more easier. It is easier on the eye as compared to, let us say, red and white and all those really bright colors. So is this looking okay? I'm asking for feedback because this is the first time, Nilesh, I've done it. Because you have been following me since a long time. I've never used a green background ever. So using the green background, is it the right approach? And the answer over here is C. Both the statements are correct because you know the reasons why. That if there is a bank run, if people all of a sudden they rush to the bank to withdraw their money, so RBI will act as a guarantor. RBI will assure account holders that the bank will be able to pay their money back. RBI will make sure that people don't go and withdraw their money all of a sudden from the bank. So if any bank or any financial institution is in trouble, so RBI will act as a lender of last resort, right? Apart from that, it is banker to government of India, it is banker to state governments, right? Right. So, right. So the green background is also fine, right? So we can continue with the green background. And I'm really not having any stress in my eyes, thankfully, because of this green background. So I just wanted to confirm from you guys. So which of the following transactions will be part of capital account in the balance of payment of India? purchase of capital goods like ships by India from Russia, investment by an Indian resident in shares of a German company. So the following transactions will form a part of capital account and balance of payment of India. Right, Divya, your answer for the previous question was correct. Please share your answer for this question. So the answer over here is B. Please note that you all will make an error over here. The error is going to be very straightforward error. The error is going to be very straightforward error. This is import. This is import of goods. This is import of goods. And this is a transaction related to asset. Transaction related to asset. Please note that this is a transaction related to asset. And this is purchase of capital goods. This is import of goods. Okay. Idea is very simple over here, right? That import of anything, whether it is consumer good, capital good, services, intermediate good, factor services, non-factor services, anything, import of anything, it is included in current account. It is included in current account. Right? Now you all got confused over here because of this word capital which was written. So you thought that okay, capital is in capital account, but you have been trapped. You have been trapped. What is captured in the capital account? What is captured in the capital account? Loans received from abroad. Whether it is a company receiving loan, I receiving loan, government receiving loan, loan received from abroad. Loans given abroad. Loans given abroad gets captured. Investments from abroad in the form of FII or FDI. This is included in the capital account. Investment from India to abroad, it can be anything. It can be direct investment or it can be institutional investment from India to abroad. This is included in the capital account. So any kind of loan, any kind of borrowing, any kind of investment coming in, going out, right? All these items are included in the capital account. Is this clear? Are you all understanding what is the error that you all made? It is a genuine mistake. Anybody could have made it. So I hope that you are getting a very confirmed idea, Ayanava, Nilesh, Divya, that capital goods, etc., purchased, it is all a part of import. It's all a part of current account. Investment, loans, etc., is a part of capital account. That is what we have written over here. So कैपिटल गुड्स भी अगर आपने इंपोर्ट करा है तो वो एक एक्सपोर्ट इंपोर्ट है, राइट? सो आई होप दैट दिस इज क्लियर. मूविंग अहेड to the next. Which of the following are direct taxes in India? Which of the following are direct taxes in India? Income tax, corporation tax, service tax. Which of the following are direct taxes in India? You just need to know the definition of direct tax and apply it over here. If you can do that, then you're in the right direction. Can do that, then you're in the right direction. So following are direct taxes in India. What do you think is the answer to this one, Ayanava? It's all okay to make mistakes, guys. It's all okay to make mistakes. So the answer over here obviously is A, 1 and 2, right? So we know that direct taxes are taxes on incomes of individuals. Direct taxes are tax on profits of companies. So these direct taxes, they are paid directly by the taxpayer, right? That means that these taxes cannot be transferred to another person. So the burden of direct taxes falls on the person or the company who earns an income. This is not a burden which can be transferred. So your income tax, corporation tax, wealth tax, these are all direct taxes. There has been a continuous reduction in the taxes on individual income. High rate of income tax, important reason the tax evasion. So we have reduced direct taxes a lot in India. Indirect taxes, so the incidence and the impact of taxation is not on the entity on which it is imposed, right? So let us say that I am a shopkeeper. I can transfer the burden of GST on you. So all the taxes which are levied on commodities, right, on goods, services. So indirect taxes, they raise the price of products in the market, right? So service tax, custom duty, central excise, sales tax, entertainment tax, these are all examples of indirect taxes. So the answer over here is 1 and 2 only, right guys? Is this clear? Moving ahead to the next question, number 94. Please read the definition and give the answer. Aggregate production of final goods and services taking place within the domestic economy during a financial year, exclusive of depreciation, is known as what? Aggregate production, that is total production of final goods and services taking place within the domestic economy during a financial year, exclusive of depreciation, is known as what? What are we referring to in this definition? Which concept are we speaking about in this definition? Exclusive of depreciation है Divya. It is exclusive of depreciation. Please understand करो Divya. It is exclusive of depreciation. आया नवा, एक्सक्लूसिव ऑफ डिप्रिसिएशन है और डोमेस्टिक इकोनॉमी की बात करें, डोमेस्टिक इकोनॉमी के अंदर के प्रोडक्शन की बात करें ना. प्लीज अपने आंसर को एक बार रिकंसिडर करो दिव्या एज वेल एज अयानवा. एक बार अपने आंसर को रिकंसिडर करो. वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट टोटल प्रोडक्शन ऑफ फाइनल गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज विद इन द डोमेस्टिक इकोनॉमी. वी आर नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट आउटसाइड इंडिया, and we are saying that we need to exclude depreciation, we need to minus depreciation. So answer C हो, NDP होगा. Let me revise everything for you. What is GDP? GDP is the market value of all the final goods and services produced within the domestic territory of a country in a given year. ये GDP है, ठीक है. अभी इस जीडीपी के अंदर से अगर आप जो है डिप्रीसिएशन को माइनस कर दोगे तो आपको मिल जाएगा एनडीपी. वही यहां पर लिखा हुआ है, एग्रीगेट प्रोडक्शन ऑफ फाइनल गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज टेकिंग प्लेस विद इन द डोमेस्टिक इकोनॉमी इज जीडीपी. जीडीपी के अंदर से अगर आप डिप्रीसिएशन को एक्सक्लूड कर दो तो आपको क्या मिलेगा? मैंने आपको समझाया है कि कोई भी इंडिकेटर में से अगर आप डिप्रीसिएशन माइनस करोगे, राइट, तो आपको उसका नेट वाला फॉर्म मिल जाएगा. कोई भी ग्रॉस इंडिकेटर के अंदर से अगर आप डिप्रीसिएशन माइनस करोगे तो आपको उसका नेट वाला फॉर्म मिल जाएगा. इज दिस क्लियर एवरीबडी? थोड़ा सा डेफिनेशंस वगैरह को मैं आपको और अच्छे से जो है रिवाइज करवाने के लिए वीडियो बना बना के दूंगा, सो दैट कि आप लोगों का रिवीजन पॉइंटेड हो सके, शार्प हो सके और अच्छा हो सके, राइट. एनडीपी होना चाहिए, एनएनपी नहीं होना चाहिए दोस्तों, राइट. अब देखिए कैसा है ना, मैं आप लोगों को आपको बताता हूँ कि आप लोग कंफ्यूज कहाँ होने लग रहे हैं. आप लोग का कंफ्यूजन ये यहाँ पर है. देखिए होने क्या लग रहा है मालूम है आपको? जीडीपी माइनस डेप्रिसिएशन इज इक्वल्स टू एनडीपी. जीडीपी प्लस नेट फैक्टर इनकम फ्रॉम अब्रॉड इज इक्वल्स टू जीएनपी. जीएनपी माइनस डेप्रिसिएशन, ये यहां पर भी डेप्रिसिएशन ही माइनस करें, इज इक्वल्स टू एनएनपी. व्हाट इज जीडीपी? What is GDP? GDP is the money value of all the final goods and services produced within the domestic territory of a country इन अ गिवन ईयर। तो मतलब जीडीपी एसेंशियली क्या है? इट इज द एग्रीगेट वैल्यू ऑफ फाइनल गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज। ये है जीडीपी। इसके अंदर से अगर हम लोग डिप्रिसिएशन को एक्सक्लूड कर देते तो क्या मिलेगा? हमारे को एनडीपी मिलेगा। कोई बात नहीं दिव्या, मैं आपको रिवाइज करवा रहा हूँ ना, मेरा काम है आपको रिवाइज करवाना। यहाँ पर आप रिवाइज ही तो कर रहे हैं, यहाँ पर आप क्या कर रहे हो, ये क्लियर है ना कि जीडीपी का डेफिनेशन क्या है? क्लियर है। जीडीपी क्या है? मार्केट वैल्यू है फाइनल गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज की प्रोड्यूस विद इन द डोमेस्टिक टेरिटरी ऑफ अ कंट्री इन अ गिवन ईयर। ये ठीक है? आया नवा दिव्या? इज दिस क्लियर नीलेश? आपको मालूम है कि किसी भी ग्रॉस इंडिकेटर में से अगर आप डिप्रिसिएशन को माइनस करोगे तो आपको उसका नेट भाई मिल जाएगा, नेट इंडिकेटर मिल जाएगा। तो जीडीपी माइनस डिप्रिसिएशन इज इक्वल्स टू एनडीपी। अब आपको मालूम है कि जीडीपी जो है टेरिटोरियल कंसेप्ट है, कि वो सिर्फ ये देखता है कि इंडिया के विद इन जो फाइनल गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज जो प्रोड्यूस करे गए हैं वो क्या प्रोड्यूस करे गए, सिर्फ ये देखता है। लेकिन हमारे को देखना है कि हमारे सिटीजन्स ने क्या करा है, और ये एक्सक्लूड करना है कि फॉरेनर्स ने क्या करा है। तो हम जो है एनएफआई ऐड कर देते हैं। तो इससे क्या होता है कि जो हमारे सिटीजन्स की इनकम, फैक्टर इनकम आउटसाइड इंडिया, वो ऐड हो जाती है, और जो फॉरेनर्स की फैक्टर इनकम इंडिया के अंदर वो सब्ट्रैक्ट हो जाती है। तो हमारे को जो ग्रॉस नेशनल प्रोडक्ट मिल जाता है। और मैं आपको बता चुका हूं दोस्तों कि कोई भी ग्रॉस इंडिकेटर में से अगर आप डिप्रिसिएशन को माइनस करोगे तो आपको नेट नेशनल प्रोडक्ट मिलता है दोस्तों। इज दिस क्लियर? दिव्या इज दिस क्लियर? अयानवा इज दिस क्लियर नाउ? अब अगर आप ये क्वेश्चन को वापस से देखोगे, अगर आप ये क्वेश्चन को वापस से देखोगे तो क्वेश्चन क्या पूछ रहा है कि एग्रीगेट प्रोडक्शन ऑफ फाइनल गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज एक्सक्लूसिव ऑफ डिप्रिसिएशन यानी कि एनडीपी। इज दिस नाउ क्लियर? इज दिस क्लियर नाउ? राइट, मूविंग अहेड, 95th क्वेश्चन। मैट के बारे में बात करते हैं, मिनिमम ऑल्टरनेट टैक्स। ऑलराइट, सो द आइडिया इज कंसिडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट्स रिगार्डिंग मैट। ठीक है, ये डायरेक्ट टैक्स है दैट फैसिलिटेट्स द टैक्सेशन ऑफ जीरो टैक्स कंपनीज, यानी कि वो कंपनी जो कोई टैक्स नहीं पे करते उनके ऊपर ही टैक्स लगता है। इट इज एप्लीकेबल ओनली टू प्राइवेट कंपनीज, नॉट टू पब्लिक कंपनीज। इट इज एप्लीकेबल टू फॉरेन कंपनीज which do not have permanent establishment in India. Which of the statements are correct? Is the previous question clear, guys? Previous question clear है ना? Correct, Divya. That is GDP. That is GDP. ठीक है, मैट वाला आंसर है A1 ओनली। राइट, मैट जो है ये एक टैक्स है जो कि प्रॉफिट मेकिंग एंटिटीज के ऊपर लगाया जाता है। Those who do not pay any corporate income tax because they are getting exemptions, they are getting incentives, so they are paying zero tax, उन कंपनीज के ऊपर मैट लगाया जाता है। राइट, वो बिजनेस जो प्रॉफिट दिखा रहा है, डिविडेंड पे करता है बट कोई टैक्स नहीं पे करता, उसके ऊपर मैट लगाया जाता है। ऑलराइट गाइस, जस्टिस एपी शाह कमेटी को एस्टैब्लिश करा गया था टू क्लैरिफाई द इश्यूज। तो कमेटी रिकमेंडेड दैट मैट कैन नॉट बी लीविड ऑन फॉरेन पोर्टफोलियो इन्वेस्टर्स, फॉरेन कंपनीज विच आर हैविंग नो परमानेंट एस्टैब्लिशमेंट इन इंडिया। राइट, सो नॉट एप्लीकेबल टू फॉरेन कंपनी विच डज नॉट हैव परमानेंट एस्टैब्लिशमेंट इन द कंट्री। ठीक है, सो इस प्रकार से करा जाने लग रहा है। सो इट इज एप्लीकेबल टू फॉरेन कंपनीज, तो ये गलत है। राइट, इट इज नॉट इट इज एप्लीकेबल ओनली टू प्राइवेट कंपनीज नॉट पब्लिक कंपनीज, ये भी गलत है। एंड देयरफॉर द राइट आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन इज वन ओनली। राइट, जो भी कॉर्पोरेट एंटिटी है इंडिया के अंदर, चाहे पब्लिक हो चाहे प्राइवेट, उसके ऊपर मैट लगाया जा सकता है दोस्तों। दैट इज द ब्रॉड कंसेप्ट ऑफ मैट, जो कि हमारे को मालूम होना चाहिए। मूविंग अहेड टू द 96 क्वेश्चन, कंसिडर फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट्स रिगार्डिंग मार्जिनल स्टैंडिंग फैसिलिटी। ये ओवरनाइट स्कीम ऑफ लेंडिंग फंड्स टू बैंक्स है बाय द सेंट्रल बैंक। इट इज ऑलवेज फिक्स अबाउट द रेपो रेट। What do you think is the right answer for the 96th question? Come on, guys. Marginal standing facility. ओवरनाइट स्कीम है, lending funds to the banks by central bank, and it is always fixed above the repo rate. Which of the statements are correct? So both these statements are in the right direction, right? अगर MSF जो एक पेनल्टी रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है, दिस इज द लास्ट रिजॉर्ट. मान लीजिए कि आपने अपने सारे बोरिंग ऑप्शंस एग्जॉस्ट कर दिए हैं और फिर भी आपको और ज़्यादा लिक्विडिटी चाहिए, राइट? तो आप MSF के थ्रू बोरो करोगे. सो जो भी ओवरनाइट लेंडिंग है वो हो सकती है, राइट? इट इज़ फिक्स्ड अबाउ द रेपो रेट, राइट? इट इज़ बेसिकली द अपर बैंड ऑफ द इंटरेस्ट रेट कॉरिडोर. जो भी मार्केट के अंदर इंटरेस्ट रेट चलता है, तो MSF रेट के ऊपर इंटरेस्ट रेट नहीं चल सकता, क्योंकि अगर MSF रेट के ऊपर इंटरेस्ट रेट जाएगा तो कोई भी जो है RBI से ही बोरो करेगा, मार्केट में से पैसा नहीं उठाएगा. मान लीजिए कि वी आर ऑल players in the market. If I try to charge Divya higher than MSF rate from you, so why will you borrow from me? You will borrow from RBI. So this MSF rate is for exceptional liquidity requirement. This MSF rate is for extremely high liquidity requirement for some sudden shock like condition. उसके अंदर ये काम आता है. Alright. So the answer to this question is C, both 1 and 2. But to the 97th question, economic situation in which prevailing interest rates are low and saving rates are high, expansionary monetary policy does not increase the interest rate and stimulate economic growth is known as what? Definition आपके सामने दिया है, right? You need to identify this economic situation in which the interest rates are extremely low, saving rates are high, यानी कि people are unwilling to invest. There is expansionary monetary policy, but that expansionary monetary policy is not able to reduce the interest rate further. But expansionary monetary policy is releasing money but is not able to stimulate economic growth. So what is this situation called? So this situation is called liquidity trap, right? Liquidity trap situation है जहाँ पर we are having an expansionary monetary policy, जहाँ पर money supply has been increased but interest rate और लो जा नहीं सकता है, क्योंकि वो बहुत लो ऑलरेडी जा चुका है. So prevailing interest rates are low, saving rates are already very high. So monetary policy ineffective बन जाती है, liquidity trap है. कंज्यूमर जो है वो बॉन्ड्स खरीदेंगे नहीं, इन्वेस्ट करेंगे ही नहीं दोस्तों, राइट? बिकॉज उनका मानना ये है कि इतना इंटरेस्ट रेट कम है कि कभी भी ऊपर जाएगा तो बॉन्ड के प्राइसेस नीचे जाएंगे, तो कोई भी बॉन्ड्स के खरीदेगा नहीं, क्योंकि सबको लग रहा है कि बॉन्ड के प्राइसेस बहुत हाई है. तो नो मैटर कितना भी लिक्विडिटी सरकार दे दे, है ना, लोग पैसा इन्वेस्ट नहीं कर रहे हैं दोस्तों, ठीक है? सो दिस इज लिक्विडिटी ट्रैप लाइक सिचुएशन. मूविंग अहेड टू क्वेश्चन नंबर 98. कंसिडर फॉलोइंग डिफरेंसेस बिटवीन कोर एंड हेडलाइन इन्फ्लेशन. सो कोर इन्फ्लेशन के अंदर हमसे वोलेटाइल प्राइसेस सच एज फूड एंड फ्यूल प्राइसेस को एक्सक्लूड कर देते हैं, जो कि हेडलाइन में इंक्लूडेड रहते हैं. कोर इन्फ्लेशन जो है मोर स्टेबल है, राइट, एज कम्पेयर टू हेडलाइन इन्फ्लेशन, क्योंकि उसमें से वोलेटाइल आइटम्स के प्राइसेस को हटा दिया गया है. तो आपका स्टेटमेंट 1 करेक्ट है, स्टेटमेंट 2 रॉन्ग है, एंड दैट इज वाई द आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन इज ए. पढ़ेंगे आप लोग इसका एक्सप्लेनेशन. ई बिस पोर्टल के बारे में क्वेश्चन पूछा गया है दोस्तों, कौन से स्टेटमेंट्स करेक्ट है? तो इसका आंसर इज सी, दैट इज 2 and 3, राइट? ये ओनली फॉर फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर्स गलत है, ये डोमेस्टिक एंड फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर्स दोनों के लिए है. नेशनल ई गवर्नेंस प्लान के अंदर ई गवर्नेंस को स्ट्रेंथन करने के हिसाब से मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री के अंतर्गत इसे एस्टैब्लिश करा गया है. दैट इज वाई द आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन इज सी, 2 and 3. उसके अलावा दिस इज द लास्ट क्वेश्चन रिगार्डिंग इन्फ्लेशन टारगेटिंग, राइट? सो इन्फ्लेशन टारगेटिंग स्ट्रेटेजी जो है सेंट्रल बैंक यूज करती है, नॉट सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, टू स्टेबलाइज द इकोनॉमी. बेंचमार्क यूज फॉर टारगेटिंग इन्फ्लेशन इंडिया इज बेस्ड ऑन कंज्यूमर प्राइस इंडेक्स, से करेक्ट है. सीपीआई कंबाइंड के हिसाब से, सीपीआई कंबाइंड के हिसाब से इन्फ्लेशन इन इंडिया शुड बी इन द रेंज ऑफ 4% प्लस और माइनस 2% दोस्तों, राइट? सो दैट इज वाई द आंसर इज बी ओवर हियर. आंसर बी इसीलिए है क्योंकि ये सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की स्ट्रेटेजी नहीं है, ये सेंट्रल बैंक की स्ट्रेटेजी होती है, इसलिए फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट रॉन्ग है, सेकंड स्टेटमेंट करेक्ट है. करेक्ट आइडेंटिफाई करना है. सो 2 ओनली इज द राइट आंसर. Is this clear guys? Is this clear? So these were all the questions guys. These were all the questions. All right folks. So I would like to really thank you from the bottom of my heart to all those who have watched these sessions live or non-live, with me or without me, right? It is my sincere request that you revise thoroughly, right? And in future also I will be conducting these kinds of marathon sessions. If there is any doubt whatsoever, please comment in the doubt section, in the comment section. If there is any doubt regarding any question, regarding any solution, you can comment in the comment section. You can expect me to reply. I will help you out, dosto. Right? Help me in this process of growing Everyday Economics YouTube channel. Right? I'll be sharing a lot of content with you, a lot of MCQs, a lot of concepts, a lot of micro videos, a lot of current affairs related to economics. Right? Right. So for RBI grade B, we will be covering current affairs from March and backwards. Okay. So we will be covering March and backwards for ESI. So we'll be starting from March, we'll going to February, January, and we'll be revising a lot of government schemes, and we'll be revising a lot of reports and rankings, and we'll be revising a lot of government notifications and everything. So everything will be discussed with you through that particular this thing. Is this clear, Divya? Have I answered your question, Divya? Is there anything else that you would like to ask? Is there anything else that you would like to ask, Divya? Divya, have you joined my Telegram channel? Guys, I'll be sharing the link of my Telegram channel in the comment section. So join the Telegram channel, and look forward to meeting you again, guys. So Divya, we will bring this session to an end over here, right? Again, thank you very much for joining in. And there is anything, then you can comment and you can expect a reply from me, and we can communicate even through Telegram. You can message me on Telegram, Divya, right? My Telegram channel is unacademy_Avinash. If you are already a member of that, you know how to communicate with me. So with this, we'll bring this session to an end, guys. Thank you very much. All the very best, and Jai Hind. It was really great studying with you. Thank you.